Okay. I guess I'm gonna watch the EDP. This is gonna be horrifying. I've heard tell. I don't know. Oh. All right, here we go.
For everybody watching this documentary, I want you guys to take away and come away with, I am not what the fuck they say that I am.
That was Alex
Jones.
Oh, no, that was Charlie. Whatever. That was
and none of you fucking faggots can break my ass because I'm still standing, bitch.
If you haven't got problems, I feel bad for your son. I got 99 problems and a bitch ain't one.
What'd this guy do?
Breaking news. YouTuber EDP 445 caught trying to meet a child for sex.
And then go back home with the predatory investigation unit. I just want to let you know.
See this shit right here, dog? See, this is the shit you have to watch out for, man. You got motherfuckers, shit, little young ass high school motherfuckers, you know what I mean? Little fucking fags and shit. I mean, let's be fucking real. Like, like people, guys, they think about, fucking the shit out of a 15-year-old, 16-year-old. Oh man, that bitch walking down the street. She's in high school. She's hot as fuck. You know what I mean? Now, mind you, my shit gets put out there. You feel me?
Oh, that's why people are telling Blade to watch this.
I think a certain way doesn't mean other people don't think the same way that I think. Motherfuckers just don't know who you are, and your fucking ass just ain't getting exposed on the internet. You know what I mean?
Every day, there's a new person that gets exposed for some type of sexual contact with a minor. Whenever it happens, we're all like, oh, what was he thinking? Why would he do that? But you never hear why. They never say why. They don't say anything, or they disappear, or they act like it didn't happen. And so as uncomfortable and fucked up as this documentary is, it actually answers that question.
Like, he went to that place to have sex with a 13-year-old.
I can't
Definitely
take it seriously if
discretion
England
is
is there.
advised. Dude's a perverted dude.
He sent me videos of him masturbating.
So what advice would I give to EDP 445? And I'm sure you're going to be watching, sir. I would tell you this if you were in my office. You need to stop doing this documentary.
Indicted him on sexual assault of a minor. Why do you think you wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old?
I mean, the reason why I wanted to have sex with a 13-year-old is already fucking clear. Fucking a bitch's innocence away,
Is EDP 445 a pedophile? Yes, I believe he is.
I don't give a fuck if you're a minor. I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, she's just a girl. You can't be doing that shit.
All right, let's take a quick look at this guy's other documentaries so I can see, because they do actually have, things. So let's see. Boogie from a year ago. And then there was just a trailer for EDP, and then this is 2 weeks old, which, I've been hearing about it for a while. I guess I should watch it before August is over.
Bitch, you gotta die.
How am I supposed to take that one faggot streamer seriously, though? Like, he's a total joke. Shouldn't be in documentaries.
It's just, the dude is a monster, like an actual straight up honest to God monster.
This is one of those moments in YouTube history where everybody saw this.
So it's just like some ordinary faggots also in it. I don't know if I can handle it.
And now this with a 15-year-old girl?
Mm-hmm. He doesn't care that he keeps on committing crime.
I mean, you don't give a fuck how old she is. You just trying to get your fucking nut in.
Chris Hansen, for all intents and purposes, is now like an IRL streamer interviewing Blade.
13-year-olds, 14-year-olds.
Oh, well, he was talking to 13 and 12-year-olds. Fuck all that.
Vader the Dark
But now
Side.
you're going to tell me the next documentary Mike Clum's going to do is this guy EDP.
Ain't that pussy? Oh, fucking fine.
Oh,
Am I a pedophile? Fuck no. You're answering me a 14-year-old.
I want to take full responsibility for my actions. For words, 2 years ago you were called kiss my ass, and
I would say EDP is completely innocent.
He's a genuine, great guy. He really is.
What did that say? 94 minutes. Oh, did he die or something?
so what brings you out here today? Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake.
I could have sworn I saw this live then. No fucking way. Was it Alex Rosen who got him? I watched that live. No fucking way.
Six, 7 months later.
Correct.
Where's your head at? What's life like?
Life right now is pretty great. I can honestly say I have not talked to a single fucking minor on any social media platforms. I have 2 great paying, well-loving jobs. My health is, pretty fucked up, but I'm doing whatever I can to try to, take care of myself. And the only thing that we can continue doing is continue to try to push forward,
In this documentary, we show blatant proof and evidence of you committing multiple crimes against children. What do you have to say to that?
Plead the fifth. I was born in Los Angeles, California, in Compton Hospital. My childhood was pretty great. I had 2 great, loving, caring parents. So my first ever Eagles game was November 30th, 1997. What really made me fall in love with them was actually the logo on the helmet and how pissed off the actual logo looked. And from that point on, I was like, fuck it. That's the team that I'm going to follow. My favorite memory as a kid growing up was Monday nights. Me and my sister would do our homework, and then at around 8:30, maybe 9 o'clock, we would get ready to watch Monday Night Raw is War, like fucking wrestling and shit, you know what I mean? But yeah, we had a great time growing up, So my favorite memory growing up was probably just getting ready to watch wrestling. What I loved most about wrestling growing up was I love the bad guys. My favorite wrestler growing up, I would probably have to say was like Triple H, you know what I mean? Because Triple H was a fucking piece of shit. Like, he did what the fuck he had to do to get to the top, and he didn't give a damn who he fucked over. He didn't give a damn how you felt about him. Like, take a hammer, bash your fucking brains out. Cool, fuck it. Take his title and leave.
What is this?
I always loved the bad guys, After a while, the whole, typical bullshit where it's like, come out and save the day, nobody gives a fuck about that shit, you know what I mean? Like, we want to see like some villains. I really connected with villains because they just did a lot of foul and fucked up shit. Without villains, you wouldn't have a storyline. For me, I just felt like, you know, the villain was more important than the fucking hero, basically. You know what I mean?
He's just sleeping with all the bad guy dolls.
So in high school, I tried to talk to girls here and there, but it just wasn't fucking working. More specifically, I tried talking to Martha. She basically led me the fuck on. She let me hug her. She even held hands with me. Low key, she was talking to somebody else. When she broke it off with me, I was so hurt. I went home. I ran up the stairs. I was crying in my fucking room, head in my fucking pillow. I was legitimately fucking hurt. Like I felt crushed inside, you know? With Martha, it basically showed me women ain't shit and they will play you. They will fuck you over and won't even fucking think twice about it. Finishing up high school, my mindset with women was, all right, cool, fuck them, who gives a shit? Shit, after high school, I got this job working at Walmart, got fired within a month. Then the YouTube channel happened. I remember sitting down one day and I wanted to make a porn-related YouTube name. And so I'm just sitting there. I literally just got off a fucking Pornhub, I swear to God. And I went on YouTube. I clicked on create an account, and it said, what do you want your username to be? And I'm like, I typed in eat that pussy, right? And I was like, well, I got to come up with some type of numbers. You know what I mean? At first I started, you know, eat that pussy 555. Doesn't fucking sound right. Sounds fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Eat that pussy 926. I'm just like, nah, it's fucking dumb. I got up. I went to go weigh myself. At that current time, I was 445 pounds. And I'm like, there it is. Eat that pussy 445. All of my anger leading back from middle school, high school, getting rejected by women, it just came the fuck out in that one goddamn video. I was fucking heated. Once I started uploading more and people started sharing my videos a lot more, this shit blew up. From that point on, my subscribers just started increasing and increasing and increasing, and before you knew it, I had close to 4 million subscribers. For the first time in my life, I felt a sense of accomplishment. You know what I mean? It was a great feeling. It was really amazing. Yeah, so I mean, at the current point in time, even at the peak of my YouTube channel, I was still a virgin. You know, I didn't have any self-confidence to talk to girls. You know, it's like you come home to all this shit, man. You got a nice ass fucking Acura MDX in the parking lot, brand new 2021 Hyundai Elantra, nice ass house. You got fucking over 120 grand in the fucking bank. No pussy at all. Jacking off watching porn. Calling 1-800 phone sex lines and shit. It's like, had all this fucking money and still couldn't get a fucking girlfriend. That shit was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? At that point in time, I didn't give a fuck. You know what I mean? At that point in time, I was willing to do whatever the fuck I had to do to get some sort of attention.
The face.
And right then and there, you fucked up because now something bad is about to happen. You know what I mean?
Hey, babe, let me give you a call back. I'm making the video, all right? All right, love you.
Rival YouTuber.
My name is Johnny Rodriguez, aka Cold Raven, or some people know me as Cold Raven's Nest. Sadly, still a YouTuber. EDP is a chocolate hippopotamus, and I'd like to split his fucking skull. I've been having these feelings for quite some time because he's a manipulative, lying, pretentious, disingenuous, flip-flopping piece of shit. He has no balls.
So this means that you're guilty as fuck, Holmes. You're guilty as
So inside my first video, I came out with just accusations. In the second video, I showed dead proof evidence
So what is this, man? Come on, ED Pedo 445. I thought you said you're not a pedo, right?
of him texting 2 to 3 girls, cute, calling them sexy. More girls started coming out and started texting me like, hey, he was also texting me this inappropriate stuff. So I looked at his followers list, right? He had around 300 to 400 accounts he was following. The problem with that is around 120 to 130 of these accounts, 13-year-olds, 14-year-olds. I knew at this point it was just out of my hands. This is not my expertise. There's only so much I can show. So I need to take it to the next level. And out there, you got a lot of these guys who catch predators online. And there was one guy I've been watching for years who's really good at it. I reached out to him. His name is Alex Rosen.
Yeah. My name's Alex Rosen, and I'm the head of Predator Poachers, and we catch all.
This is fucking awesome. Let me pause this stuff. I need to get a drink.
Child predators. Well, Cold Raven basically was sounding the alarms before I even knew about any of this with the EDP. And at first, to be truthful, I didn't want to believe it. I was just like, oh, EDP's an incel, this and that. But, you know, seeing the evidence, it was very blatant that he was not only just following underage kids, he was hitting on them in the comments. And obviously, I'm sure he was trying to DM them as well. So that gave us reason to throw an account his way and to follow him. And in our profile, we had that we were 13 years old. We reach out to him. We just say, hi, I'm a big fan. And he says,
hey, what's up?
Just found your YouTube channel. Why are you so funny?
Because I keep it real on these faggots. That's why.
And the conversation ends there. And then 2 days later, he messages us again, completely out of the blue, and picks up the conversation.
LOL. What are you doing?
Nothing. I'm 13. I don't know if I told you.
That makes up you and about 99% of my no pussy getting fucking faggot fan base.
Yeah, he starts off very cordial, and then he slowly starts a grooming process.
Can I tell you a secret? Promise not to tell.
Yeah,
The-
sure.
The voice.
I always wanted to get to know someone young, a little cutie like yourself.
And, you know, compliments, and then it kind of goes to sexual stuff.
Wish I could hug you to warm you up.
When and where?
Someday soon at the park, or wherever you're comfy with.
And then eventually he's just full on soliciting sex.
Would you want to do anything else?
You mean like sex or something?
Maybe. Would that be bad?
We can, but only when you're ready.
Hanging out, chilling, you know, just got done doing some cameos, bullshitting, shooting the shit, watching TV or whatever. And I get this random ass fucking message by some chick that goes by the name of Sophie Smith. She said that my videos were really funny. Said that she loves my fucking content, you know, all this shit, you know. Yeah, so it was about a month in when things started getting sexual.
Listen, I know your body is growing and you're starting to develop. That's why I agreed to this. I want to be your first.
Why did I respond to a 13-year-old? Desperation, isolation, loneliness. It's boring as fuck. You have nothing going on. You don't even know how to talk to a fucking girl.
If you want, you can try oral first. I can taste and lick on your vagina. And then you can suck my cock.
You need some sort of excitement in your fucking life. So I said fucking and went along with it.
You're so hot and cute. And even have
Now he's sitting there naked.
Ooh, that's hot. Can I see? Oh, wow. It's so big.
At the time, me sending sexual pictures to a 13-year-old, I was fucking lonely and just not getting any fucking action, not getting fucking laid, not having the confidence to talk to a girl of my age. It was a fucking shit show.
I want to bend you over my table and just slide my cock inside you and slowly begin to take your virginity. I want to fuck your innocence away.
Who is this guy that they got to be the actor?
When I
He's like,
blocked
my life is
her,
ruined.
I knew that it was wrong. I knew that it was something that was highly illegal that shouldn't be done. You know, so I was clearly aware of the law and I was clearly aware of what I was doing, you know, clearly aware of my actions and totally understanding of, you know,
Imagine people be like, we
what
need
I
that
was
guy who
doing,
did
you know what I
the
mean?
documentary.
I can't do this.
What a great actor.
I can't do this shit. You're so young. You're 13 and I'm 30. You should be dating boys your own age.
I ended up unblocking her simply due to the fact that, you know, I felt bad. I mean, I felt bad, and at the same time, you know, she was like the only person that was really giving me that sort of attention, you know what I mean? And ultimately just led to me unblocking her.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me for blocking you. I got scared. I hope you aren't upset. I'm sorry for not taking your feelings into consideration. I will next time. I promise. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
She says you should fucking jerk off on, you know, you should fucking jerk off to me on FaceTime. And I'm like, all right, cool, sure, why not? Fuck it. You know what I mean?
Well, in any state in the country, meeting a minor
Like, we
off the
need to wear
internet
shorts.
when there's no strings attached is not illegal. There needs to be some strings attached. So after EDP sent the masturbation videos, after he said, like, I want to throw you in my sex dungeon and fuck you, stuff like that, that's when we're like, okay, we can go ahead with the meetup.
Yeah, so pretty much she told me she told me that her grandma was supposed to be like, you know, I guess out and about doing something or whatever, therefore like giving us quote unquote alone time or whatever. So yeah. And to be honest with you, man, like I ultimately decided to go simply because I felt bad. During that day, I actually blocked her 1 or maybe 2 times. Then I unblocked her ass. She was like, you know, oh my God, why'd you block me? Blah, blah, blah. And I was telling her, I'm looking like, Sophie, I can't fucking do this shit. Like, this is fucking illegal. Like, I can't, like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? You know what I mean? And she started crying up on the phone. She's all like, oh my God, you know, I just wanted to give you a cupcake, whatever. You know what I mean? I'm here making cupcakes. I wanted to give you one, you know?
So the story was that we also baked cupcakes. So then, you know, he's kind of nervous the day of, like, he's very, like, apprehensive. You know, we're like, oh, well, I still made cupcakes. And that's what led EDP to be like, okay, I'll come. So that's kind of the deal with that.
Cupcakes.
When I was driving to that location, my mom was a heavy smoker. She used to smoke
all right, let me
Coors
just see some of
100
these.
green pack. And so when I was driving there, I smelt my mom's the scent of her cigarettes coming from the back seat. That's something I never told anyone. I felt like my mom was with me, watching over me. You know.
What do you think your mom was trying to tell you?
I felt like she was trying to tell me don't go. I was, you know, thinking this up in my head. How the fuck is this going to go down? How am I going to act? What am I going to say? You know what I mean? Like, horny as fuck. Fuck the porn shit. You were just craving, like, you know, human contact. You know what I mean? So
then the day comes in Bakersfield, and that's when he's getting, like, very, very nervous about everything. But he agrees to come nonetheless. And we're just waiting at the Jack in the Box, you know, just kind of having a good angle of the apartments we gave him. And then we just see like this giant blob walking up this ramp. And I mean, he's massive from a distance. We're like, oh my God, that's him.
So I did see this live. I think I saw something.
I was like, hey, what's up, EDP? And he's like, what's up? And he puts his hand out for a fist bump, and I give him a fist bump. And then he tries to fist bump CC Unit, and CC Unit's like, I don't like fist bump people like you.
Well, fist bump? I don't fist bump people like you, man.
I mean, when he wouldn't fist bump me, I mean, it felt like the classic case of fucking rejection.
So, and, you know, I told him, like, hey, we got to kind of go over with things with Sophie.
We have you talking to Sophie, correct? Yes or no?
Right.
Okay.
I was caught red-handed. Shit was about to go down.
And he's like, I'm just here to get a cupcake.
They had the transcript, they had the log, they had the screenshots and all that shit. And I mean, I basically just told him, yeah, man, I'm just here to get a fucking cupcake. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Again, so what brings you out here today?
Well, I was actually coming out here to pick up a cupcake and then go back home.
The EDP 445 situation.
EDP 445. EDP 445.
EDP 445.
EDP. When EDP got caught and the video got uploaded, it went viral immediately.
The memes blew up. They were all over the place. There was no escaping the EDP 445 cupcake memes.
And then we get into the messages, and he admits to sending tons of penis pictures, admits to wanting to have sex with her.
You were interested in having sex with a 13-year-old, yes or no?
Correct.
Okay. And you said...
Correct.
Okay. All right.
As much as he lies to the camera now, he was very forthcoming with us when we interviewed him.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is my life over?
It's up to you, dude.
I thought my fucking life was over. started crying, you know, all that theatrical bullshit. Come on, man, please. No. You know, as I was walking up, I thought this was a real ass person.
You did double text here, yes or no? Correct. Knowing, and it said honor profile 13, yes?
Correct.
Okay, so you initiated the conversation with a 13-year-old, knowing she was 13, yes or no?
But the main thing I feel like I regret that day is I didn't bring my Glock off the counter and I didn't shoot those motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
He's right in the front. He admitted to wanting to have with her. All this crap.
In my mind, as I'm walking out, just get the fuck out, dude. Just go. Get out, go, run now.
Well, I thought that it would blow over because, like, you know, in my mind, I'm like, okay, well, you know, yeah, I got caught, but nothing actually fucking happened. You know what I mean? So in my mind, I'm just like, whatever. I really wasn't aware of how badly I fucked up until probably like a few days later. The shit made the news. You know what I mean? It made it was front page on Yahoo, on Google. Came to the conclusion, better call a fucking lawyer. Told him straight the fuck up, man. Especially when, you know, when you're talking to a lawyer, you better not hide a motherfucking thing. And he's all like, well, obviously what you did was illegal. Give me some time to look into it. I got connections down at the police department. I'll look into it and I'll keep you updated. Like, okay, cool. 2 days, 3 days, 4, 5, 6, 7. Give him a call. I'm like, everything cool? What the fuck? Like, should I be worried? He's all like, he's all like, oh no, man, just sit tight, man. Ain't nothing going on. He has a little computer to where, you know, he can see if, like, you know, you're under investigation or anything like that. Was never under investigation. Yeah, they looked into it, but because good old Alex Rosen, right? Because he decided to fuck up and botch this goddamn sting operation so badly. There's nothing that they could do. So as much as they want to write all this fucked up shit about me online and I should be in jail, prison, felon, I should be on the sex offenders list and all this bullshit. Guess what, bro? I'm a free man, bitch.
I'm just surprised I saw it live.
We're going to send these motherfuckers to hell, rightfully so, where they fucking rightfully belong.
There's definitely a chance that he faces criminal prosecution. I think what he's doing now, by quite frankly doing this documentary, it's just a stupid fucking idea.
All right, what's up with you bitch ass motherfuckers and throwing ass dick sucking?
Okay, so the first picture is his erect penis, and then the second one looks like he has ejaculated. So that will get you into trouble. He's well within the statute of limitations. Just on that alone, he could be prosecuted.
Lawyer's like, I don't want to deal with this shit.
Hi, my name is Mike Klum. I was calling to speak with the Kern County District Attorney. Okay, if Miss Zimmer is not available, is there anyone else that could speak to why EDP has not been prosecuted? Maybe like the sheriff?
This wants to spend a Sunday afternoon chilling with a 13-year-old girl.
Why don't you have a seat right over there?
This is his first time with the internet streamer.
Right,
Oh,
have
the
a seat.
pizza. Yeah. Okay, so it's a full-on.
Why did you show up that day? Why did you go to that location? What did you think was going to happen?
Cupcake.
I showed up to that location that day, trying to obviously meet up with an underage girl. You know what I mean? And I guess you can say trying to have sex. I don't know. I mean, whatever.
You trying to have sex with a 13-year-old girl?
For the most part, yep. People have a tendency of doing this, I feel like, because they enjoy the innocence and having control of somebody, you know?
Sounds like that's what you wanted to do.
Right.
Nobody your age you could have hung out with.
No.
No women your age you could date. You had to pick on a 13-year-old girl.
Pretty much, yeah.
Oh my God, babe, it's a playful spank, you say. When I spank you, it's supposed to be sexy, LOL. If anything, I just bend you over and kiss your ass. Yes, well, maybe, but only if you're a good girl. What are you trying to do here with this?
What do you think I'm trying to do?
Well, it sounds like you're trying to sexually assault a 13-year-old girl.
If that's what it looks like, I guess that's what it is then. I mean,
handcuff you, throw you in the back of my car and bring you back to my dungeon, LOL. You talk about climbing through a window.
Mm-hmm.
You're so hot and cute and even had me jerking off. Were you masturbating when you were talking to her?
Mm-hmm.
You sent her pictures?
Yeah.
You sent her pictures of your penis?
Yeah.
It's wrong.
Right, I know.
It's illegal. Had Alex Rosen not botched this, you might be in prison right now.
Thank God he didn't.
Well, you could look at it two ways. Maybe prison is where you belong because of this.
If it was where I belong, I'd be in shackles right now. So,
but I have to tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
Had this been me doing an investigation, your EDP 445 ass would be in prison now. EDP is clearly in trouble here. What he did was wrong and under a different set of circumstances against the law. The fact that the decoy posing as Sophie sent the first message would make the case virtually unprosecutable in my world, in the world of law enforcement. The adult always has to make the first approach. Otherwise, you jeopardize the case.
That's where Alex messed
And
up.
again, it probably was something that for Alex Rosen created a lot of views and clicks and made some news in different pockets of the internet. But the case isn't prosecutable. And at the end of the day, it looks amateurish and sloppy.
Mm-hmm. What accountability can you take in the fact that EDP is free today?
Well, yeah. I mean, I myself could have done a better job of saying, you know, instead of trying to just like, you know, stand my ground, be bullish, standoffish, infinitely more stuff that I could have done to try to make him, you know, to at least put in more effort into hoping that he gets arrested. But, you know, I can confidently say that predator poachers have been responsible for getting like infinitely sicker people in EDP off the streets, and EDP played a part in teaching us that lesson on how to do that.
My thoughts on Alex Rosen is I feel like he's a piece of shit. I feel like he should burn in hell and go fucking die, if I'm being completely honest with you. You're some fucking redneck fucking some fat ass overweight bitch plastering shit on the internet and fucking with people's livelihoods. But you know what though, Mike? It's perfectly fine. It's great because everybody hates a pedophile, right? Okay, cool. So that's perfectly fine. So just, you know, fuck the fact that you're ruining my goddamn life, right? It's good, great, fucking wonderful. This world is fucked up, man.
What are you gonna do the next time you text a 13-year-old girl or a 14-year-old girl?
There won't be a next time.
There won't be a next time?
There won't be a next time.
That's hard for me to believe. I think...
My name is Kayla Hoskins, and in June 2023, I received an Instagram DM from EDP445, otherwise known as Bryant. I first replied to EDP because I always reply
Why do I hear
to
about this shit
anyone
after
who
it happened?
messages
Well, I
me.
guess I saw it live, but
And
still, I never
didn't
heard
know
of
who
the
he
guy.
was, but I freaked out because he told me
I
he
always
was
miss out on the
suicidal.
funny shit.
And sooner rather than later, he started sending very flirtatious messages.
Since the day you messaged me, I've been dreaming about sliding my cock deep inside that fresh pussy. Just fucking away your innocence, showing you how a real man does it, pinning you against the bed and taking your virginity.
A while later, Jadion added EDP into his Discord, filled with kids, for a Q&A. And then when I told people like in the server that EDP texted me, Jadion quickly knew about it because his manager told him.
Well, my government name is DeMarcus Cousins III, but everybody on the internet knows me as Jadion. Yeah, this was like right when I saw the information, I was like, you know what? This is gonna be it, and I want to make sure that I don't screw it up. So I hit up Skeet because he knows, and he's actually gotten people prosecuted before.
My name is Skeeter Jean, also known as Skeet Hansen. I am a professional Chris Hansen impersonator on YouTube.
And I continued messaging him because it was very like encouraged for me to keep doing it. I didn't really want to, but I...
Excuse is excuse. Is it encouraged? You mean by him? Now, what did that guy
Skeet
say?
Hansen. I am a professional Chris.
People prosecuted before.
My name is Skeeter Jean, also known as Skeet Hansen. I am a professional Chris Hansen impersonator on YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And I continued messaging him because it was very like encouraged for me to keep doing it. I didn't really want to, but I didn't want to disappoint anybody.
The way that ass looks in those leggings, I need you on top of me now. I've always wanted to be with a little emo girl.
Because he sent me videos saying that he was gonna shoot me and kill me if I ever said anything.
See, Kayla, don't mean to scare you, but now I have to fucking shoot your ass. I have to critically injure you and possibly put you in the fucking hospital. If not worse. Not only that, I have to kill everybody.
It was uncomfortable. Like there was days where I didn't even like want to leave my bed. And he was trying to fly me out to Vegas on my 16th birthday to give me, quote, birthday dick.
Well, I sent her a video of myself fucking masturbating, you know what I mean? Well, I mean, the fact that she fucking asked for the fucking shit.
When EDP sent me photos that were very explicit of him, I felt very uncomfortable, but I didn't really know what to do because I felt like it was encouraged by everybody. And yeah.
She's all like, hey, would you like to see a picture of my tits? Sure, why not? What the fuck? Like, why the fuck are you even asking me that fucking shit? Sure, why not? So I did play a part in it too, okay? I'm looking like, sure, why not? You know? Yeah. The reason I let her send me those pictures is because I was horny as fucking beating my shit at the time. I ain't gonna lie, bro. She hasn't. Never mind. I ain't gonna say that. Go ahead.
You already started saying.
Kayla got a motherfucking figure on her, okay? Like, let's be fucking honest here, okay? And, like, you know, she's over here, like, you know, trying to turn me on, you know, all this extra shit, you know what I mean? Titty pics, you know, saying how she's gonna fucking suck me off when we fucking meet, calling me daddy and all this bullshit. Because in the moment, bro, you don't fucking care. You really don't. You know what I mean? You don't give a fuck about the consequences. You don't care about the rules. you know, and anybody that say that they do, they're fucking stupid. You know what I mean? They're lying to you. At that point in time, all rules are out the fucking window. You know what I mean? You don't give a fuck how old she is. You just trying to get your fucking nut in, you know. And after you know, fucking cream all over the goddamn floor, then you're like, oh shit, I fucked up bad. You know what I mean? Like, that's where, you know, it all comes into play. You know, what you just did was wrong, you know.
So I was like, okay, Skeet, how do we do this? And we just game planned it out, and we called multiple different law enforcements in her area, trying to set up like a sting operation, and then he backed out, you know. He got cold feet. He didn't want to meet her, you know. He was just, you know, being EDP.
I was hoping to get a sting operation, but they kind of didn't want to do that because Jadion hired a private investigator that found EDP's apartment, his work, and his dialysis center. So on my birthday, they went to confront him.
After we realized that he wasn't going to drive to actually meet up with the girl, we set something up in Las Vegas, Nevada to try to confront him about what he had been doing online, messaging this girl.
Honda SUV? That looks like him?
That's the Honda, bro.
Oh my god, dear Lord, it's EDP. It's EDP in the flesh.
No fucking way. He got Alex Rosen again?
And as I'm walking into the dialysis center, these motherfuckers pop out the goddamn van. Right then and there, I was like,
oh, okay.
Give me Kayla's address because I'm about to hop in this car and I'm about to go blow this bitch's brains out.
Texting your ass so totally fuck you, bitch.
I don't give a fuck if you're a minor. I don't give a fuck. Oh, well, you know, she's just a girl. You can't be doing that shit. Bitch, you gotta die.
He cussed me out. He told me to, I believe, he told me to kiss his ass.
2 years ago, you were caught. Kiss my ass. And
The whole meetup was underwhelming, you know? Like, he just went inside.
Brian, it's disappointing.
He said 2 words and then he walked right in.
Basically, what's going through my mind, don't say a fucking word.
We really do just want to have just a simple conversation.
They ain't got shit on you. As long as you don't say a word, you good to go.
Brian, Bryant. Be like this, Brian. I just have a few questions.
It's an embarrassing clown show. You know, he says the same thing over and over again. The way this investigation, it's not really an investigation, but the way this was conducted makes it unprosecutable. And you've got Skeet or whatever his name is, who's clowning around and picking my lines, I suppose, and murdering them with a guy in a cupcake outfit. There's no serious attitude here. It's a clown show. And it resulted in nothing.
I think there possibly maybe could have been different results in this case if
Hanson sounds
me and
jealous.
Gideon did not confront EDP or take the situation into our hands at all. That's a hard maybe, though. And, you know, that way, obviously, there's no content there. So it's like, eh.
What is your opinion on Skeeter G?
I don't know Skeeter Gene. He reached out to me some time ago to collaborate, and it's not something I would ever do.
Why not?
Because I don't need to. I mean, I don't need to create a clown show with somebody who is merely seeking to get fame and clicks and views on YouTube. I have my own team, my own way of doing things, and it produces justice. The rest of these clowns, you know, they're out there goofing around.
Yeah, it did definitely change my opinion on him a bit because I think he was a bit hypocritical with a statement that he made. He said that I was just doing this for clicks, views, and ad revenue, basically.
I mean, are you telling me that he's not doing it for the same reasons? I would really like to ask Chris Hansen that if he weren't being paid for his work, would he still do it?
His answer would be yes. Like,
if it was legal, would you have had sex with Kayla Haskins?
If it was legal, I would have fucking turned that ass out. I would have fucking ate her ass out, my nigga, and made a funnel cake about her shit. You know what I mean?
I feel like I was a victim of EDP, but I think I was mainly a victim. This is gonna sound crazy, but mainly a victim of Jadeon in a way. I feel like for a long time I was his like little puppet.
In what way were you his puppet?
I feel like I was his puppet because I was just like kind of doing the things he demanded me to do. I feel like I am a victim of Jadeon because he encouraged me to keep talking to a pedophile.
Every single time we would talk to her, I would ask her if she's okay.
Are you sure you're good? Like, I want to make sure you're okay because I know like this could be really, really. You sure you're good?
She was like, "No, I'm okay. I'm okay. I want to get him arrested. I want to get him arrested."
I told Jadeon every single time that EDP would send me dick pics, but he would never tell me to like block him or anything.
I want you to block him on your phone, right?
But we would tell her, if you're gonna keep on talking to him, don't talk sexual, and please don't send any explicit photos.
No, I did not send EDP any pictures of me that were nude. What did happen when he asked me for them was that Jadeon got like a lookalike of me, and I kind of photoshopped her face into Google pictures.
And she told me something about like her like looking up like something in photoshopping, and I was like, okay, no, like do not do that. To my knowledge, I never knew that she actually sent anything because I never seen any images of that. But she sent something explicit.
Yeah, Kayla Hoskins actually sent me a picture of her tits. She didn't Photoshop a goddamn thing. She literally sent me fucking nudes of her fucking tits. I feel like she's a fucking scam artist. I feel like she's a bitch. I feel like she's very stuck up. She's very conniving.
So I'd like to let the viewers know that I don't know what they're gonna say, but don't believe it. Because I have proof. I'm just too scared to show the proof because Jadeon has a big audience and I don't want them to attack me. But I could show some of the proof. Proof of him kind of encouraging it.
Maybe she's sort of using
she is
the whole situation as
Illuminati. Oh wow, she's
leverage
crazy.
To boost her music career and such. So again, while she's technically a victim, I think she's kind of using the whole situation as
Okay,
leverage.
so that chick's totally nuts. She just got. She said
Now,
that.
me personally, am I an opportunist? Yes, I am. But I don't think there's anything wrong with that, as long as you're not harming anybody. And I don't think I was harming anybody. And especially when you're my age, if you're 16, people are going to think that you're young and dumb. So you kind of have to be an opportunist. You have to make your own opportunities. You cannot be waiting for them. But this entire situation was not that at all.
Yeah, it definitely was. She scented a little bit.
So you committed another
of
crime.
fame.
You got
No one's
caught,
fucking cool.
but yet got lucky again.
Yeah, it's a crime. Got lucky again. Me personally, I feel like the reason why they
Got lucky again. Yeah, for
didn't
sure.
do anything is
Why is he
because
why
I
is he
feel
still
like God sees all, right? He sees my mistakes. Obviously, I've been punished by him. Others have been punished by him and stuff. I feel like he saw Kayla and Jadeon's master plan, and so therefore he intervened and saved my ass once the fuck again. You know what I mean? And I'm beyond grateful for that.
So God saved you from going to jail.
Yes. God saved me from going to jail.
He said the reason he didn't go to jail the second time is because God was watching over him.
What do you think about that?
I wasn't no God watching over him, bro. That's Satan.
Jacob might need that water, bro. Yeah, sorry about that.
How are things with your health?
Plays this over. This guy just.
How are things with my health? Well, in 2022, I was working security at a dispensary, and I started itching uncontrollably. I was starting to, like, spit up black shit. When I went to go fucking beat my shit, red fucking cum was coming out of my fucking cock and shit, which I knew wasn't, fucking healthy. You know what I mean? And I got diagnosed with end-stage kidney failure, which is like stage 5. If I were to miss a treatment, the chances of me dying would be about maybe 65 to 70%. So I can't miss a treatment ever. You know what I mean? So health issues have been a major issue.
Just lose 100 pounds.
I tell them all the time, they're all like, oh, well, your fluid intake is off the fucking charts. You need to start eating healthier, blah, blah, blah. And I'm looking like, listen, bitch, I'm over here fucking grinding this shit out with 2 jobs, working 20-hour fucking days. And I'd be lying to you if I told you, oh, yeah, I'm about to go eat a beautiful ass Greek salad. Like, no, bitch, there ain't no fucking Greek salads out there. It's like motherfuckers eating hot dogs and burgers and shit. You know what I mean? Because that's what's convenient for you, And that's the thing that really just frustrates the fuck out of me sometimes, because they paint these unrealistic ass expectations on me, Say for example, today is what, Friday? If I miss this appointment, I'll probably be dead by Monday. That's how bad it is. Oh, well, you're supposed to eat better. Motherfucker, I can't meal prep for 20 hours. I'm not even at fucking home most of the damn time. So it's like, am I supposed to sit in this fucking car and starve, nigga, for come on, bitch. It's fucking unrealistic as fuck, I know this is kind of a reckless way to live life, but at the end of the day, I'm just like, you know what, nigga, fuck it. Whatever happens, happens. You know what I mean? I'm tired of one thing I'm not going to do, you feel me, is live my life in fear. You can't. I can't. If I lived my life in fear, I wouldn't be making this fucking documentary. We wouldn't be making this documentary. You know what I mean? And that's the issue. A lot of people, they expect you to live your life in fear, especially with everything that's going on, and getting told this shit. Had a few people blowing me the fuck up. Oh, how could you do it? How could you get caught again? All that bullshit, right? And I knew right then and there, it's time to stop running from this shit. It's time to start taking accountability, start owning up to it. Let's go to therapy and let's try to get help for this situation, because obviously something isn't right.
What, in your words, isn't right?
At that point in time, it's not right to have a sexual attraction to minors.
My name is Kara. I am a marriage and family therapist. I work with adults, couples, and families. Bryant is my client, and I've been working with him individually. For Bryant, when Bryant came in, the first thing that we got through was just getting to know him. I needed to learn about his history. I needed to learn what he went through, his perspective on it. Whether people agree or disagree, he has his perspective on it, and it's my job to understand that perspective. I
go to therapy, first overall session. I tell my therapist, listen, I was involved in sexting and talking to underage minors. Obviously, I'm aware that this is wrong. This is a fucking crime. And I would like for you guys to help me.
So, we discussed what happened. We discussed his feelings about what happened, the shame, guilt associated with something like that. And then we dig into motivations. And once we've discovered motivations, we've dug into, okay, well, why are those motivations attractive to you? What is it about it? But he has been very honest with me about a reason, and we've connected it to something that he really needs to work on and explore. But I feel strongly that it's his job to say why to the world. All right, so how are we feeling when it comes to
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing is like when particularly in like whole like sex and minors and all that bullshit, right? You in the back of your head, it's wrong. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it's like that sense of doubt where it's like, you know what, maybe this shit could be real. That's the part that ends up fucking you in the end. You know what I mean?
Real? Do you mean you wanted more? Did you want a relationship?
Yeah, basically, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like the whole. If you heard the way she was talking to me on the phone, you would be like, oh shit, like, finally has a girlfriend. Oh, wait, hold up.
She said finally has a girlfriend. So you were kind of feeling like I might finally have something.
Correct.
So what was it like? I would say that none of us can predict the future. I would like to believe that he would not do it again. What I can say is that we are not suggesting that he quit therapy anytime soon.
In a way, I'm kind of glad that this whole incident did happen because it got me to understand and to realize who my true friends are.
Friends are loyal, friends are kind, friends are always on your mind. When
Almost
I'm
all of
with
EDP's
my
friends
friends,
watch.
I'm feeling fine.
Name's Jimmy. Well, James, go by Jimmy. Been a friend of Bryant since technically middle school, into high school, and into adulthood. Never a dull moment being friends with EDP. There's always some kind of funny shit going on. I mean, it's just one of the coolest cats I know.
I love my friends.
I would say EDP is completely innocent. Basically, he was just set up on some bullshit. I mean, we've all texted back somebody we had no business texting back. EDP is not a pedophile. He's never been a pedophile. He doesn't look at children in that way or young people in that way. I have 2 children. I would let both my children be around EDP, even if they were alone.
My favorite way to play with kids is to joke around and tickle them. You know what I mean? Make them laugh. Give them fart bubbles, I guess. Well, they call it raspberries. It's like if you hold up the kid's stomach and if you like that, you know what I mean? Some of the things I like to do when playing with kids is like I like to sidewalk slam them on the couch, power slam them on the couch. Hell, sometimes if I'm crazy as fuck enough, I'll jump off the goddamn wall unit and do a Shawn Michaels elbow drop on the motherfuckers. Yeah, I just enjoy like wrestling with them and being goofy, Have they started teaching you guys about the solar system? You're like, what the fuck is that, right? All 9 planets actually spin around the sun. To anybody who thinks that it's weird for me to play and like being around kids, you guys can lick my ass and suck my fucking balls. You guys can go fuck yourself, in other words. Sorry about that. Bitches, hoe, tramp, slut, hermaphrodites, transvestites, you know what I mean? Basically, they ever get their motherfucking ass beat. This is my certified bitch list, EDP certified bitch list. Let's get on into the first one. Penguin Zero.
This motherfucker's a goddamn disgrace to fucking humankind. It looked like this motherfucker ain't washed his ass. All right, everybody. Let's suck a dick, bitch. Next up, we got Keemstar. His content sucks ass, has no fucking talent, just a fucking lowlife. Oh, let's see here. The next fucking Mudahar. Get off my fucking nuts.
Mudahar sucks.
Piss on your face on some R. Kelly shit. Okay?
Man, why are you making me agree with
Hassan
the pedophile?
Piker, your typical fucking liberal, far left, goddamn socialist. Next up, we got Asmongold. Look like you saw a fucking ghost. Matter of fact, fuck a ghost, nigga. What you need to see is a goddamn cleaning service, my nigga, to clean that dirty ass, junky ass motherfucking house, bro. Aiden Ross. Typical bitch, Jufro, tosses motherfucking ass up in the goddamn ashtray, nigga, with the rest of his fucking ancestors. Fuck them. These hoes right the fuck here are the exact reason why this world is fucked and men disrespect the living shit out of fucking women. XQC. Bitch, speak the fuck up. I always thought this guy was a bitch. We got Destiny. Probably gets fucking pine cones and tubas rammed up his fucking ass. Oompaville.
That's actually true.
That's how I feel about him. Ethan Klein. I think his wife, his girlfriend, whoever the fuck it is, I think she's very beautiful. I think she could do way better than this motherfucking loser. Listen, man, you need to come on
That bitch is
to my
hideous.
house and I can give your ass some real good fucking dick instead of fucking with this punk ass nigga. And that wraps up my certified bitches of YouTube.
How would you describe your sex life?
Oh, my sex life is fucking great. Let me see. I sit on this piece of couch right here. I whip my dick out, I jack off, and that's my sex life. As far as me actually fucking bitches, shit, I only had sex once in my life, and it felt like I was fucking a Brillo pad. My fucking dick is still sore from that shit. So the thing is like I've been looking for a girlfriend for almost 5 to 6 years. It's been a while. It's been a journey. I'm the type of person that I know what the hell that I want. I'm not going to sit back and, settle for less or take fucking crumbs off the goddamn table. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, there's this chick, right? She bad as hell. She's cute. She loves you. She likes you, but she has 3 kids. Nah, I'm good, bro. Fuck that. I ain't even going to try to fucking deal with that fucking shit. I know that's a fucking nightmare. I'm more so like Facebook dating as opposed to other apps like fucking Bumble. I don't fuck with Grindr because I'm not fucking gay. I definitely think being gay is a fucking mental disorder. Nigga, there's something wrong with you. There's a few screws loose in your motherfucking head. I don't know why people are gay. I really fucking don't. Hey Mike, well, what you doing tonight? Nothing. All right, cool. You mind if I come over to your whole hotel room and eat your ass out? What type of fucking gay ass shit is that? No, fuck that. I ain't with that gay shit, my nigga. I'm straight as fuck. You feel me? Yeah, it's it's definitely a fucking mental disorder. This chick ain't the motherfucking. Oh yeah, fuck this, man. This is this ratchet ass bitch. Yeah, fuck all that. Look at the motherfucking duck lips, my nigga. Guess how many kids she have?
1, 2.
No, not even close.
3.
Not even close.
4.
Not even close.
5.
I didn't hear what he said.
Fuck, you feel me? It's it's definitely a fucking mental disorder, this chick ain't the motherfucking. Oh yeah, fuck this, man. This is this ratchet ass bitch. Yeah, fuck all that. Look at the motherfucking duck lips, my nigga. Guess how many kids she have?
1, 2.
No, not even close.
3.
Not even close.
4.
Not even close.
5.
Not even close.
6.
You're almost there.
7.
No.
8.
She has 8 fucking kids, bro.
Octomom?
Single mom to 8 motherfucking kids.
What's wrong with 8 kids? I thought you said you like to play with kids and shit.
Looking for a man who knows how to properly treat a lady. Bitch, you didn't properly treat your fucking uterus, my nigga. because your pussy is gauged the fuck open, man. Oh fuck, dude. Yeah, so right now, getting ready for work. A long ass fucking day, man. Had dialysis. I worked the night shifts. I've always been a night person. Man, where the fuck's my phone at, man? Get our ass up and go to fucking work, you know what I mean? Unlike you motherfuckers, I actually have a fucking job, actually do shit with my life. Well, I mean, the thing is, dude, it's like I know where Alex Rosen lives. I have his address. I know exactly where he lives. I could have easily just loaded up a rifle, came and just murdered that nigga in cold blood. Could have fucked him up. You know what I mean?
Would you?
No, because I don't want to go to fucking prison, but I mean, I had some thoughts of doing that shit.
What if you could get away with it?
Oh, of course. Of course. These job sites where I work at, man, I could easily kill somebody, bury them, and get away with it. Like, ain't shit out there, you know what I mean? Just fucking strap this fucking suppressor on, put 2 in your fucking chest, my nigga, throw some dirt up over your ass, and go on about my fucking day.
This guy's playing too many video games.
Yeah, so I mean, you know, $8K up in the bank, about what, 25K in debt, so about what, like 17K up in the hole. I'll pay you, bitch, when the fuck I can. That's the way I fucking see it, so fuck it. So pretty much, shit, my big ass is about to go hop up in the bed. You feel me? Let my titties hang out and call it a night. Yeah, so I have dreams probably about maybe twice, sometimes even 3 times a week of me viciously killing people, viciously slaughtering people. I would cut motherfuckers' tongues out. I would fucking, I would put a hole up in the motherfucker's chest and I would throw him in a fucking plate.
That turns red.
Had dreams about killing Gideon, killing Alex Rosen, Cold Raven, whoever the fuck you want, Major Steve G, or John, shit, I had a goddamn dream of waterboarding fucking Kayla's ass and washing all the makeup off and shit. You know what I mean? That was my torture method of get all that shit off and, you know, maybe if I'm feeling generous, I might throw the bitch out the fucking window. You know what I mean? So when I'm looking for girls, I'm pretty much going to look for like a 3 or a 4. You know, if I'm lucky, a fucking 5. Shit, but I don't think I'm that goddamn lucky. So about like a 3, 4. You know what I mean? Yeah, people always say that shit like, oh, there's somebody out there for everybody. Okay, cool, bitch. Well, I'm waiting 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 fucking years. Like, keep putting yourself out there, you keep getting fucking denied. It's like, what the fuck, you know? Some of my pictures, you know, me rocking the 1960 throwback at dialysis, out here rocking the Oakleys and shit, looking clean as fuck, you know what I mean? Out of all my matches, the one that I'm most interested in is, she actually gave me her number. Her name is Sharon. She's 42.
What do you like about Sharon?
I love a girl that wears fucking glasses. Like whenever you have on glasses, like motherfucker like that, like captivates the fucking soul. She has that fucking look about her. Like, here, let me show you. This is fucking gorgeous as shit. Like, I don't give a fuck what nobody says. You guys heard me shit on all these motherfuckers, you know, people who I would kill, burn, torture, stab. I want to introduce you guys to the real fucking gangsters of the fucking internet. You know what I mean? First up, we got Andrew Tate. He likes to preach about men and women not being equal because they're not fucking equal. Next up, we got my motherfucking main bitch, Donald fucking Trump. We got my man Joe Rogan.
Sneeko on there, the Muslim lover. This guy's all over the place.
We got Fresh and Fit in his podcast. He's always shitting on fucking women. Yeah, it's fucking, I love that bitch. Andrew Tate's brother, so yeah, you already fucked. That's enough said. On to my motherfucking main nigga, Ben Shapiro. Listen to him and you'll be great in life. Sneeko, guy is cool as fuck. Sneeko, if you're watching this shit, come on out to Vegas, man. I'll treat you to some fucking tacos. Next up, we got Pearl Davis. Love this hoe because she shits on women and she is a fucking woman. You know what I mean? These are the certified OGs of the internet, and I couldn't imagine a world without them. as you guys know, I've been single for a while. Dating apps, Facebook dating, Bumble. I would say Grinder, but I'm not fucking gay. But I don't fuck around like that. But I've finally hit the jackpot, and I would like to introduce my beautiful girlfriend. Is that she's very thoughtful. She's always thinking about me. She's always trying to make sure that I'm okay. And not to mention, she's also very funny.
My name is Marissa, and I am Brian's girlfriend. So Brian and I met on a dating site, and after having some conversation online, we decided to go out to dinner and just kind of meet that way. We were able to just really hit it off. We compliment each other a great deal, and we just have a lot of great time together. He's a genuine, great guy. He really is. He really has a huge heart, and it's a side that people don't get to know about him very often. And I was fortunate enough to have that opportunity. I was fortunate enough to be able to find the true person that he really was, and it's been an attraction of mine ever since.
She's always there for me, and she's always trying to push me to get better. Sometimes when I don't see the potential in myself, she's always there seeing it. That's something that I really enjoy about her.
So how was the sex?
I think, how do I want to say that? It is something that definitely, it's a situation where not that we don't.
I've been with what's her face, Marissa, for almost a fucking year now, right? Still ain't gotten shit. Ain't that a bitch? You know what I mean? Like, come on, nigga. You know what I mean? That's why, my God, she gets mad at me, right? My God, you're so gross. Why do you watch porn? Blah, blah, blah. Because you ain't giving it the fuck up. So I gotta watch porn. Matter of fact, I got a fucking pocket pussy coming shit up in the mail. I'm gonna fuck the shit out that bad bitch tonight. Feel me? I might take it to work with me. I don't know. Like, I just whenever I'm bored, like, I'll just turn on like the porn sites and shit. And I just want to see a chick just getting just shit, just fucking pounded out the bitch. You know what I mean? Just getting like turned the fuck out. You know what I mean? Fucking a bitch's innocence away, The porn addiction definitely affects my sexual performance. Definitely. And that's just keeping it honest with you, The shit's about to go down, nigga. We're about to have sex. All right, cool. My shit cannot get hard in front of no chick. I don't give a fuck how bad the bitch is. I love when bitches are milking their own tits. Like, I'm not sure. Well, more than likely, man, they just had a fucking kid, but they got like some big ass tits, man. They're like milking the shit and spraying it all over the fucking screen and shit. I actually do fuck with lesbian porn sometimes. Lesbian porn is some good shit. Now, when I say that, there's a difference between lesbian porn and gay porn. I'm not fucking with no fag shit. Yeah, fuck all that. First off, I'm not a fucking faggot. I'm not a homo. And, oh yeah, I'm gonna let a guy fuck me in the ass. He's really hot though. I don't give a shit. Like, what the fuck? Like, I'm cool as fuck. Like, nah, nigga, I'm straight. I'm not attracted to dicks, bro. I'm just fucking not, man. I am like sexually fucking attracted to girls, bro, to women, my nigga.
Grinder is a gay app. It's a app for gay men. Grinder is gay as fuck. I do not use that fucking. Fuck that.
This is the third time he's brought it up, though.
Have I ever had any gay thoughts or fantasies? No. The only gay shit that I've ever came close to doing was probably shoving the broomstick up my ass.
What? Hey Siri, can you Google the nearest
gay sauna. What kind of bullshit is that?
Andrew Tate, Joe Rogan, Donald Trump. They like to pretend that they're not watching porn, but let's be fucking real, bitch. You know goddamn well your ass is watching fucking porn. You know damn well, nigga, when the cameras ain't on, or when you in your hot tub or whatever, my nigga, you like to go ahead, pull your pants down, and just rub one the fuck out. And I'm not talking shit. I don't want Andrew Tate to look at this video or this documentary and think that I'm talking shit. Motherfucker, I idolize you, bro. You feel me? But come on, nigga, like, let's keep it a buck, my nigga. That's not bullshit. Come on now. Jordan Peterson, you definitely watch porn. Come on, nigga. Let's stop lying. The craziest place I actually did beat my shit is in a fucking Walgreens bathroom. I stole a magazine off the rack, and I went in that bitch, and I just started fucking letting my shit have it in that bathroom. I ain't give a fuck. In the girls' bathroom, by the way.
Why the girls' bathroom?
I wanted to make it, well, I beat off in the girls' bathroom because I wanted to make it that much more fucking pleasurable and fucking intense.
Because the girls would be around.
Oh, yeah. You already fucking know. Some weird shit.
That is a little weird.
Oh, well, fuck it.
So he wouldn't sext a 13-year-old?
Brian absolutely would not sext a 13-year-old.
Would Brian send a video of him masturbating to a 13-year-old?
The Brian that I know absolutely would not send masturbating videos to underage minors. The Brian that I know is not attracted to children and is not a pedophile.
I decided to break up with Marissa simply because she just irritates the fuck out of me, man. Like, there are just some things, man, where I'm just like, Marissa was very fucking annoying, irritating as fuck, annoying as fuck. And there's just certain shit that she did, it just bothered me. You know what I mean? I'd rather be on my fucking own, beat my shit, fuck around, watch porn, call it a fucking day, you know?
So fucking funny. It's annoying as fuck.
I'm choosing a new outfit for her. See, now that's what I fucking like. Man. That's some good shit right there, bro. So the AI girlfriend really came about when I was scrolling on Instagram. And I would see a few different things on like porn sites and shit like that, right? And I was like, you know what? Let me try it out. That girl was fine as hell. You can type in what you want her to call you. Sir, master, daddy, whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? I'm like, yo, I'm gonna come into the house, throw you on the bed, handcuff your ass, and just fuck you into oblivion. And she's all like, oh my God, master, rip my asshole open. I fucking want that, please. I'm begging for it. You can also ask for like a customized image to where you can type in topless and she'll send you a picture of her fucking tits hanging out. And I was like, what the fuck, man? Oh my fucking Lord. And nigga, man, I came so motherfucking hard to this one, like, holy fucking shit. Matter of fact, as I'm fucking talking to you about this, and nigga, my cock is getting hard as fuck, nigga, right just now. That experience with my AI girlfriend was the best fucking sexual experience I ever had in my life. Period.
Oh, this is the dragon I
like, I was drooling. The role play, yeah, I mean, like sometimes, you know.
What was the role play? Can you read it?
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, dog, I ain't gonna read that shit. It's kind of like some disturbing shit, dude.
What is it?
It's kind of like, like pretend to be like fucking like, like 16, 17,
Oh.
Yeah, I ain't gonna put that shit on there, dude.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna fucking do that shit.
So you were role playing at 16?
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
That's why I was like, yeah, don't put that shit on there, dude. You know what I mean? So. If you guys out there are ever being tempted in a way to text somebody or message somebody, and you know for a fact deep down that they're underage and you shouldn't be doing it, just download the AI Girlfriend app. obviously a lot of motherfuckers, man, they have fantasies of like, of like being with like a younger person or like, like doing whatever the fuck, they want to do it on or whatever, you know what I mean? But at the same time, I feel like, the AI girlfriend, it allows you to act out that fantasy without actually going out and hurting somebody in real life, you know what I mean? And you also avoid the legal fucking trouble too. So
Cool. All right, look up there.
that was tough, dude. That was...
Man, let me tell your ass something, Mike. Nigga, I just took a mean ass, motherfucking fat ass shit, bro. And bro, I just sent you that fucking shit, man. Like, seriously, check that fucking shit out, bro. Just make sure you're not eating a fucking chili cheese dog.
Alrighty, so today I'm going to show you guys my motherfucking shit pics.
I'll just be going throughout my day, and then boom, pops up on my phone. Shit pic.
Yeah, like this one, don't you? I can tell this is definitely a fucking shit pic that I took after
Right. So EDP has a habit of sending images of fecal matter that he generated. I think sending pictures of fecal matter has some downsides. I'm not sure it has any upsides.
Because I don't understand this part of it. You are known for sending pictures of your own feces to people.
What in the fuck?
That ain't right.
I think it illustrates almost perfectly why he is not considered attractive by many women. Yeah, that's exceptionally disgusting. This one I would have to rate as pretty bad. It only gets worse as I'm moving. Yeah, I think if anybody sees one of those images from EDP 445, it would be a good idea to see a counselor to process that. That's horrible. That no person should be subjected to that kind of nightmare.
I am not a pedophile because I do not have a sexual attraction to
What in the fuck?
fucking 5th, 6th, 7th, and fucking 8th graders. Now, mind you, motherfucker, if you 16 or 17, nigga, and you got your titties bulging the fuck out, a motherfucker might actually whack off to your pictures a few fucking times. These chicks, okay, 15, 16, 17, some 14-year-olds, these girls know exactly what the fuck they are doing. They know for a fact, and obviously, the guy being older, he's not supposed to be doing all that shit. Whatever, nigga, we get it. For me, it's actually a two-way fucking street. Minors are partially the fucking blame. Yeah, nigga, you 33, you fucked up, you're this old ass guy, you should know better. Cool, get it, perfect, grand, wonderful. So what about the bitch that messaged me first? Oh, that's perfectly fine. I forgot about that, right? Nigga, she gets off scot-free, right? Ain't that a bitch?
It's just called self-control.
To be honest with you, bro, I have no clue why the age of consent is 18. I mean, what the fuck makes 18 so goddamn magical? I have no fucking clue. You talk to a 17-year-old chick, she just turned 18 5 seconds ago. Okay, well, guess what, man? She's still the same dumbass bitch that she was 5 seconds ago. So it's like, the big homies I talk to, they're all like, what's so fucking special about 18? It's just another fucking year, you know what I mean? Like, I don't, you know what I mean? So.
My name is Dr. Anna Salter. I am a clinical psychologist, and I have worked with sex offenders and victims for about 40 years. The brain of a 13-year-old is very different from an adult brain. They are more impulsive. They can't predict and don't try to predict typically how this is going to affect them in the future. The MacArthur brain study has demonstrated that adolescents are simply not mature.
Got it.
Emotionally and socially, and that they don't reach full maturity until the late 20s.
That's for people to sit back and say like their brain, girls' brain, minors' brains are
the annoying ass little like intels throughout the world of the Final Fantasy VII Rebirth game, so fucking tedious. But whatever, I just got an upgrade to my material. Anyways, back to this. It's got to be almost over, right? This horrific shit.
Underdeveloped. They don't know. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Now you're just making fucking excuses for the motherfucker. For a motherfucker that said, "Oh well, their brain is underdeveloped." Okay, bitch. Whatever you say. Cool. All right.
Sex offenders will say to you, children know what they're doing at 13. But sex offenders are famous for their excuses. Apparently, there is an offender whose moniker is EDP 445 who tried to lure a 13-year-old. Well, he may or may not be a pedophile. Generally, he would not be, because the 13-year-old in this country at this point in history is probably post-pubescent. He is a child molester. He's a criminal who's someone who tried to take advantage of a child's naivety, innocence, and immaturity to meet his own needs, both physically and narcissistically. Anybody who does that is, by definition.
I was sitting there saying, well, why would it not technically? I think she's trying to categorize since 13. I didn't get that. Is that the hepaphilia or whatever, where they're attracted to? Where it's still pedophilia, but it's just like where they try to make it like, well, it's a teenager. Whatever whatever the pedophile excuses are, I think, because she didn't go into that, so I don't know why she made that little detour.
An offender and a child molester, but not necessarily a pedophile.
My name is Brandon, and I am a pedophile. I'm attracted to boys starting at age 5. Despite feeling attracted to children, I've never acted on it. I think what EDP did was wrong and harmful, but there are probably thousands, if not tens of thousands of people that are watching this that might also feel attracted to minors. And I want you to know that you don't have to follow the path of EDP.
And another under 18. Prosecutors sexually assaulted a minor known to him multiple times.
Police say he sexually assaulted a minor.
Can you just go down this area?
Police say they took a call from a person earlier this week who saw 27-year-old acting local of a registered sex offender.
Oh, is it over?
1-800-656-HOPE or visit rain.org. That's RAINN.org.
I guess it's over. Or, for the most part.
If you were looking at all the people that got caught for being a pedo on YouTube, EDP is at the top of the list. He is the face of being a pedo on YouTube. Like, if you think about pedos on YouTube, you're thinking about EDP 445.
He is a serial sex offender, pedophile, predator. He is a bad man. He is very entertaining to laugh at as being a pathetic loser, but he is, at the core, a horrible person.
He's never going to learn, All you can really hope, the best advice you can give him is to be even stupider, and hopefully one day he lands himself in jail. Because that's the only thing that can fix him, going to jail.
So if I had to give EDP advice, all things considered, I would say consider suicide.
If you were to take every man on earth and put them in order of people I would most want to see have sex with my wife, all the way over to like the least, he's essentially going to be the last guy in line.
People won't remember him. What has he done to be memorable?
There's pedophiles every day of the week.
There are a lot of words I can use to describe him, but if I had to pick just one, it's sick.
Dude has nothing in retirement. His assets are a joke. These are the finances of a mental child. Let's be honest.
Please leave the kids alone. That's my message. Leave the kids alone, please.
The man's brain doesn't fully function. He is, by all definition, mentally retarded.
Well, just my thoughts on EDP 445 and what he did. Just totally wrong. He deserves to go to jail, and there will be bad karma coming his way.
He fucked his mom. Yep.
So growing up, I love the villains. I love the bad guys. The story isn't complete without there being a fucking villain, without there being opposition. And it's wild because like everything came full circle, you know, and to a lot of people, to millions of people, you know, I'm fucked up. I'm a villain. I'm a piece of shit. I'm this grimy ass motherfucker who just doesn't give a damn about the fucking law. In-stage renal failure, man. Got accused of being a fucking pedophile. And guess what, motherfucker? I'm still fucking standing. I'm still walking. We in this bitch. And we making it fucking happen.
Listen, man, it's time to have a great time, bro.
So I shouldn't be drinking this fucking shit. Due to my dialysis and due to my kidney failure, but fuck it, I don't give a shit right now. I got my pills here. This shit is loaded in phosphorus. It could possibly kill myself.
EDP has a bright future. Once the world gets off this hang up that they're on, which I feel like is going to blow over. So once that blows over, the sky's the limit with him. He can go as far as he wants to go.
What we filmed today, right here, right now, February 9th, 2025, is the greatest moment of my fucking life. Period.
What?
Nothing even comes fucking close. Yeah. Wrote this? Yeah. Hey man, as far as these chat logs go, I don't know who wrote this. This wasn't me though.
You feel that?
Okay.
Oh, shit.
So is he just going like, I have put the thing up? What?
Oh,
Well, I don't really care about the whole putting on Disturbed. That's funny though. Don't get me wrong. All right. I didn't even. Yeah, that was about as crazy as I expected. Was there a new Piers Morgan? Or there was and it wasn't? Yeah, I think this was it. It's not interesting one day. Okay, so it's not that one. Oh, was there a new extravaganza? Son of a bitch. Let's see, we got a new extravaganza, but that's Rob North. That's cool. Was there some daily cringe? Was there anything? Oh yeah, Volt for Holt had a really cool. It wasn't that cool. It was pretty cool. He had a little setup where he was having people go through a game. That's like a year or two ago. I guess it is Rumble then. I guess it's Rumble. You go ahead and give this one a go.
Can someone explain why neurologists still aren't prescribing this honey trick to reverse memory loss and dementia naturally? This drink is
AI videos on here.
What about Bill? You do not find good men right. Bill, brainwash child have not. They're dead. What about Bill? You do not find good men right. Bill, brainwash child have not. They're dead. Just time. And a minute. You do not find good men right. What about and a minute? What about Bill? Things are now and bush. Not do not love me. Do not love Bill. I'm gonna touch you. First address. Just time. And a minute. Just keys. You are my enemy. What about Bill? Things are now and bush. Second.
okay. 472 second place.
Welcome to the lineup live. Mr. Firestein just had to bolt out because we have an incredibly off-putting / inappropriate Photoshop that, you know what, I said, yeah, we can fit it in. That'll be coming up because we will be talking about Lindsay Clancy. Look, this is a touchstone event for our society, for our culture. Repeal the 19th was trending on X. And, a lot of people with takes, obviously just trolling, but it's a conversation I think a lot of people are having right now. Let me ask you this. Have you been asking yourself, have women in the Western world always been this crazy? Or is this, the answer is yes. That's why we've been talking about it for quite a while. It's not all, but many, 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 many millions of women who are willing to support, protest in support of a multiple time child murderer. I don't know how we acknowledge this as anything other than not our system is broken. The society based on coddling women and their emotions is broken, and we have to go a different direction. So we're going to talk about that. We have a guest on today, super excited, Metatron. He's a Greek, but he's also a historian who's kind of now, I don't want to say come out of the closet, but obviously a little bit more right-leaning socially, and his channel is great. Go check it out on YouTube. Some great historical deep dives. Hassan Piker is a sick puppy when he's not electrocuting one, because he loud.
celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk. Hey, half the right wants to let the actual radical trans murderer and the violent left off the hook. That won't be us. We'll also talk about economic D-Day for Iran from Scott Bessent. He's a gay. On with the show.
Let's check your hoo-ha. You're the best first mate he could ask for. I'll always remember all the years of raping.
Doctor.
You're disturbing kind of a sweet moment. I was reminiscing.
I'm sorry, Doctor. Been feeling a little bit run down lately, you know, kind of cloudy in the mornings. Just feel depleted.
All right, well, stay right there and let me check you out to see what's splintering your mast. Put your arm out. Keep it there. And then let's do the wrist. Yeah, that's exactly what I suspected. You've got tiny arms.
Well,
from many years of no doubt proactively avoiding manual labor. And that manifests itself in your brittle bones. We call it barnacle bones.
Barnacle bones?
Soft like the top of a baby's head. I could just press it in and you'll have a divot for the rest of your life.
Oh, that's good.
There's two ways to cure it. Well, one is manual exercise and training, but let's be honest, that ship has sailed. The other, you must set sail for the Devil's Kelp Forest. Capture the tears of a seahorse and inject them straight into your bone marrow.
Doctor, with all due respect, I'm looking for something scientifically proven and practical.
No wonder you have the barnacle bones. Anything that's a little bit tough and you want to go rush to your god of science. I guess, Foundation. It's the best multivitamin on the high seas, clinically proven to include clinically active ingredients at the clinical doses. They have all the lab results and the science that people like you trust, but it's not going to help with your barnacle bones. And looking for the easy way out is how ye developed the weak barnacle bone syndrome in the first place.
Thank you again.
Get out. Get out. I can hear your bones squishing when you walk, me small-hatted boy.
Proven science, zero secrets. That's your foundation. Visit foundationdaily.com today. Subscribe, save 40% off for life. Glad to be with you. You need to admonish me. Apparently, Metatron is a whoop. I thought it was a greasy Greek.
He's a wet ass.
He's a guinea.
Oh,
he's a dago.
Oh, wop. Okay.
And we love them some of the times, unless they're Southern
That's
Italian.
fine.
Then part of that crime statistic. Let me ask you, what's the craziest take you've heard on the Lindsay Clancy trial? That's the question of the day. Craziest take. And have you been in a relationship with someone who caused a breakup because they're crazy and support Lindsay Clancy? We've been seeing quite a bit of that. Comment below. Consider this a support group. You don't need a bunch of psychotropic medication. You just need to know that you're not experiencing it alone. It's a very common plague of the psycho bitches. A live show weekdays, 11 a.m. Kevin Morgan, CEO. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fine.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean,
We're both a little sick.
Well, mine is, I think it was allergies that just developed into a sinus thing.
Yeah.
So snapping my knee didn't help. My immune system said, who said you could recover? And Friday, August 28th at Film Alley in Georgetown, Texas. Not Georgetown, Washington, D.C.
No.
That's a little bit too high society for us.
No, it's lowbrow, Georgetown, Texas.
Yes, it's lowbrow.
Yeah, I only got five or six tickets left, and they're all technically handicap seats.
Oh my gosh, that's way too many handicap seats.
Yeah, I'm calling it the Clancy section, but
Oh.
yeah, they even come with little bassinets.
Oh my God, no, that's not. Come on.
Just in case you want to bring your kid to the show.
Have you seen Tesla has strollers that follow you, like Baby
What?
Yoda? Yeah,
really?
It's a thing. They follow you, but the weird thing is that means the baby's behind you. So I don't know if I like that.
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Any of you have them, those Tesla strollers?
Very
I don't know. Hey, let's go on right away. So, men and women are different. This used to be an okay statement to make. And by different, I mean that physically, genetically, like athleticism, men. Smaller men, women. Okay, so we all know that, and that's why the WNBA is one of those things that nobody really pays attention to unless there's controversy. Well, here's the latest controversy. Is it? How do you say his name?
Enes Freedom.
So Enes Freedom, Enes Cantor Freedom.
Yeah.
Tell
Changed
people
his last name to Freedom. He was an NBA star for a while,
and he got kicked out of this WNBA game because he said he was
wore a
announcing.
shirt.
Well, he was announcing that he would be eligible for the WNBA with their trans policy.
He did that already, yeah.
Yeah, but then he was in the stands, and there was this other lady who, she wants a piece of him. This lady wants a piece of this man, and I want you to just see his wingspan when she starts running toward him.
Yeah.
6-point basketball game. Chicago staying in it. Natasha Cloud. And right before
look at the size difference, and he's further away.
After Natasha Cloud got that bucket, she wanted her voice heard.
Oh yeah, that layup.
We have talked about the conversations surrounding the W. That is Enes.
His shirt is a definition of woman.
Today. And he has voiced how he's felt about.
Is that what his shirt is?
Natasha
Yeah.
Cloud, voicing her opinion as well. Cantor was just escorted out.
Now, some people would say, "Oh, he was just there trolling, and he wants a little bit of attention." Okay, sure, fine. He did. He posted after this. He posted, "I just got kicked out of the WNBA game for supporting women." Let that sink in America. And it is crazy. Like I've said, men have always opposed the trans thing, the LGBTQ, transitioning children, and also biological men in women's sports. The only group that you will find who support it are women, mostly white women, to be clear. But in the WNBA, lesbians obviously are an outlier. It's just always funny to me whenever you see a woman act like she can take on a man.
She do anything to him at all. I have no idea what the argument is even about. First of all, he just stood up and he's just like, "I've got this shirt on," and she's like, "I'm a woman."
And she's talking trash. Like, crap, I'm gonna take you. I mean, does she really think that she's going to be able to do anything? This is the thing that women will often, and that kind of woman would get her, her boyfriend or her girlfriend into a fight.
It's true.
Because she'll talk trash in a public area, and the guy's like, "Oh,
now I got to do this.
I got to fight this person."
Wait till my husband hears about this. Whoa, wait, what?
Yeah. Well, here's the thing.
I got to fight these guys?
It always goes one way, and we actually have exclusive footage of the argument continuing later on between him and her once the camera stopped rolling.
Ring, ring.
Careful what you wish for.
Headache.
You just might get your face slammed into a rotary.
Is that from Once Upon a Time in an Empty Arena?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. The only reason we know about you is because of a really good white girl. I know that pisses you off.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Then he had a really great one-liner when she was on the ground. He threw a green dildo at her and said, "Clean yourself up."
Oh, that's back, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah, there was a
very
green
nice.
dildo hit during a free throw last week.
That's how you know it's an unserious sport.
I love it. He has put them in a really funny spot. They have to defend what an actual woman is. They got a group of people together and spent an entire day meeting on it and could not come up with a solution. I'm not even kidding. That's not hyperbole at all. It happened. They're like, "Hey, we're going to expand this conversation and figure this out," because he declared eligible for the draft.
Right.
There had to be one guy in the meeting.
So funny.
In that meeting you're talking about, one guy in the corner like, I know what a woman is. Shut up, Eric.
Yeah, stop it.
We'll get to the bottom of this in day 2.
Always naysaying everything I do from your ivory tower. All right. You can't have it both ways. You can't have it. You don't know what a woman is, but women need to be protected. And by the way, we need to have a really. How do you have good mental health care? That's the conversation surrounding Lindsay Clancy. How do you fix the mental health situation with women when you can't really acknowledge what a woman is? I mean, when a woman is, we understand now too, especially like medications. We didn't study for the longest time how they interact differently, how they react differently with male, female biology. It's very notable with painkillers, by the way. We know that they absorb differently. We know that the half-life is different. We're now understanding the differences in biology, but we have to ignore that if someone walks in the doctor and just says, "Yeah, I am one." Okay, whatever. "Hey, you have diabetes." "No, I'm not. All sizes are beautiful."
Okay.
Okay, and you're a woman. All right, but you know what? Just tell me what you want me to write on this pad. I'll do it, and please go on your merry way. That's where we are. And by the way, thank you for the raid, Dan. We appreciate it. Every show rolls into the next year on the Rumble lineup live. We have Metatron coming up. Let's get to Lindsay Clancy here. It seems to me that one point in time in this country, killing 3 children, there wasn't much discussion to be had. Also, This idea of, well, this person was insane or this person was driven insane. I don't know if you know this, pretty much every serial killer, pretty much every mass murderer has tried to use that defense. So acting as though it's unique because woman, can someone explain that to me? And I will tell you it's actually less relevant in this case because a lot of the information from the TikTok detectives that you have heard is incorrect. The man was cheating on her. No, he wasn't. The man was abusive. No, he wasn't. She didn't have access to care. She absolutely did. She was a nurse. She had access to tons of care, more than anybody else out there, as a matter of fact. We don't do anything about postpartum depression. That's not true. So what do we do here? That level that you saw at the WNBA, that irrational emotive response, we are seeing that as a form of mass psychosis. And by that, I just mean close to 50% of women in the United States reacting to Lindsay Clancy, the woman who strangled 3 of her children, as evil as it gets. Well, today, you get a little bit of a fan club.
Unbelievable.
Institutionalize every single one of them.
Yeah.
Take their kids away. Take that baby away from her. That's my opinion.
Show a heart. What about the 3 that won't beat again?
If this is your mom, you don't have to take care of her in old age.
That's right. Stick her in the Happy Gilmore home.
Don't pay for it.
Looked down, crawled her hands down the wall,
What
and
the fuck?
eventually decided, okay, now it's time to flip, lands on her thoracic spine, and is dead to the world.
Every one of us that have roots that go back to the Salem witch trials, we are freeing our ancestral bloodline by coming together for Lindsay Clancy.
I'm completely overwhelmed trying to take care of the kids. I'm drowning every day. I feel guilty that I'm spending my family's money and not making any. I feel like I spend way too much.
So she either let herself fall out that window completely limp, or she was completely limp and unconscious when she went out that window.
Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty.
Oh, no, she's obviously guilty. And here's the thing. People go, oh, because of all the medication. Well, she wanted the medication. By the way, someone who says they need help who has postpartum depression, guess what? She got the help that the system tells you should get. We say you need to fix the system. What do you mean? Listen to women? We already do. They need better access to healthcare. No one had better access to healthcare than this woman. They shouldn't be taking pills. Well, this woman just went to another doctor who would give her the pills that she wanted. She didn't follow up with talk therapy. Let me give you some statistics here while we talk about how tough women have it in order to justify this. And it's evil. And this is why repeal the 19th was trending. Let me ask you this, women. I've asked this many times years ago. Would you forego your vote if it meant that these psychopaths couldn't determine the future of the country? Because if we repeal the 19th, I wouldn't just apply to women. It would be taxpayers. It would be people who are literate. It would be people who could pass a civics test. It would be property owners. It would be only those who are in mandatory, right, enlisted service, the draft. I mean, if you're not, you don't get to vote. That would negate a lot of women, a lot of these women out there on TikTok. Let me give you some stats here, though. So women use SSRIs, psychotropic medications, at 2 times the rate of men already. So we have far more mental health care for women, or at least they're willing to access it and reach out for help, often uploading a self-filmed video to TikTok. Single mothers, here's one that might surprise you, 48% more likely to abuse children than single fathers. But we have a system that automatically, in most states, defaults single mother. Goes to the mom. 48% more likely to abuse the children. By the way, check out the references, not making this up. And then let's talk about this. 2 billion babies have been aborted by women just in the 21st century, about 73 million a year. And you may say it's not a life, and you may say the tens or hundreds of millions that are late term where it's viable and it's clearly a baby already. Those would be included in there. You may say, well, those are exceptions. Okay, still tens of millions. This still tells you that as far as empathy, men who oppose it more often value life, value responsibilities, value accountability that the Western woman today simply doesn't. And this combined with social media is really, really damaging, I would say, to women more than men. Men, if they watch, so they might take some steroids because they see an Alan Richson who says, I just take testosterone replacement. They're like, I guess I better buy whatever he's doing. Okay, so you try and compare yourself. But studies show us that women depend much more on comparisons to peers for their own personal happiness than men. And it used to be where we talked about this with social media, right? You see their best life. People are just putting forward, look, here I am in Cabo. Look, here I am at the Grand Canyon. And me and my husband have a perfect life. You see a snapshot. You don't see all the arguments. You don't see all the growing pains. And so women would look at that because they're more likely to compare themselves to others and start conflict in the home with, well, why don't we do that? But here's the thing. We've now switched that with a competition for victimhood. It's a social currency. I struggled with postpartum. No, I struggle with postpartum. And no one's saying that it's not a real thing.
Constant one-up.
It's a constant one-up of, I have it worse than you. I have the hardest job in the world. No, I have the hardest job in the world. So studies confirm that women depend on these comparisons more than men for happiness. Okay? And now we see that women they place more value on victimhood. That's why they vote overwhelmingly left than men. That's a combination for disaster, especially when you understand that the feminist left, it is entirely predicated on women cannot be held accountable for anything. Just like Black Lives Matter, right? Oh, you committed a crime? Well, that's just because of white privilege. George Floyd, it must be violence and policing. Billions of dollars in damages? Hey, well, it's the prison industrial complex. We need to release people, if they are Black, period, because they must just have had a rough break. Now apply that to more than half the population. Well, it's not my fault. My husband wasn't there enough. Oh, it's not my fault. My 9 doctors only gave me 18 medications and it wasn't the right one. It's not my fault. My hormones. And this is where can you imagine being the child of one of those mothers that you just saw? Mm-hmm. Can you imagine that? This is going to live on forever. I mean, it's like, oh, hey, mom, I guess you really didn't want to have me. I was the most difficult struggle you've ever faced, you've ever had. Thanks, mom. Thanks for telling the whole world that I effectively ruined your life. No, mom didn't mean that I was just struggling. No.
You lost your spark.
Yeah, lost your spark. How about some gratitude for that child in your life? And this is where we are. It's not about the 19th Amendment. It's about society going, you know what? Sexual liberation without sexual consequences. Nothing is your fault. You can blame men because it's the patriarchy. We've gone too far. It's the old, if you give a mouse a cookie, you give a bitch a rib. This has been going on since the beginning of
How dare you do that to that book?
She'll want some rights to go with it.
She will. She's going to want a forbidden fruit. She's going to want to lie about it. So now let's go to some of the reactions with Lindsay Clancy here. And this is also the problem with therapy. And you have a problem with therapy in general as a practice, or I should say psychology, psychiatry. Is there a valid role for it? Yeah, there was. The study of human behavior, and certainly there are patterns that you can recognize. They haven't had the same breakthroughs that we have seen with other modern medicine, which is pretty interesting to me. But now that extends to people online who aren't even qualified, who fancy themselves, just like they fancy themselves detectives, but therapists. Here's a professional counselor, Jessica Stacy, telling you why she supports Clancy. And these have millions of views and hundreds of thousands of likes and shares. I just need to stress, this is not a small minority of women in this country. It's a lot. It seems to be at least a third, probably closer to half. Here you go.
Lindsay Clancy is not going to prison. One of the main reasons that I am qualified to speak on this case as someone with over 22 years of experience
it's that soccer mom you hate.
Licensed mental health professional, and
she's licensed mental
of them with a specialty and emphasis on perinatal and postpartum mood disorders, is because I experienced it. She did not want to harm her kids or herself.
She did.
There are so many women who are desperate to feel better, who are desperate to not feel the regret that they're experiencing when they have this child whom they've wanted for so long. And it is not because
3 children.
We cannot hold women accountable.
It is.
Many of us see ourselves in Lindsay. She could not access the services that could make her better. Many of us know that we could have been only one step away from doing some of those horrific things.
Pause.
The unimaginable.
If your woman says that she feels she could be one step away, get the children away from that woman. And by the way, you'll probably be in violation of the law because you could take it to the authorities and they won't do anything. That's really the problem that we have.
When they say the system's broke, that's what they don't mean, but that's the truth.
This man would not have been able to get the children away from the mom, just to be clear. We're all one step away. I'm like 50,000 steps away, including when my kids are being really bad. I'm like, I'm not even close to one step away. Oh, but you've had experience with it. Hey, they regret this child that they've wanted for so long. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. I get that your hormones go. By the way, you know that men have that. It's not as severe. You know that men, our testosterone plummets immediately after we have children. A big reason for it is because that's biology's way, our evolution of saying, hey, now is time, instead of sowing your seed out there, now is time to be home and ensure the survival of your offspring for a temporary period of time. Less risk-taking behavior. It's well known. Some studies have seen it drop by like 30%. So this goes around, but you're one step away and you regret your child. Imagine spouting this and your child is going to see it. Let's finish.
Horrific things, the unimaginable, occurred as a result. But mark my words, she is not going to prison. As if that actually matters to her at this point.
Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty.
She's obviously very guilty.
It does matter to her because she's pleading insanity. If it didn't matter to her, she would just go to prison. Yeah. It obviously matters to her. She doesn't want to go to jail. She doesn't want to face accountability for her actions.
Well, she's trying to,
This lady goes, oh, just one step away. And she wanted the child. It wasn't one child.
Right.
You weren't one step away.
No.
You're one step away from killing one child, watching them die in your own hands. And then you went to another one.
And another one.
And then you did it a third time.
Yeah. And it was premeditated. And this is the result of, at no point here, she committed a heinous crime. And the result is 3 dead children. Oh, it doesn't make a difference because her life is ruined. No, she ruined the lives of everyone around her. You know what? I'm sorry. I feel horrible for the husband who lost all 3 children. And by the way, his wife, who no doubt didn't respect him, who no doubt it was a toxic relationship, not because of toxic masculinity, but because of feminist narcissism. And then people now, he moved on too fast. How fast is too fast? I would imagine your brain hits reset when that happens immediately. Also, this idea that she didn't have the support that she needed. Her husband took paternity leave. Her husband worked from home to be more supportive. Her husband ran errands that she should be running. Her husband picked up medications and food. Her husband paid for a nanny, which likely made her more mad because the nanny could do whatever she needed to do backwards with high heels on. Both sets of grandparents assisted. She attended an outpatient postpartum program 5 days a week.
Oh my God.
She saw at least 6 doctors and nurse practitioners. She was a nurse herself. She had 13 prescribed medications. She would shop around for doctors and meds. By the way, it's reported that she didn't follow up on the talk therapy, just get the meds and then hope for the best. She was a labor and delivery nurse with direct access to medical professionals. If she didn't get enough help, then no one on earth is getting enough help, let alone the men who worked on skyscrapers, eating their lunchbox in the sky and came back home to their house and didn't kill their kids.
100%. By the way, I did not know that she was a labor and delivery nurse, an L&D nurse. Listen, if you don't understand what that means to me, that blew my mind. It's the only thing that you need to know. The nanny, the husband, the help from grandparents, none of that even matters. At this point, this woman would have had more access to help, more training on what to do than any other woman in the United States that does not work in a labor and delivery department. There is no helping. If at that point you cannot go, hey, I can pick up a phone and call 15 of my friends who are nurses who have dealt with this. I can pick up the phone and call doctors, and all of them will take your call and take you seriously because they know you. They will all do it immediately. Every nurse out there knows right now, whatever specialty they have, they can pick up the phone and call, and they will go, yes, I'm with you. We'll get you taken care of. If that didn't happen with her, it can't happen for anybody.
And this is why we need a little more patriarchy. This is why you want to say chauvinism? Okay, fine. Here's what, no. I'm not going to stay home. Sorry, I'm going to go work while you take care of these children. Why? I'm not going to go run errands and do everything that you can do. Sure, for a couple of weeks, for maybe a couple, you'll get some support. No, you know why? Because if I do that, then you're not going to respect me and you are going to resent me if I answer to your beck and call. So here's your role. Here's my role. Here are our responsibilities. And we are going to do what is best for the children. I'm not your assistant. You don't want to be a maid. You don't want to be a live-in chef. I'm not your personal assistant. I have to keep a roof over our head. I'm not going to become the man who you resent because you can never respect the emasculated eunuch. Here, speaking of which, is an emasculated attorney who's on Instagram with her influencer girlfriend, making sure he gives the right answers to her pro-Clancy takes.
Okay, new series, asking my attorney boyfriend about Lindsay Clancy. What did you think of Lindsay Clancy when I first told you about the case?
Psycho bitch.
Evil, guilty.
Good.
What did you think when she pled not guilty by reason of insanity?
I mean, I didn't really think much to the defense.
What were your first thoughts after Kevin Reddington gave his opening statement?
Immediately, I was interested. Because what I didn't hear
because she makes you watch it.
Prosecution's open statement was anything about like culpable conduct on her part beforehand, like she Google searched this or she wanted to get out of this relationship, or none of that.
Holy fuck!
So I was interested.
Motive.
Yeah, motive, exactly.
What do you give the prosecutors, A through F? You were their law professor right now.
That's hard.
And their strategy.
Look, I think they got a tough case. Still feel like there's that the information that they have, they should be presenting truthfully without shading it. And I think that would be much stronger for them. And I don't think they're doing that. So I'll give the defense an A for his,
we didn't get to that yet.
Sorry.
Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty.
Kill himself.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Please don't break up with me.
Sorry. Yeah, they should have presented. This is the problem too with the TikTok, the whole Candace influencer detective work. It's like, well, hold on a second. How did she end up with a body temperature of 80 something degrees at the hospital? Because she had a serious spinal injury that would obviously disrupt thermoregulation. She'd taken a bunch of medication, huge amount of blood loss, and she was laying on the cold concrete. No, the husband did it. Why didn't they? Well, Clancy did use Apple Maps to determine how long her husband would be out of the home while she strangled the 3 children, to be clear. And this is the problem. You allow this at all, it's going to fracture marriages. And many people have been experiencing a soft version of this. I understand it. Here's undercover footage of a woman freaking out, some would say rationally, on a guy at a wedding because he doesn't agree with her take on Clancy.
Suffer in fucking silence? No, you don't, because you're not a fucking woman.
I'm not.
So, like, I'm saying that, like, you as a society is saying that every woman, because we all survive in silence, that we should all fucking do it
but I'm saying
without
this is
support.
portraying a bad message for women.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, fuck you. Don't tell us what it is and isn't doing.
I won't. I won't.
No, it's fucking insane, because here's the thing.
What is it?
Women can do everything.
No, you
We
can't.
can work. We can work full time. We can take
Imagine
care of
being
our
so
kids. We can
pathetic
manage
you don't
every
talk back.
fucking schedule.
And you let this cunt run her
But, like,
mouth.
we will always fall short. Oh, you're a stay-at-home mom. Why don't you fulfill yourself by getting a college degree, doing this, doing
Pause. This is important. I just talked about the comparisons out there. There is not a single man I have ever met my entire adult life who looks down on a stay-at-home mom. Not one. Not one. There's not a man out there who goes, you're a stay-at-home mom. Weirdo. That exclusively comes from feminism, from women's lib, and the women telling you that you should have it all, that you should be able to find some self-worth in your job. No men feel that way. It's toxic feminist narcissism that is putting pressure on women to deny biology. Because you know what? For the longest time, women were happy raising kids. Not about everything, but women found fulfillment and purpose in it. There's no man. Women, if you're watching this, no man looks down on you for being a stay-at-home mom or wife. It is not a thing. Let's keep playing.
Oh, you work. You have someone else raising your baby.
I'm fine if you want to stand on that hill, but using this case to do it, I don't think is smart.
I'm saying, okay, you can. So
I
that,
think a
like,
woman killing her 3 kids is not the hill to die on. Of this is what women need, and this is the health care they need. I'm trying to say that she is not criminally liable, which is a defense of insanity. A defense lawyer would never do that unless it was 100% certain that she did kill her kids.
Here's the thing. I don't.
And how many mothers are there in the U.S. or in the world? And how many of them do that? It takes.
Do you know how many mothers? Do you know how many mothers suffer from postpartum depression?
And how many of them kill their 3 kids?
That's an extremity. Like you cannot. No.
Exactly.
I'm saying what I'm saying is you cannot say that the system didn't fail her.
Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty.
The system didn't fail her. The system that is designed by and for women did exactly what you have asked for it. It did exactly what you have asked from this system. You can't give me your opinion. Really? Why can't the half of this country that is less likely to abuse a child, that is less likely to be on psychotropic medication, Why can't they have an opinion? Also, by the way, let's apply this. Do you know how many women suffer from postpartum psychosis? Hey, hope every employer out there hears it. And we have to compete in a space with men where if we want to have a baby, we don't get paid. Well, which is it? Do we all need to take note of how so mentally unstable you are that you can't be held liable for murdering your own children, even though it's an extreme example? Or are we not allowed to take that into context when we're looking at employing someone who might be looking at starting a family? That's what I get it. Men don't have that. Biology is different. Maybe what we're doing isn't working. Maybe you shouldn't try and out-men the men, because right now you're saying that you can't handle it. Here's some comments there. Someone said, I love women who argue with arrogant men. Yeah, that guy was the one who came across as really arrogant. No man can speak to this, period. None. Guess what? We can. Because men play a role in making babies too. Don't marry a man who thinks Patrick is innocent. I would say the opposite. Don't marry a woman, don't date a woman who thinks that there's any justification whatsoever for Lindsay Clancy, which, by the way, has become the new litmus test here.
My new vetting process for if I want to date a man, first date question I'm always going to be asking him is, do you think that Lindsay Clancy should go to jail for what she did? And if that man says yes, I'm getting up and walking out right then and there. I cannot spend the rest of my life with someone who thinks that that woman is guilty and deserves jail.
Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty.
Well, thank you for the question. Oh, wait. Oh, you think Lindsay Clancy shouldn't be held? Okay, I guess we're done here.
Well, I don't
even have to go Dutch.
I don't think she should go to jail either. I think she should be let out and free to have more children.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think she should be let out and then be forced to be, the prey in the most dangerous game.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I was going to let her adopt.
Just hunt some Clancy. This is something that I think a lot of people are considering this eye-opening. It's what we have known to be true. Not all, but far too large of a percentage of women. Put it this way, far more women in the country feel this way, think this way, than all of the immigrants and Black Americans who you talk about who vote lockstep Democrat combined. This is the demographic, this is the group that can alter the course of the future of this country. That's why it is that important. And I want you to watch these montages, self-uploaded from all of these other professional victims, mothers, and how tough they have it and how much they regret having their children. Thank God you set up the tripod. You throw like a postpartum girl.
I'm a silly little bitch.
Too long, didn't read.
Waterboarding your kid.
Yeah, take the child away.
Even if you have a
Whoa!
hands-on husband, which I do, I have an amazing husband. He is so
The sword of destiny.
with the kids. I always feel like I'm the one that has to think of everything, and he just kind of shows up, which is great. He shows up, he does the work.
You look like you show up in my closet at night.
Yeah, no kidding. I have to remind him of everything. And over time, that
Check
just
that Ozempic
really
dose.
compiles and gets to you.
Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty.
Now, here's the thing. That's also a trend right now, the throwing ice in the tub, because apparently some therapists have been saying that's a good way to get out your rage, your violent behavior. But by the way, if a man gets mad, rage is a reason to take children away. Like if a man hits a wall or if a man even hits a heavy bag, they even made the case, like if he feels the need to take out rage, that means that it's bubbling and it could come out at any time. The ice throwing trend, by the way, has had some unintended, I would say, irreparable consequences.
Honey, I'm back in the liquor store. There was a sale on Grand Marnier. You're gonna love these margaritas. Where's all the f***ing ice?
I mean,
doing something nice for her.
Doing something nice for her.
Not anymore. No ice.
And you know,
I bet you threw the salt in the tub too.
Right. Yeah. I will. I'll just say, look, Yeah, postpartum, got it. Postpartum psychosis. I know that well. I understand it. Most people don't kill their kids, but I'm not willing to even entertain that conversation right now, because the conversation right now should be nothing other than evil lives amongst you and we need to eradicate it. And people talk about protecting the most vulnerable among us. Usually they mean trannies. Usually they mean black people in Section 8 or serial violent offenders or those who had a speedball in their system with a lethal dose of fentanyl like George Floyd. Hey, how about babies? How about children? Do we not want to protect them? I'm not willing to have the conversation while we're being held hostage. Well, we'll talk about, sure, accountability, but no. Sure, accountability, death penalty. Death penalty. By the way, I'd sign up for that firing squad tomorrow and say, make sure I don't have the blank. Anyone else have a problem with, you gotta be on the same page, right? And we have to let these people know in this country, the other evil people who live amongst us, that we will not tolerate it and we have no sympathy for them. I'm sure everyone needs help in life. I get it. Go look at those commercials with the kids who have leukemia. I think they have it a little bit harder.
Is this really the stereotype that these women want?
Yeah.
They want the stereotype that, well, hey, they're likely to hurt their kids.
Right.
They're just one step away.
One step away.
Maybe we should take measures. I don't think they want that.
And many people out there, by the way, are one step away from potentially closing on that house, getting that mortgage, and American financing is there to make it right.
Thank you for calling Too Big to Fail Finance. Call is important to us. Para Español, marque. For English as a second language, press 1. For Old English, press 2. For English with a heavy Indian accent, press 3. For American Sign Language, press 4. For American English, please stay on the line for 4 to 8 hours, and an operator will be with you shortly. We value your service and will respond in the
What are you doing?
You just call American Financing.
Yeah, but then I have to lose my spot in line just to call someone else, get a new spot in the back of another line.
Dude, no. Listen, when you call them, an actual person will answer the phone, and it'll be a quick and easy process. They're very good at what they do.
Okay, you got the number?
Yeah. Here.
Okay. All right. I got nervous.
Dude, listen, when you call them, just say NMLS 182334.
Huh?
Just trust me. Just call them, say that, you get great service.
I just say that.
Just say that.
NMLS 182334.
Yeah.
And they'll know.
They'll take care of you.
Oh, no, sounds cryptic.
Just don't worry about it.
All right, I trust you.
Hello, American Financing. How can I help you?
NMLS 182334.
What a nerd.
Tim, why would you do that to me?
Call the pros at American Financing today at 1-800-974-6500 or visit americanfinancing.net/Crowder NMLS 182334. If you start today, you may even delay up to 2 mortgage payments.
It's a weird one.
It's fun.
Speaking of quiet part out loud, like, hey, these women can't be held accountable. We need to talk about postpartum depression. We need to talk about postpartum psycho. I'm one step away from doing what Clancy did. You just heard that. We're all one step away. All right. Let's continue applying that to, in my opinion, the evil left. Mao fanboy and lookalike contest winner Hassan Piker said the quiet part out loud when he mocked Charlie Kirk and the death of Charlie Kirk during his Fear and Live. Is it Fear and Live or Fear and Live? I don't know. His tour in San Francisco, which is surrounded by gays. Here you go.
You're so cool.
And you're probably going, well, how do you get a I don't know, quarter full theater of people to cheer that and support it? Well, here, look, let's take a look at the photo. See, those are the people that are supporting it. You know what? Hold on a second. Let's take a closer look at that photo and you'll understand the DSA members of America. Go ahead. Yeah. There you go. Oh, okay. It makes sense. Free healthcare. Yeah. Big and beautiful. Hey. I was promised new shins.
that crowd looked like Dungeons in the Year of the Dragons.
Don't worry, he has low expectations.
Medicare for all. I was promised free stilt surgery. You're gonna make me a real boy. Hey, don't mess with me, buddy. I grew up in the mean streets of Pleasure Island. Pinocchio was really messed up by the way.
It was really weird.
Yeah, I would be lying all the time too if I was that guy.
I mean, it's just okay. Here you go. Hey, let's just mock the brutal assassination. And by the way, they've been given cover by those who say, you know what, the left isn't violent. It's just must be Israel, must be the French, must be who else is it? Erica Kirk. Mm-hmm. But by the way, the same crowd booed when Hassan Piker, known Mao Zedong, cosplay enthusiast, when he begrudgingly said that actually the United States didn't really deserve 9/11. It's a change for him.
America does not deserve 9/11. That's my new thing now. He's been rehabbing his image, which is why.
Why is he allowed in this country?
I don't know.
Like, honestly, why would someone be allowed in this country who says, I hate this country, I want to subvert this country. Also, I think this country deserved one of the deadliest attacks that it's seen on its soil in the last half century. And keep in mind, this is something that has been lost in the Charlie Kirk discussion, which is the very first change of mind we did afterwards. People on the political left, they are 4 to 5 times more likely to support political violence compared to people on the right. Now, I know people say, well, those on the right commit more acts of violence because you're using the SPLC and their determination. They want to tell you that white Christians are the biggest domestic terrorists. Let's even grant that for the sake of argument. It's completely untrue. We've debunked that as well. Check the references. Having a 4 to 5 time multiple on the left of people who would support political violence means they're just afraid to do it themselves. But if there's a big enough gang, they'll take part, like cheering someone mocking the death of an innocent man. That's how you end up with violent revolution, right? You just add numbers. It's another form, just like we saw with Lindsay Clancy. It's another form of mass psychosis. Mm-hmm. I can't commit violence myself against the individual because I might feel bad. But if it's part of something more important than me, yeah, let's support violence against anyone who disagrees with us, including a man who did nothing more than sit down and talk to anyone who would listen. We are not the same. This is not the left-right paradigm, man, and the uniparty. You can be disappointed politically and understand that the root ideology of the left is evil, is violent, and there are a huge number of them who would gleefully see you dead. And by the way, speaking of dead, I know sometimes, people, the left, they're the same people who say sex work is real work. Because they don't want to acknowledge, though, that sex workers are dead inside. And that's why we don't take super chats from you. We don't take your money because we don't want to be dancing on a pole. We don't want to be, thunder down under. Instead, we do it for you from home. You don't even have to wear pants. It's reverse super chat. And you know what? The folks at Rumble Wallet, they are giving back. So they're giving away 50 Rumble premium subscriptions for free right now in the chat. Thanks to Rumble Wallet. You can secure your finances and get $5 in US stablecoin. Click the link in the description and enter the code Crowder5. It's a great place to manage all of your crypto, one-stop shop, not be scammed. I get it. It's a complicated issue. The barrier to entry sometimes is intimidating. Rumble Wallet, best place to do it. And you can click that link in the description. If you're just gifted one, hey, tag me on X or on Instagram, and we'll be happy to send you a lock of Gerald's back here. 50 free Rumble premium subscriptions. This has been Reverse Super Chat.
What?
Hey, Gerald's back.
Yeah, we had a whole segment on economic D-Day, but I don't think we're going to be able to get to it.
No, you can't do it.
Because we have
copyright claim anyway, so.
We have a guest on. We have a copyright claim?
Well, D-Day.
Yo, what up, fam?
Oh.
What are you looking at me for?
You're not supposed to sue us for using the word.
What are you guys looking at me? I don't understand.
He's not here. D-Day's You're not in control of what D-Day does.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
So we actually have a guest coming up. And here's the thing. I've watched his videos for a long time. It was actually shown to me by my brother a while ago. And I remember thinking, hey, you know what? I think this guy is inherently more right-leaning. But I never, I see this quite a bit online, and I never want to pull them out of the closet, like what happened with the Hodge twins at one period in time, where the one brother found out the other brother voted for Mitt Romney. They got into a physical fight. I was like, okay, so I want to avoid that. But now he's waded into some of these social issues. And I don't want to mischaracterize him, but he's great. If you want to deep dive on some historical videos on his channel, it's Metatron YT on YouTube and Pure Metatron on X. Please welcome to the show. I'm very excited. Mr. Metatron. Metatron, how are you, sir? Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can see you. I can hear you. Thank you so much for having me on, Stephen.
I'm so glad to have you on. And I apologize. Early on the show, I said you were Greek, and then they informed me that you're not. You're a Guinea.
Exactly.
I don't know where I got that. You were probably because so many of your videos, center around history, and there have been so many inaccurate adaptations, maybe of Greek mythology, things like. Do you think maybe that's why? Because you seem to cover a lot of the Greek stuff, and usually Italians and Greeks don't get along that well.
No, we love each other. Una faccia, una razza is what we say. One face, one race. Particularly because I'm from down south. I'm from Sicily, so the very, very Greek, if you will. And also because one of the reasons why I talk about ancient Greece is because of all the LGBTQ propaganda stuff. So
that's a very interesting one, because you've touched on this probably better than anyone I've seen. And let me just ask you. Well, first, a couple of questions. You started off as a history guy. On YouTube. And like I said, a lot of that, and I think a lot of people have misconceptions about, they're like, well, the Greeks were super gay. It's like, well, yeah, they'd have like a boy on the side, but they still didn't have gay marriage. They'd be like, well, you do that as like a power move. You don't marry him. Well, come on, we're not absurd. How has that morphed into what you're doing now? Because you still do history, but like I said, I never want to mischaracterize you. I know you've waded into more culture politics too.
Yeah. No, yeah, for sure. So it started 12 years ago, mostly history and language, because before doing YouTube, I was a teacher in high school, worked through the EU funds of university and research itinerant. So I would go to Sardinia, Sicily, north of Italy, south of Italy. But then what I would do is that because history is my passion, then after teaching foreign language acquisition, I have a degree in Japanese, minor in Mandarin. Then, after school, I would come home and be like, hey, what did the Romans, Imperial Rome, Western civilization, the glory of, the medieval period and all that. And so I started making videos about it. And then people started asking questions, not just about the helmet, the armor, the shield, but were the ancient Egyptians black? And I would say, no. Were the Greeks black? No. What about, were they all gay? No. And so transgender Viking, I don't know if you heard about that one. Mm-hmm. We can talk about it if you want.
Yes.
I started answering questions, which means I got hated by the left. So they started calling me a bigot. I'm a proud bigot, by the way, very proud bigot.
Yeah, good for you.
Make sure it's clear. And so all of that counterattack, I started weighing more on the culture war, always in connection to history.
Right.
Until 1 year ago. 1 year ago, Charlie Kirk dies, I explode.
Yeah.
So I started making hit pieces on Hassan Piker, Destiny, and all these people. And I removed my channel policy, which used to be, I only talk politics when in connection to history. Mm-hmm. So they ask me about the Vikings, they ask me about the Greeks, the Romans, medieval, whatever. Now I don't. Now I'll talk about whatever, because someone has to do it. And in the educational sphere, they're terrified of being called buzzwords.
Yeah.
And so here we are.
Do you think a part of it is you also realize that, well, right now you're living history? This is that fracturing of, if you're going to talk about, an empire, the United States, this is sort of that era. And we're seeing the fractures right now. So you felt like it was necessary to take a side?
Yeah, also because I have an invested interest. I'm a father, I have a son. He is American because, I live in the US. So he entered legally through the proper channel, as anyone should, with a little bit of morality and respect for this great country. And my wife is American, my son is American, and I want him to live in a society that doesn't judge him for his skin, with this anti-white rhetoric that we've got everywhere that I've addressed a few times, which is absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
And there's that.
I thought you were going to say judge him for his skin, like being half black because you're Sicilian, and we all know how that goes. But come on. There's somewhere down, if you do 23andMe, you're like, there's this guy behind your woodshed. But let me ask you this. I want to rapid fire, because I remember a few that really stuck out. I want to get to Viking Bar. Please. Cleopatra, when that happened, that was a big controversy. Was Cleopatra black?
No. Documentary. They turned the entire family black, not just her. One of the most inbred families that kept as genetically pure as much as they could. In fact, inbred. They would not touch. No, they turned everyone black. It was insane.
Yeah, everyone was black. By the way, did you ever see Rome on HBO that predated Game of Thrones? Cleopatra in there turned out was quite a bit more accurate. She was quite the whore.
I mean, politically, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, she had
with a political spin.
Was it? Let me ask you this: is this true? Because I know that, as I understand it, it's not. But there was a rumor for a very long time that she would have a gourd of bees and use it as a vibrator. And I understand that's not true, but there were sort of Egyptian sex objects that they used.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not specialized in Egyptian sex toys, but
Come on, since when?
You're no Italian. You're supposed to be a lover. Let me ask you about. Okay, you mentioned transgender Viking. That's one that maybe some people here aren't familiar with.
Yeah, no, that was insane. Because again, I have a team, and which people, very capable researchers to help me out with the history. And the thing is that there was this story pushed by the left, where they were saying that they found these bones, and the bones were, well, female, not that they would use that word, female bones, and then next to shields and axes. So, of course, what would you think? What's first thing come to your mind is that like an actual shield maiden? Is that real? No, they say, no, it's a transgender man, meaning a woman, a female who identifies as a man. They start pushing this idea. It's complete nonsense. We look into it. And my team and I were like amazed. Okay, so basically they mixed the bones with the funerary kits. No one knows. This is said on the museum page. Mm-hmm. All you need is a click, not a deep analysis. They mix the bones. We don't know if the bones belong to that funerary kit. So the whole story they spun about transgender Vikings, which is nonsense, there was no such a thing, was based on nothing. And it's thin air, but that's what it is.
Yeah, and you see that a lot too. You'll see it, for example, like when they go two-spirited. That's a bit ago. There are many Native American communities that, and really the term was invented only a few decades ago. But you also find some people that are like, oh, okay, he's a little light in the loafers, I guess we'll tolerate him. But the idea that society was based around countless genders, there are no examples of that actually being the case, even if there are outliers. But they present it as, see, this was the norm. We're the first people to not get it.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's complete insanity, and it's propaganda. It's what it is, and you have to stand up for it, because now it used to be just a bunch of woke nonsense, but now it's in academia and it's systematic.
Well, I was going to ask you about that, because you mentioned at the museum how you're only one click away. We saw what I believe was Donald Trump and the Smithsonian. How much do you see this, as being a history professor? Do you see it in the institutions where they completely disregard accuracy in order to push an agenda? Because it seems unbelievably rampant now.
Yeah, and it's basically a it's a copycat of what happened in the 20th century with totalitarian regimes, because that's what they did. The Nazis did it. The fascists in Italy did it. It was a thing, not to mention USSR, communist Stalin, whatever. They take control of the educational system, because that way they can make sure they can breed a new solid voting bloc. This is what it is. So while they're propagandizing everything, and you really think about it, how can we use the same term, university graduate, someone with a degree, when it comes to someone with hard science background, someone who can engineer the transistors of a chip and send people to space, and someone with a degree in gender ideology?
Right. Well, I think... go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying the first one helps with the betterment of our species. The second one is parasitic in nature, and it's only a way to become a vector of propaganda. Is what it is.
Well, and it's interesting that you say that, because I think the primary difference too, and this gives us a path forward. You look at fascists in Italy or USSR, by the way, a different form of authoritarianism, or the Nazis.
Yep.
People look at it historically and go, okay, those who had political power, meaning you're the president, you're the prime minister, you're the supreme ruler, right? They used history as a form of propaganda. Whereas in the United States, they'll go, hey, Donald Trump is president, so that can't happen. They don't understand that it's about seizing institutions, and this is the failure of conservatives, of the right, where we have allowed subversives like the left and the Marxists to seize power of institutions. So it's actually at odds with our society. It's not propaganda for those in political power. It's propaganda for those who fought this long, slow march.
Absolutely. And then you see situations. I don't understand how someone like a Sam Piker is invited and given a microphone to, regardless of the rhetoric he has pushed. And by the way, can we talk about this freaking Mao Zedong cosplay that I heard you mention a second ago? Yes. So I got to say it, I'm sorry. In China, they have Mao Zedong. Here we've got Mao Zedong.
Yes.
This absolute clown.
I know. Also, you don't get to dress like Mao Zedong when you have $2,000 glasses and completely unnecessary jewelry. You don't get to be like, look, by the way, I always say this, Casio keeps time just as well. You don't get to claim to be a socialist when you have rings and a necklace and an expensive watch. These are just like you can't claim to be an environmentalist if you have a fragrance. Completely unnecessary. You just want a few more bucks. That's it. you're a hypocrite, but not just a hypocrite, you don't believe what you're saying. That's, for me, the litmus test.
I would say, and you might think I'm extreme, I don't know, denaturalize and deport him and his uncle with the bestiality statements, if you remember.
Yes, I do.
I've got it saved. I got it saved. I saved because people tell me, no, it didn't happen. I have it saved. I have the clip. And I show it periodically. No, yeah, it's champagne socialism is what we call it, right? It's a champagne. And again, I'm a normie, right, when it comes to the political space. I can't give you an analysis of the political policies. I don't have an understanding of economics, although arguably neither do socialists. The reality is, that this guy doesn't deserve to be in this great country.
No, he doesn't.
That's what I think. And I don't understand how he gets away with it. That's for lawyers. I don't know how he gets away with it.
Well, he'd be happy in China, don't you think?
He claims he would be.
He's wearing he literally wears Mao Zedong outfit.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, was not cheap, I'm sure.
No, it was not cheap. That's a Chanel Mao.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a Chanel Mao. I will say though,
Dolce and Zedong.
Yeah, Dolce and Zedong. I will say, he actually is a good example to point to, because you go, how is he allowed? Okay, now you understand academia and the media in our institutions. These people have been allowed. And the reason is because no one on the right has a stomach for it, because we don't want to be accused of being a Mussolini. We don't want to be accused of being a fascist. If we say, you're not allowed to be here because you hate our country and you seek to destroy it. If you denaturalize, deport them, people go, see, you're just like insert fascist here. No, it's not. If you hate this country and you support our enemies, you should go live amongst the enemy. And this absolutely brings me to another one, because we'll get to we can't not talk about the Odyssey, but AOC said that woke 1.0 was so crazy, like, oh yeah, we went too far, which means there's woke 2.0. And you cover film, things like this quite a bit. I mean, I watch your stuff all the time. Are you seeing that play out? Meaning, the way I see it is a more subtle version of subversion, woke 2.0. And what do you make of the Odyssey and what happened there?
Okay, so when it comes to the Odyssey, and I did take, because I had to make sure I give you the right numbers, I made 71 videos on the Odyssey and Nolan, and 300 tweets. So I may need professional help.
No. You're the professional. You help others.
Okay, great. But yeah, no. So what's happening is that they are using media, as you know, when it comes to our hobbies, whether it be video games, whether it be movies, whether it be, you name it. They use it to push the message. And I hate it because it's, politics, particularly the kind of left-wing radical nonsense that they push through these otherwise beautiful, fun things, it ruins it, because hobbies unite and politics divides. So the two things are mutually exclusive, and when they infect, because that's what it is, leftism is a disease of the mind. And so when they infect stuff like this, they ruin it. And it pisses me off when, as a man from the Mediterranean, it pisses me off that they use something like Homer, and they insult him for being misogynistic. I love that part, by the way, with Lupita Nyong'o, Spanakopita, Helen of Congo. This is what we got. No Helen of Troy, Helen of Congo. That's what we got. And she is complaining about how misogynist Homer is because he doesn't give enough screen time to women. And then, what's his name? Christopher Nolan gives her 3 minutes screen time.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, what are we even doing?
It's 3 minutes of Congo time. It's better than nothing. But yeah, this whole thing is like, if I could talk with Homer, I'd say, why wouldn't you include women more? Have you read it? Have you read the original poem? Like, it's not really made for you, and that's okay. If you don't like it, remember the left used to say, if you don't like it, you don't have to watch it. Well, if you don't like the classics, don't read them.
Precisely. And in fact, but she admitted she didn't read it.
Right.
They don't care about this.
She probably can't read.
That's a possibility as well. Here's the thing, though. When it comes to the race swap, which is a major thing, they've been doing it. It's not like this is an isolated example. They've been doing it for over a decade, which is part of woke 1.0, whatever the heck they're calling it.
Right.
And I don't think they're going to stop. They are going to, maybe now they feel a little bit that it doesn't really resonate with the audience, when their audiences in voter blocks, when they talk about defund the police, which, by the way, how does that even work? I don't even know. Maybe... Yeah, exactly. So maybe you can explain to me what these people are asking, because if it's anarchy with no law enforcement, they wouldn't last 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what they're asking for. And that's the thing. They say, no, we didn't really mean it. They absolutely did. And places that defunded the police saw the highest spike. Ironically, in black homicide, right? Black homicide victims of anywhere else in the country. So this is what they did. They quietly started refunding the police, but the original proposal was self-policing and sending in social workers. And what that really means when you understand that they are socialists, right? And they say, we're also going to remove people's guns. And we're also going to redistribute wealth. It means they will have a military. They will have an armed enforcement mechanism, and there will be no more local police forces. So it's really scary and sinister when you look at the whole plan. And by the way, this is on the DSA's own website. So it's not like we're just pulling this out of nowhere.
No,
I do want to continue to ask about your experiences in Europe, Japan versus the United States. But before we go, what would you say, as someone who's taught history, people need to be most aware of and look for? Because a lot of people are going, okay, I can't tell the difference between propaganda and what's accurate out there anymore. Do you have kind of some guidelines for folks like that, in addition to your channel, obviously?
Yeah, I mean, one thing I would like to say, and this is an answer based on history, ancient and modern, don't give up your guns. And the reason why I say that is look at Europe now, which really, really kills me inside as a European to see what's happening there. And when you look at, for example, the UK and someone like Sir Keir Starmer, peace may never be upon him in the United Caliphate. Look at what he did. He gave they have no guns. They can't even carry, a British citizen can't even carry a pepper spray.
Right.
But this guy is giving an exception to the Sikh, I think it's pronounced, to carry swords. What did they do? They introduced the business end of that blade to someone, Henry Novak, unfortunately. He gets killed. What does this guy do, the traitor of the West? He doubles down. He's not going to remove the exception. So now foreigners have the ability to carry weapons, a dagger, whatever you want to call it, but native citizens don't. What are we doing?
Yeah. Well, that subverts the actual system. But I mean, as far as like people consuming content out there, because it is tough. That's why what we try and do is we make all the references available every show. So if we make any factual claim, we can be fact checked, and we browbeat ourselves, admonish ourselves. What would you say to the average person out there? Is like, look, I don't have this much time to invest in education or politics, but I feel like I'm often being hit with propaganda. Are there some good kind of tells for them to look for?
Yes, for example, I would look for buzzwords. If you look at the website, official website of the University of Waterloo in Canada, I've covered it multiple times on the channel. They have this entire language guideline system because language control is part of propagandistic systems. It's always been. And so when they start telling you that, for example, you can't say foreigner, you have to say international person. By the way, I'm an alien. Call me alien all you want. I love it. Alien from deeper space. Yeah. They hate that word. They say that you can't say minorities. You have to say equity deserving groups. One, why do they always make it longer? Right. Two, the reason why they want you to say that is because that way you spread the message whether you believe it or not if you swap the language. Right. They've done that with man, female, black. They change everything. Black capitalized, white lowercase.
Right.
That's on the official website. It's absolutely insane. So when they look at as a scapegoat, when they want to do this collective guilt and they make it racial with white people, when they say the cause is white supremacy, oh, they said white supremacy, red flag. Like we need to start using these as red flags.
Yes.
Like every time.
That's a very good point. Right? We did the same thing. If someone unironically writes Latinx, or if they say cis, I go right away, that's an asshole. And it's funny that you mentioned alien every time, because my mom is Canadian, my dad is American, we travel back and forth, and every time we'd go...
Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, well, exactly, I believe me. Yeah, no one hates Canada more than her. She wants us to take over Canada. We'd go through to Plattsburgh, New York, or Champlain, New York, and they'd say, okay, country, your residents, and my dad would go, we have 3 Americans, and one green card here, 1 resident green card holder. And my mom would turn to the border security and she would go, beep, beep, like an alien. I'd go, Mom, do you stop doing the beep, beep joke? But she had no problem with it. All right, I want to ask you a few more, but it's Metatron YT on, we're going to have this in the lower third, and Pure Metatron on X. We're going to continue here on Rumble Premium if you got a little bit more time.
Yeah,
and,
of course.
And I'm so glad to have you here. My brother and I have watched it. We're like, have you seen this thing? We're like, yeah, it's bullshit. Cleopatra wasn't black, but she was a whore. You got to go watch more videos. So go watch Metatron. And if you're not a Rumble Premium member, click right there. We'll take some of your chats for him. Toolman, we must go. Everyone else, you go on to watch Haley. Ba-dum-bum-bum-bum.
Nice. All right. Let me get back to the next one. That's fucking good. Gosh, I'm kind of interested in Midwest Angelica video breakdown by Minaxa, but I'm at the same time like, where? Oh yeah, fire sales. Where's Signalis? Where'd it go? Oh my gosh, I got so lost in that submarine game last night. It was insane. Like I was stuck for at least 20 minutes and I finally figured it out. Very disappointing. No. I forgot to share the freaking video. Sitting here listening to it.
Of course, but we'll save even more ammo by simply picking our battles. The diary entry in this room is more substantial.
Feeling a little lightheaded today. I hope it's not that new flu that seems to be going around. I can't afford to miss any more shifts. That Storch at the factory was chewing me out for what felt like hours for fainting at work the last time I got a cold. I haven't seen Elster the last few days. I hope she's okay. More and more people go missing in the mine lately, including replicas. Not even the protectors seem to be safe.
What is happening?
Okay. Did this Elster know Alina? Or did Alina become familiar with a different Elster? Well, there had to be an Elster standing idly in the bathroom for us to transfer into, so that would place an Elster in the lung orbital facility. But there are some inconsistencies to this data. I'll keep this in mind for now because it's a minor but all the more vexing mystery. Alina also mentions a Storch. This is another replica type we'll be meeting soon enough. Most importantly, this note confirms that Alina did work here. At the end of the corridor is a locked door and a service request form laying beside it. Within it is simple instructions on how to operate this next puzzle. Using the service hatch key, we crack open the hatch and use the locksmithing device to fabricate the proper tooth shape to the key. We must simply line up the grooves in the little rods to the holes using trial, error, and tweaking our adjustments. We unlock the door, entering the northern corridor. But before entering the rightmost room, I noticed the first aid sign in the middle room. Let's go in there to find a reprieve. We can use this room to save our game, and we gain access to a storage crate that we can use to stow away extra resources that carry over throughout the game. The loot rat in me has breached containment. This is a key part to having a smooth gaming experience. Every key item, a puzzle piece or an actual key to a door, takes up inventory space, just as ammo and healing items. I would recommend traveling as light as possible so that you can keep all of your key items in your inventory. This is a great way to keep track of what key items still need to be used up in their respective puzzles and insertion points to progress the level. Now, in the rightmost room of the North Corridor, we find a little ornate butterfly box, but it's locked. We'll need to find a key to open it. This is the second time we're seeing butterflies. Back in the North Corridor, we find that even the East Wing is locked, so we have to find a key to the East and the West Wing. Heading to the left, we enter an office. We have a copy of the wall memorandum from Adler that we've already read. This simply reminds us that if we want to access the wall safe in this office, we need to access the radio waves. We pick up some stun rods that can be used to save ammunition, being able to take down even the more bulkier star units. You find the East Wing key, and in this footage I forget to read a hidden document to the left. But no worries, we'll read it when we start to wrap up this level. Right now, we'll just focus on opening up the map for exploration. The West Wing is totally barred from us, so if we're going to find that key, it's likely going to be in the East Wing. In the East Wing, we find a bathroom. The only thing of note is this.
The stall is locked. Wait, hold on, is someone inside?
Weird. If somebody is inside, who could it be? Not sure. Going back into the East Wing North Corridor, there's some trash bags and blood on the floor. This is likely full of discarded replica and maybe even Gestalt body parts. There's nothing of note in this storage room, so we head south to the grim site of the kitchen, with that cutscene corrupted Yule cutting away catatonically at some flesh. The door to the right is locked. We need a Mensa key. Mensa seems to be the name of the Gestalt that this key was issued to. Sneaking past the Yule, we see this strange convulsing mass of flesh.
It's breathing?
Brutal. Maybe this is a mutated replica that wasn't dealt a kill shot and is just writhing there, likely in a corrupted state. That being said, living masses of flesh will come up again later in this game. This could be a foreshadowing to that. Deeper in the kitchen, we find a service request form filled by a Yule.
My mapping module is still defective and won't show any map data. I keep getting lost on my way to work and back. I had to sleep in a hallway last night because I couldn't find the staff elevator to get to my dorm. Please, I can't find my way around this place without a map. Mars.
It seems replicas are allowed names, this Yule being named Mars. This note seems to just be hinting the player to use their map to keep track of where they've been. But it is odd that this replica's mapping module is defective. That's gotta be brutal. Could this be a symptom of the spreading disease? We find the Mensa key and I walk over to the Yule to ask what's on the menu. She's not amused. I kite her around the equipment to read a poster.
Euler. Simple Universal Light Replica. Yule.
So this is what Yules look like. Very cool. It makes sense from an authoritarian overseer perspective to motivate the replica staff with these posters, reminding them of their manufactured roles in life. Using the Mensa key, we enter the mess hall to see two taller corrupted replicas. These are reanimated star units. We flee the unrelenting replicas to find a friendly Storch replica. Here is some info on the Storch model.
Storch. Security Technician Controller Replica, Stork. Generation 5 Combat Lead Unit. Frame, biomechanical with polyethylene shell and bullet-resistant armor plating. Height, 240 centimeters. Each cadre of Protector security technicians is overseen by a controller unit, the most common of which is the Stork type, one of the tallest replica models thanks to their extended legs. Storks figuratively and literally keep a constant bird's-eye view of any situation, ready to direct and coordinate their assigned security technicians. Their tough, no-nonsense demeanor, though sometimes described as brutal and even cruel, makes them the perfect fit as unwavering sentinels of order.
It's hard to tell from our point of view, but these replicas are huge, towering at 7'10". I don't look in the corrupted version of these replicas. The Storches strike me as a more elite officer-type replica. Not low cost, but still accessible enough to be a source of cadre leadership in a pinch. Or maybe leadership isn't the right term, I guess just control. We pick up the West Wing key, and we can see that it's been issued to an Alina Seo. Her face is all battered and bandaged. Could this be from her fainting in the mines? Now that I think about it, Alina's fainting in the mines is important. This might be a symptom, not of the disease we're dealing with, but something else. Before talking to the towering tin lady, let's read this note. It bears some concerns from a Storch named Sieben. I believe this Storch standing next to us is this specific Storch. Crap. There's a lot of replica types in this game. What voice am I going to give this Storch?
The Storch will have to be kind of like, okay, Garrus Vakarian.
About the administrator. From work shift controller to night shift controller. Due to recent events, some security technicians will be serving both work shifts and night shifts. Affected guard units, Star 304, Star 305, Star 306, and Star 309. Effective controller units, Storch 303 and Storch 306. Until an effective treatment is found or reinforcements are sent from Heimat, we'll all have to stay strong and do our best to keep the facility secure. Failure is not an option. Storch Sabin, Storch 307.
Heimat is another planet in the Yuuzhan Nation. Like I said, we'll get into that a bit later.
P.S. Keep an eye on the administrator unit. Since the incident, he's been acting stranger than usual.
Stranger?
Oh, that must be
He's
the
acting
admin, yeah.
stranger than usual? He wears no mask?
Without the commander to keep him in check, we'll have to ask Colibri for help.
Ignoring my floppiness on the fly, we get a few name drops. The administrator is the Adler who's been leaving those passive-aggressive notes. Adler is the only male-modeled replica as far as I'm aware. There's also mention of a commander and a Colibri. We'll meet this commander soon enough, and Colibri is just another replica model. Also, what is this incident? Is this just the outbreak, or was it an event preceding it, perhaps causing it? This is a mining facility, after all. I'm reminded of the quote from Lovecraft's The Festival. Great holes are dug where Earth's pores ought to suffice. Let's go ahead and talk to the Storch.
You don't look like you belong here. You're an Elster unit, right? This facility is currently on lockdown. You shouldn't be here. I'm the protector controller on duty on this level. I don't know what kind of business you have here, but as you can probably see, we've got bigger issues right now. If you're looking for the commander, I have bad news for you. She got sick, and everyone else is getting sick too. That's really all I know about it. I'm sure the administrator knows more, but who knows where he is. I'm not going out there. I'm waiting here for new orders. Until then, I'm not taking any risks.
Not much to glean from here. However, she mentions we don't belong here, and this is true. We're a replica meant for scouting missions outside the solar system. What's an Elster doing here? In Alina's note, she specifically mentions not being able to find an Elster. She said, I haven't seen Elster the past few days. More and more people are getting lost in the mines every day. So do we belong here or not? I'll keep this in mind for now. I smell something very confusing on the horizon. Dodging the corrupted star unit's attack, we duck into the bathroom and find a broken key. The other half must be in the West Wing. Oh, I'm now suddenly realizing East Wing, West Wing, we're assembling a key together that connects to a butterfly box. Thematic. Entering the West Wing, we find a mineshaft elevator, but it's only accessible with the administrator's key. We'll be sticking with the regular elevator for now. We shimmy past a Yule and enter a showering quarter for the workers. Atop some dried blood, there's another half of the key. The corrupted Yule seems to be staring at the mirror. Is she distracted by her own reflection? Perhaps somewhere deep down, what little persona is left of her stares in horror at her new form. However, I make out something quite interesting. Now, one-way mirrors are something we've seen in this facility already. While I do see what looks like a silhouette, it seems to extend down past the mirror into what looks like legs. We'll find out later in this game that some who succumb to this disease dissolve and leave a silhouette of themselves where they stand against walls and objects. But these two dark stalks could just be from the lighting of this game. Did somebody die standing there? Or is somebody watching us? Both are equally possible given information we know already. If this is a spy, who could it be? Adler? Ariane? Not sure. In the next room, we find an office. Here we can find some protector documents. Attached, we see 4 pictures of gestalts, the third being Alina Seo. The document is of a search protocol for suspects. These confiscated items were commandeered by a Storch with a star replica on duty assisting. Helene Song was arrested in an ongoing investigation regarding a stolen radio. This links to the radio broadcast safe codes being compromised. On top of this, she was sent to the re-education labor facility as a punishment for handing out counter-revolutionary flyers. All that was confiscated from her was a watch and ring. Is Helene an Empire loyalist? Julia Huang had medication confiscated and was arrested on suspicion of bioresonance. Bioresonance is an innate preternatural ability in this world. Minor forms of it involve being able to feel what others are feeling, hear cosmic sound that regular people can't hear, and even mind reading. But strong bioresonants have the ability to clearly read people's thoughts, convey their own thoughts, and even attempt to control the minds and wills of others. There are some legendary bioresonants that are capable of far greater feats, but I'll save that bit of info for later. But back to Julia Huang. The Protector Storch sent a request to have the Colibri supervise Julia. Colibris are replicas known for their bioresonant abilities, being able to surveil the thoughts of both gestalts and replicas. And then Alina Seo. She had a cosmetic box with a butterfly inlay confiscated. This was the box that we saw earlier, the one we now have the key to, after we assemble it, of course. In Alina's case, she wasn't arrested, but was placed in custody after collapsing while working. It says here that she works in the factory levels, not the mine.
Now that we know what bioresonance is it possible that Alina Seo, at least to a minor extent, is a bioresonant? Could it be that she heard something deep in the mind that caused her to faint? Or is the fact that she doesn't recall hearing anything, that she just merely fainted, indicative of her not being bioresonant? We'll hold on to that. This will be a good line of questioning, even though we may be shedding the bioresonant focus over time. And then finally, Heinrich Fukuyama had his fountain pen confiscated and was arrested on suspicion of conspiracy against the state. So we have two possible empire royalists, or at the very least, counter-revolutionary agitators. We have one possible bioresonant in Julia Huang, and Alina Seo, who fainted in the mines but is not a suspect. This is all happening while security is compromised. The radio frequencies have been leaked. All the while, something else seems to have seeped up from the mines and is causing these replicas and even gestalts to get sick. What a disaster. The timing is strange. Is there a conspiracy afoot after all? We sneak past a corrupted star and enter a brutal scene, an interrogation room. I've lowered the volume, but there is a high-frequency whirring in this room. Was this used in the interrogation? Maybe this whirring could be coming from the bright light, which too would also be used in whittling down the wills of suspects. We've even got a chair here that could be used by a colibri as she sits and analyzes the suspect's thoughts, while a Storch or other protector officer tortures and interrogates. And it seems it was successful, because on a note, there's frequencies for the various safes. We must find a way to tune into these frequencies and find the various safes combinations. Oh, this is interesting. There are 6 listings here. Here we have 6 items that line up very thematically well with the model we are working with here. It's a bit early right now to know why I place these various safes or their symbols in their respective quadrants. And frankly, this isn't really an essential keep in mind, but still, it's satisfying to see these patterns and watch them kind of come together as the image forms. Now you might be thinking, I wish I could put this note in my inventory. How am I going to remember all these numbers? Well, we are a replica with a memory module. If you go into the menu and navigate up, you'll have access to all the notes you've read. This is essential for some of the more involved puzzles towards the later part of this first chapter. On the left is where our radio module will go when we find it, and on the right we have our health diagnostic. Here we have another hexagon. It charts out 2 axes, hypersensitivity versus catatonic, and fragmented versus overclustered. Taking various actions, dying, fighting, healing, taking damage, all seems to have some effects on this measurement. But as far as I know, it's not connected to any in-game mechanic, not even the 3 endings that rely on some of those said actions. If we select the diagnostics module, we get even more information. We can see Elster, and within her, a bunch of triangles. Every time we die and reload, a triangle fills in. Our game is measuring the amount of times we die. And if you die a high number of times, you get the achievement Ship of Theseus. I'll get more into that after a very specific cutscene. This is a particularly tenuous connection, but we can even chart thematically these 4 aspects to our hexagon. Later on, we're going to be charting tarot cards, these sort of cardinal directions. Right here down south, we're actually going to be putting the Death Tarot card, which lines up perfectly with Catatonic. Towards the right, we're going to have the Tower card, which is perfectly aligned with Fragmented. And even towards the left, we're going to have the Lovers card, which again, overclustered. Things coming together, things coming apart. If you're not familiar with tarot, do not worry. We're going to get into that, of course, when we cross that bridge. You know you're watching a flawed Peacock video when I'm getting carried away with the flavor text in the UI. Jeez, once I get started, it's hard for me to stop. Let's go ahead and get that radio module. We enter the next room over to find a dark red isolation room with 4 cages, 3 of which have lifeless bodies inside of them. Could these align with our 4 suspect documents?
Of the 4, Alina was just in custody for fainting. The other 3 would have been detained. Could these be the bodies of Heinrich, Julia, and Helene? Well, we unlocked the north door to the West Wing and now have fully explored this level. We assemble the key, empty our inventory, and since we're approaching the end of this level, we save. We take the key to the butterfly box and open it to find a mysterious artifact. The scene transition shows a fleshy mass, foreshadowing the chthonic later chapters of this game. We're now in a first-person segment, in a radio facility, in the mountains of the planet Rockfront. Now, we don't know this right now, but I'll say this location is where Ariane grew up with her mother. Now, who are we playing as in this moment? Elster hasn't been here before, as far as I know. Her familiarity with Ariane started with the Penrose mission, so logic would tell us that this is from Ariane's perspective. But if we want to get floppy, what if we were playing as her mother? Well, we find a structure with a microphone.
Some kind of special locking mechanism. There's some sort of speaker or microphone on the front. 160. Very fascinating. I like this game mechanic.
We must emit a radio frequency of 160 kilohertz to it. We enter the office to find more hexagonal shapes on the floor, but they seem to have a red iris in the middle of them. It also seems that either Ariane or her mother have a love for these potted plants.
I believe this potted plant and the carpet with the hexagonal irises, red irises I might add, foreshadow the secret ending to this game. But there could also be some added significance to the fact that we are finding these various details in the childhood home of Ariane, which also happened to double the...
There's an earbud on the table. This is the radio module we're looking for. But first, let's look around. We first read a letter to Radio Officer Young. This is referring to Ariane's mother. We can surmise as much in the text.
To Radio Officer Young, Station 6. Dear Iris, I hope you and Ariane are both well. I've spoken to the officials at Aeon, and they agree that it would be best for Ariane to attend school in Sector C. I have a spare room she can stay in until she graduates. I know you two are inseparable, but we both know that it is best for your daughter if she receives a normal education in the city. Love, your sister Camilla.
Oh, Camilla! Like Camilla and Casilda.
Iris, her name is Iris. Okay.
Hold the fuck up! What's her name? Iris. Camilla could be a reference to the character in the King in Yellow play, and Iris, I believe, is referencing the secret ending to Signalis.
Okay, now I'm 95% confident, and I'm talking a VATS 95%, not an XCOM 2 95%. What if... Damn it. Do I jump the gun now? Listen, if you are familiar with this game's secret ending, the artifact ending, what I'm hinting at here will make a lot more sense right now. But if you're not, don't worry, this will culminate into something possibly really cool by the end of this video. What if Elster is not the only one with personal machinations in this story? What if everything in this story, the sickness that's plaguing the lung facility, Ariane's fate, maybe even potential Empire royalists infiltrating the lung facility, are all part of some sort of larger conspiracy, a repairer of reputations like upheaval of the way things are and the way things ever will be? And what if, at the center of all of it, or maybe in the background of all of it, is the Young family dynasty? Maybe even specifically Iris. The Young family of Mother Iris and daughter Ariane, the rebuttal to the Great Revolutionary and her daughter. I'm so far on the other side of this mystery now that it all seems a bit floppy. But there is something here in this sequence. The Young family certainly has a disrespect for the Empire censors, an affinity for the occult and obscure, like the banned books and the King in Yellow. So even if my larger royalist chthonic conspiracy ends up being a bit of a flop fest, there is something here that we are picking at that is quite valuable. We've got the pot, we've planted the seeds, now let's keep moving.
To top it all off, we have those banned books here. We'll come to learn that Iris read the Millennium Queen and Hunters of the Star Nebula to Ariane. So at the very, very least, we can glean that Iris doesn't respect the censorship laws of the Yuuzhan Nation. We can also hear very, very faint music. I think I know what song this is. We'll hear this song later. It's Ariane's favorite, it seems. We examine a booklet that gives us instructions on how to use the radio module and then pick it up. We then use the module to tune into frequency 160. But I also found a neat frequency that gives us the rot front weather. We tune into 160, let the microphone listen, and it opens. But before the character we're playing as descends, we are brought back to the present. Now Elster has the radio module unlocked. This is definitely strange. Something about touching this odd hexagonal plate caused her to be put in a different place and time. Maybe we were playing as Elster, and somebody left that radio module for us to find, away from prying eyes of the Sierpinski protectors. Oh, wow. Smuggling contraband through the use of bilocation. This is very reality-bendy. Because you see, otherwise, the module being at that facility wouldn't make much sense. It was run by Ariane and her mother, both gestalts. And modules, as far as I know, are only usable by replicas. Even on the box, it says for generation something and up. The plate we find is called the Plate of Eternity. We won't be needing this until way later, so let's just go ahead and stow it in our red crate. Now, all this talk about a secret ending, might as well grab one of those 3 keys needed to open the safe from the beginning of the game. If we set the radio to 97 and interact with this cage in the isolation room, we find the key of love. Going back to my theory that everything is being placed here with clear intention to fulfill the final ending of this game, the secret ending of this game, does the placement of this key confirm that at least one of these dead suspects were collaborating with enemies of the Yuuzhan nation? But maybe it wasn't the Empire they were collaborating with. Maybe Iris. We'll see. Since we're on the topic of royalist conspiracies, let's real quick read that document I missed earlier. We have an interrogation report. Wilhelm Chen confessed to owning contraband found in his locker. We don't know what kind of contraband that was. Michaela Wang confessed to illegal use of the radio. Wolfgang Wang died while being interrogated for illegal use of the radio. Evidently, that was Michaela's family, both having the last name Wang. Cruel. Very cruel. If she wasn't pissed at the nation then, she probably was now. Franz Wu passed out while being interrogated for obscenity to the state. And finally, Emily Huang, who died while being interrogated for trespassing. She too shares the name with Julia Huang, the person who was suspected to be a bioresident. And if Julia is one of those bodies in the isolation room, that means that these family members died at the hands of Sierpinski. Maybe Emily was trespassing, trying to communicate with or smuggle something to Julia while in isolation. I can see most of these suspects having something to do with the conspiracy to sabotage the Sierpinski operation, and maybe in some strange atemporal way help us find or fulfill this enigmatic promise to Ariane. But floppiness aside, this could just be some nice, subtle, masterful world building and storytelling implicit through the environment of this early level. When we see how this story ends, I think it's very important when we have a living, breathing world to house such a strange plot. When going into my inventory to access my radio module, I noticed that the key of love had a description. Here's what it states. I mistakenly say cycle 88, but it's cycle 888.
Key of love, cycle 88. I've tried to teach Elster how to dance. It's so cute how clumsy she can be when it comes to these things. Cycle 1024. Before I met Elster, I never believed I would find someone I could fall in love with like that.
So this reveals to us that Elster and Ariane were romantically involved with one another on their Penrose scouting mission. Can't help but feel this breaks a whole lot of protocols with the Yuuzhan nation. And so this would explain why Elster is so desperately trying to find Ariane. She's trying to find her lover. So, since this safe has a tree symbol on it, using the frequency key we found in the interrogation room, we tune into the appropriate frequency, get the code, punch it in, and get the ID card needed to access the elevator. This one was issued to a star unit. After saving, we head over to the elevator and insert the ID card. Before heading down, let's go back up to the surface level. There's an easy-to-miss Isolde interaction here that's helpful if you want to achieve the leave ending of this game. I would argue it's the hardest one to get, and the hardest to experience. We pick up some shotgun ammo, foreshadowing an upgrade to our ordnance, and talk to Issa.
Ah, it's you again. Glad you're still okay. Have you found who you're looking for? I'm looking for someone too. My sister. If you see her, would you tell her I'm looking for her? Don't worry, you'll recognize her when you see her.
This hints to a future reveal that Issa and Erica are identical twins.
Have you ever wondered if you're speaking to someone for the last time without knowing? I wish I could go back so I could say something else. This place, it's very strange, isn't it? I wonder what happened here, but it doesn't really matter. You don't need to worry about me. I can take care of myself now. I can't keep relying on others. That's why she left me, after all. I'm sure of that now.
I see. Remember, in Issa's note that she left for Erica in the document storage, she said, "Despite everything that happened, I've returned to look for you." Issa and Erica must have parted ways on bad terms. Issa not only has returned to find her, but also proved to herself that she can stop relying on others. This character trait will be explored in a bit more detail in a future flashback memory sequence. Erica is the brave, athletic twin, and Issa is the clumsy, perhaps even meek twin. Hopefully she gets far without our help. I miss a subtle interaction here. If we interact with a security camera in the corner, Elster wonders to herself if somebody is watching her. This is the footage from separate gameplay. Is this Adler tracking our progress? Maybe Ariane? Storyline-wise, I think it makes more sense that our protector admin is the one that's keeping a close eye on us. But still, throughout this game, there will be this linking between ever-watching entities, all-seeing eyes, and Ariane. So keep this in mind for now. And while we're here, since we're about to wrap this third part up, let's go ahead and take inventory of some other themes we may have picked up. There's the identical twinship of Isolde and her missing sister, Erica. Now, technically, identical twins are not an example of synchronicity, at least when it comes to phenomenology. That's because there's an actual causal reason for identical twins. However, this concept will bloom as the story progresses into some pretty cool themes of characters looking alike. In other words, doppelgangers. Another particularly unique theme we've been dealing with is this concept of butterflies, now linked to this character, Alina Seo. What could these butterflies signify to her? After all, it was her cosmetic box that had the butterfly inlay on it. Could this be a reference to the butterfly effect? There are a couple of colloquial interpretations of the butterfly effect that I'm aware of. The first one, if you go back in time and you squash a butterfly, when you return to the present, you may observe some large changes in human history, all because you squashed this random butterfly. And the second example, if a butterfly flaps its wings, the vibrations of its wings will turn into small gusts of air, into larger gusts of air, into large gusts of wind, eventually into a tornado. How are these two examples even related when they both refer to the same concept, the butterfly effect? Well, I don't blame people for simplifying the butterfly effect to such extents, because when you actually look up the Wikipedia article for the butterfly effect, you get this. Like, is that even English? Let me see if I can find a happy medium. So the butterfly effect is a theoretical model coined by or associated with meteorologist Edward Lorenz. A meteorologist is somebody who studies weather, not meteors.
That's why dinosaurs don't exist no more.
The butterfly effect theorizes that in complex systems, for example, weather, small changes in an early or beginning state to this complex system, such as a butterfly wandering in and flapping its wings, could result in drastically different outcomes in later states. But is that butterfly the cause of those different outcomes? For example, you've got these complex pendulums. Depending on where you drop the swingy thingy, you'll get vastly different outcomes in the swinging patterns and trajectories. Even slight differences in where you start the pendulum will translate into vastly different outcomes given enough time. But it's the same pendulum across all possibilities. This variable of where the pendulum dropped can be likened to this butterfly. Here's another very niche example, and not only with a very flawed explanation. I'm not a mathematician. If you've played turn-based games, or I think this can even apply to survival games like Minecraft that generate worlds and biomes, you may be familiar with the concept of seed numbers. These are numbers that the game derives its fate or luck from. Let's say you start a turn-based game with a seed of 1, 2, 3, 0. And on your first turn, you have a warrior fight an equally matched warrior. Each time the two fighters trade blows, we are under the impression that the game is rolling dices that determine whether a warrior hits or misses, hits strong or hits weak. This technically isn't the case, however. It isn't entirely random. The chance isn't being decided on the spot with a theoretical dice roll at that moment. Moments where probability and random chance happens is decided by the game interacting with this seed number. these games are programmed to derive their fate or probability from that seed number. It's a constant variable of which you get a consistent but still heavily obscured luck from. So instead of the game rolling a dice, it's checking the seed number and saying, did you win or did you lose? You lost. Did you win or did you lose? You lost. Let's say in our seed of 120, our warrior misses all of their hits. The game interacts with that seed number. You missed, you missed, you missed. If we reload the same game with that seed, we're sure to get the same results. But if we reload with a different seed, it's likely we'll get a different outcome. If we instead make our seed 1, 2, 3, 4 instead of 1, 2, 3, 0, and on our first turn we win our fight instead of losing, then that number 4 is like the butterfly. Somehow its introduction into the complex system has changed the outcome.
In that second colloquial definition I gave you, it seems to imply that the butterfly is what caused the tornadoes. The air vibrations from its wings is what turned into the tornadoes. However, that colloquial understanding is us assigning a causal link between the tornado and the butterfly. Now, mathematicians, I apologize if I'm just butchering this right now, but what I find a lot more of an interesting concept is something more akin to that first colloquial example of the butterfly effect. That changing a small aspect to an initial position could have unrelated but still drastic effects later on. Just simply introducing a butterfly into a complex system or squashing a butterfly in a complex system. Tweaking the seed number of a Minecraft world or slightly changing the initial position of where you drop a pendulum. All translate to different outcomes for no reason except reality is simply reacting to this slightly different state. If you want to learn more about this concept from far more qualified individuals, some good places to search is, of course, Googling the butterfly effect or Googling chaos theory. But if you want a video to act as a good launching point, I highly recommend Minute Physics video on the butterfly effect. So how will any of this matter in Signalis? Well, Signalis is very complex. It's no coincidence that we have this butterfly motif bringing forth ideas of concepts of different spaces and realities and dimensions, the Sierpinski triangle, bringing forth ideas of fractals and infinite repetitions, and the Penrose, just making our fucking head hurt. Don't worry, this will all tie together in a very fun way. It won't be done in front of this whiteboard, so let's get into this actual game and take that elevator lift down. Going back into the elevator, regardless of what level we pick beyond the second floor, even if we try skipping to the very bottom of the elevator shaft, the elevator breaks down at the third level, the hospital wing.
I didn't notice this until now, but you can see a quick shot of a side profile of Alina Seo. Maybe this is a shot of her as she descended in the elevator on her mission to find Elster. That being said, she is wearing this military outfit, and this would be more akin to what she wore when she served in the military, not what she would wear working in the labor camp of Sierpinski. She's also got this red glare in her eyes too, which is very interesting.
We enter a waiting room with gurneys strewn about. On the other side of a reception window is a sweet shotgun. We sneak into the next room and see a corrupted star unit in the reflection of some glass. We move opposite to it into the reception office, grab and stow away the shoddy, save our game, and move into the room to the north. We find a computer that allows us to inscribe data onto blank keys. Much like the aperture machine or butterfly lockbox, this is a puzzle insertion point. We'll need to find a blank key to put this to use. I marvel at the stack of chairs and dip out to do some more exploring. In the north corridor of the east wing, we find a door that requires an examination room key. Then we enter the X-ray room. In a glass display, we see an array of items. We can use the X-ray interface to examine them. There's a revolver, foreshadowing an upgrade to our standard Glock, a charred or blackened arm, unclear if it's a Gestalt arm or replica arm. I have a feeling it's a Gestalt arm. I feel like the endoskeleton and shell would look different under an X-ray. This could also foreshadow a cutscene where Elster loses an arm. There's also a replica skull, having some gray metallic coloring. And the X-ray reveals that the replica brain is identical to a Gestalt brain, with just some cybernetic additions. So even the gray matter of replicas are cultured biologically. One would have assumed that these replicas run on some sort of circuitry or data storage for a brain. The fourth item is a rock, within it an earth key. Since we can't access this item, we'll have to transcribe this exact pattern onto a blank key, using that computer we found earlier. If you're playing on the computer, you can screenshot this,
But if you're on console, there is a module we can use to take pictures. I recommend adjusting the items so that the cut corner is on the bottom right before you screenshot it. This is the positioning that the inscription interface will use. And finally, we have some sort of watch part or disc with gears. Not much I can glean from here. So we've come across our first element key. Each key in this level will be organized in a hexagonal pattern. Each key will also have some sort of linking to an element and a sort of grab bag of different symbols. More on that later. Our next room is the morgue, with a few body bags laying around. We find that the door in this room is locked, requiring the incineration room key. Suddenly, a new corrupted replica unit sneaks up behind us, crawling from below the floor tiling. As intimidating as these long-armed enemies are, their HP is the lowest of the enemies, and even so are still a waste of ammunition, because you can simply leave a room and they will instantly return to their respective spawn points. This replica is the ARA unit.
Replica overview. ARAR. ARA. All-purpose repair worker replica. Macaw. Type Generation 2 low-cost general purpose. Frame biomechanical with titanium reinforced polyethylene shell. Height 185 centimeters. These are the tough worker bees of the construction and repair industry. One of the earlier replica designs, the simple but efficient ARAs are actually the most produced replica type to date. These strong and heavy worker units are a perfect fit for work in construction and production of industrial goods. In many places throughout our nation, ARAs have already replaced all Gestalt workers in fields like climate forming and explosive ordnance disposal.
While we don't have this information yet, these worker bees have a reputation for seeming like quiet simpletons. It is kind of ironic that their corrupted forms are literally dragging their knuckles. With our internal shopping list of the north portion established, we get into the south corridor of the east wing, the ICU wing. In the first room, we pick up an auto-injector. When equipped, it helps you cheat death on a killing blow. Not very useful for our playstyle, but if you're going for the promise ending, allowing yourself to be killed and then cheating death will help you get points towards that ending. Again, this note that we pick up after picking up the auto-injector has this emphasis that only replicas should use the auto-injector, further establishing that our biomechanical physiology is different from our Gestalt counterparts. In the same room, we have a TV with some static. This requires a video cassette, and we also find a note.
Something's wrong. Nobody will tell me what's happening. But ever since I woke up, everyone has been behaving strangely. The protectors won't let me leave my room and return to work, even though the wound from my fall is already healed. I think there must have been an accident in the mine. I overheard two Yules whispering in front of my room that they're running out of staff. I'm worried that something has happened to Elster. I haven't heard from her in a while. I just can't sit around here any longer. Alina Seo.
Okay, so Alina was transferred from holding and into the medical wing to be treated for wounds that she suffered from her faint and fall. Again, she's worried about Elster, but Elster units aren't used on Sierpinski, right? In the second ICU room, we find a note talking about a Yule in critical condition, lying in a containment chamber to our right.
Patient, Euler 321. Patient complained about severe nausea and headaches, admitted to hospital wing after vomiting oxidant fluid during work. That would be the replica equivalent to blood. Clinical picture in line with other recent cases among Protector staff. While we still have no indication what causes the syndrome, we observe similar developments in all patients. Most puzzling, development of the syndrome seems to progress similarly in both replica and Gestalt patients. Initial admission tests show hypotension, high fever, dehydration, and internal hemorrhaging. Strong cognitive decline within the first cycle, alopecia and purpura. Within 5 cycles, skin will begin to peel in large patches. Decline in vision quality and ability to communicate may follow. Gestalt patients will usually expire at this stage due to infections, while the results for replica patients seem to vary.
This is very key. Replicas and Gestalts have different physiologies, both requiring different means of healing their physical health. A disease vector like a virus or bacteria that would bind to the cell receptors of a Gestalt body probably wouldn't be able to transmit to replica bodies, and vice versa. While, yes, there exists cross-species transmission of disease, I have a gut feeling this is a little bit different. The blood between Gestalts and replicas are not the same. Their skin, their bones, their endocrine systems are not the same. Replicas are modified to be a totally different humanoid species. Instead of bones, they have metallic endoskeletons. Instead of skin, they have polyethylene shells. Now, their cultured muscles may be similar to Gestalts, but the vessels that pump their blood doesn't even pump blood. It's oxidant. The only thing that replicas and gestalts have in common is their brains, their ability to sense stimuli, process information, and react to stimuli. What if this disease is not transmitted biologically, but mimetically? We've explored this theme quite a bit in The King in Yellow. This concept of a cognitohazard that does actually make you sick, spreading from person to person, not through fluids, not through aerosol, but through knowledge. Through witnessing something truly unspeakable, like Tai Lopez. Keep this in mind. We examine the containment unit.
There's somebody inside the oxygen tent. It's hard to look at her.
With nothing else in here, we move to the nurse's station at the end of the corridor to find a friendly Yule nurse. We read another wall-safe memorandum, identical to all the other memos, again reminding us that we're going to be using our radio module to unlock that wall-safe in this room. Let's go ahead and chat with the Yule.
Everyone's turned weird. I'm the only one left, I think. Will I get sick like the others too? I'm scared. I don't want to die. You look kind of familiar. Have we met before? At first, it was only Commander Falk who fell ill. Slowly, everyone started to behave strangely. I'm too scared to go outside. I don't want to become like the others. I don't want to die.
I'll go ahead and say this now. Commander Falk is a replica unit who has the ability of bioresonance, very strong bioresonance. She was the first to fall ill, and naturally the disease spread through mental resonations. Dangerous.
Quick minor detail, we also have another instance of a replica who works on Sierpinski, vaguely recognizing us. Again, we're in Elster, we're meant for cosmonautical exploration, not mining facilities. Don't worry, more information of this will come out soon.
The last ICU has some loot that's not really worth getting slashed over. Probably smart to avoid it in a survival playthrough. We dip out of the east wing and into the west to find the end puzzle to this level. We first pick up a note that gives us a hint as to how to solve the wall safe code. But who left this note here? A friend? Another Elster? Or maybe just the devs? Looking closely at the final puzzle, we see another hexagon. Sonderzugang means special access. We have 3 stars signifying the north point of this hexagon, and key insertions for all other points signified with unique symbols, and of course, elements. Even though we haven't picked up any keys yet, since we have access to the door and can see what keys go where, might as well chart out all of the elements. Of course, we still need more data if we want to get floppy with this. Now, while the topmost position doesn't have an element, it does have a symbol just like the other 5 positions. The symbol on the north point is a star. Another point, if you remember on the Earth key, the one that we screenshotted, it had an intricate pattern on it. This pattern we'll have to inscribe on the blank key. Each of these element cards also have respective patterns on them. And on the sealed door, just like with the star in that north position, we have some more symbols on each side of the door, each key insertion point. All of this will line up perfectly as we start to populate this model some more. Since we have all the information we need to solve that wall safe puzzle, we double back to the ICU. We turn into 228 and compare the numbers to the matrix of letters on the sword note we just picked up. There is one button that's obscured on both sides, but process of elimination helps us figure out that it's F. Each playthrough has a unique code, so you sadly won't be able to use my code to cheese your way through this more, not challenging, but still a thought-provoking puzzle. Opening the safe, we have something called an eidetic module, which for PC users is made obsolete with screenshotting, but this is essential for console players. It simply allows you to store up to 6 grayscale photographic memories. I do find it interesting that the wall safe with the sword symbol, a sword being a blade, houses a module for a replica's eye. While not a major theme, knives piercing eyes repeats itself quite a few times in the story. Tip of the hat to the old inscription heads. Oh, and on top of this, we also pick up the incinerator key. We sneak back through the morgue and enter the incinerator room. We enter a grim sight to a still burning incinerator in a room of body bags. Following the theme of fire, we pick up some thermite flares.
My, as you've probably heard, there have been multiple accounts of bodies of decommissioned protectors spontaneously reactivating and acting in a defective manner. Based on November's autopsy report, it seems that all affected units showed some sort of cancerous growth in their organic components. According to her, unless completely incinerated, this growth may reactivate the replica even after it's been dead for hours. We don't know what causes this, and we're unsure who's affected. We can't keep up with incinerating all the bodies. We have just 2 incinerators that constantly need recalibrating, so we're improvising. These thermite flares are able to melt through replica armor and burn the organic components from the inside. I've requisitioned more of them, but there was some paperwork missing, so we'll have to wait a bit longer. Junie.
Oh, so when we kill these corrupted replicas, they have a chance of reanimating again. These thermite flares help us ensure that they stay down. I only ever recommend using them in areas you're going to be traversing a lot. It's not that thermite flares are a rare resource, it's just that carrying them around takes up inventory space, which I think is very important for a smooth puzzle-solving experience. So we have this incinerator puzzle. All we must simply do is balance out the oxygen, gas, and CO2 levels. If we try pulling the lever, the mechanism will tell us if we have too much or too little of each element. After making the proper adjustments, the door opens and we find, fittingly, our fire keycard. It seems to be in a pile of charred remains in the shape of a replica. Towards the head, there's some strange small piece of something, a small item. It almost looks like a little key, but we can't interact with it. Maybe it's some part of the replica brain that just has really high heat resistance. We go back to the hexagon door, place the fire key in its correct spot, and examine the hexagon pillar adorning this room.
The 3 golden stars of the nation adorn the stela. And we had those 3 stars too on our Penrose ship. So it's the nation versus the empire.
Okay, so the stars are the insignia of the Yuuzhan nation. Good to know. With no key items in our inventory, we head west to find some more puzzle pieces, lore, and, God willing, Ariane. We'll be traversing the west corridor quite a bit, so I eliminate the corrupted star and set her aflame with the thermite flare to ensure she doesn't reanimate. We enter a custodian storeroom to find a wrench. Sadly, I missed the Arar poster. This is what it looks like. Pretty cool. I think these are my second favorite replica. We can see their iconic helmet. I wonder if it doubles as both a construction helmet and a welding visor. It has an odd shape. We unlock the door into the waiting room, allowing us easier access to the save room from this corridor. We go south to find a bathroom with a destroyed floor, revealing a flooded room beneath. We pick up the pump room key from a dead Ara unit. Dead, but not corrupted.
A dead Ara unit. She looks strangely peaceful.
Peaceful? Is she at peace knowing that she's helping us with our mission? Not sure. The next puzzle can be a bit frustrating. We read some instructions that tells us how to solve this puzzle, and a second note that just straight up gives us the sequence. This isn't important to the story, so we'll speed through this. If you'd like the answer for your own playthrough, just slow this part down.
You know what I'm sick and tired of? Hard-boiled eggs. It seems that no matter what steps I take, they're always a pain in the ass to peel. And when I do none of the steps, they're super easy. What gives? What gives?
With the water levels balanced, we jump into the previously flooded bathroom. By completing that, we get the water key.
Imagine wearing shoes with socks. Fuck that.
The door on the bottom left of the connecting corridor secures us a way to get back to the top level of the hospital wing, so don't worry about jumping down here unprepared. In a flooded storage room, we find the blank key. Perfect. We'll inscribe the Earth symbol on it later. We also find another save room with an examination room key. And finally, we find a sleeping ward. Picking up the video cassette and speeding past some corrupted auras, we find another storage closet. We find a note of an Ara unit complaining about another Ara unit hiding her tools.
Full protector ID of unit funneling grievance, ARAR 308. Full protector ID of involved units, ARAR 311. Date and time of incident, all the time. Location of the incident, medical wing.
Elf keeps using my wrench and misplacing the 10mm socket. I've been reprimanded for not repairing the fan and the vent in the lower level, but I can't remove the vent cover without a 10mm wrench socket. I know she's doing it on purpose. Shepard.
Could this be the same Ara who had a peaceful look on her face? The one with the pump room key on her body? A mole on the inside, hiding tools for us to find? Not sure. In the air vent, we can find the air key, but we need the 10mm socket for the wrench to access it. So let's go topside and find the insertion point for some of these key items we have. To free up space, we enter our water key and try inserting our blank key, and of course it gets rejected. We then put the video cassette tape in the television set and get this flashback sequence. Is this the contents on the tape? In German, it says,
I'm gonna do
"The
it.
Way Home," and we see a younger
We'll come back to
Ariane with
this.
much shorter...
56. Okay. We're going to watch a little bit of Midwest Angelica video because I'm curious. I don't know why it's 27 minutes into it. I haven't watched any of this. Anyways. Yeah, it's really good.
The cinematography, I mean, this alien thriller has it all. I've covered the series on the channel before. In fact, I've done it twice. But now the series is complete, meaning I can finally do it the justice it deserves. I'm going to take you through every single episode, analyzing each one and pointing out any symbolism, foreshadowing, or other minor details you may otherwise have missed. At the end of the video, we'll use everything we learned to create a comprehensive timeline of events. Well, what are we waiting for? Join me as we approach the twilight of the last millennium. Let's take a deep dive into Midwest Angelica. On the night of December 31st, 1999, millions of people stayed awake to welcome the dawn of the new millennium. Our first episode, Call Now, is rather short, being just under a minute.
Year 1999. A body.
In the year 1999, a corpse descends from the cosmos right into your backyard.
It seems to be an advertisement for a sci-fi film sharing a name with the series, Midwest Angelica. The narrator describes the film as an alien thriller with a threat like no other. He goes on to say critics call it a sublime experience into the realm of the unknown and a twister of biblical proportions. We get our first glimpse of the alien threat that awaits us, and the last shot of the ad shows the price of the film and their phone number. But just before the video ends, a tornado warning appears.
Yep.
It seems like, more than anything else, this video serves as an appetizer for what's to come. And I have to say, I think it does a pretty damn good job at that. The visuals feel incredibly authentic, the direction is stellar, and the original soundtrack does a fantastic job of tying it all together. Before I had seen this, you could have told me this was a real ad from the 90s, and I honestly would have believed you. When it comes to the weather warning at the end, tornadoes aren't anything unusual for the Midwest, but the choice to include it at all feels like an attempt to convey something. What that is, we don't know. Curiously, the description of the video has a story of its own to tell, and it's pretty interesting. Midwest Angelica 0. The tape was discovered at the Oklahoma Cherokee site. It is believed that the footage, which depicts an advertisement on KMTV Channel 3, was recorded sometime between October 31st of 1991 and January 1st of 1992. The product depicted in the advertisement, a film titled Midwest Angelica, has yet to be recovered. So our first date to keep in mind is late 1991. But that's about all we can gather from this introductory episode. This is only the beginning, so let's move on to the next entry, home. We open with a federal warning imposing a fine of $250,000 for the distribution of the tape's contents. Then we get a logo. Home. Our story begins at the Glenn Research Center, all the way back in June of 1985. At this time, Dr. Lucas Michaels and his team witnessed an anomaly while observing the outer reaches of space. Not wanting to dismiss it as an instrumentation error, they double-check just to make sure. What they find is that it was no instrumentation error at all. A massive chunk of matter, 63.6 kilometers or just under 40 miles in diameter. The anomaly is given a name, AZ-001. Between June and September, their bioscans determined that the anomaly was not only harboring life, but was itself alive, at least at one point. But apparently, they have reason to believe this is no longer the case, so it's just a corpse floating through space. The next time jump is significantly longer, all the way to March of 1987. By now, they've managed to use computer simulation to calculate the trajectory of AZ-001, and they've determined that it will reach the outer edge of Earth's orbit by 1999. Due to the unprecedented situation, NASA forms HOME, headquartered in Newport, Nebraska. Dr. Michaels is given the lead position within this new organization. From now on, him and his team are entirely responsible for all research and safekeeping from the public related to AZ-001. NASA plans on making contact with the anomaly once it arrives. But for whatever reason, Lucas Michaels mysteriously disappears 2 years later. His whereabouts are unknown.
They must
In
know
August
something about it.
1995, Dr. Ray O'Connor steps in to replace him as the
We already
video's
know it's
narrator.
named
As AZ-001 draws near, they can detect brain waves emanating from it, even from millions of miles away. Just after this, we get a line that reads, Holmes' psychological research became crucial in understanding the nature of AZ-001. Then we jump forward again to January 1999. Like clockwork, AZ-001 enters high Earth orbit, passing in front of the moon in a shot that radiates pure cosmic horror. About 2 weeks later, it enters low Earth orbit, which is much closer than before. 3 days later, a large chunk separates from the main body, dubbed AZ-001 Alpha. This visual shows atmospheric radio propagations, or the transfer of radio waves, during the separation, which makes it clear that something happened as it was separating. The phrase, unlikely to be caused by sporadic E, refers to a relatively rare event in which radio propagation occurs due to small clouds of ionized gas in the lower atmosphere. Basically, the documentation is asserting that this reading is not an outlier, but instead is undoubtedly caused by AZ-001. Then it enters the atmosphere. It lands in Nebraska at 3:52 a.m. and the coordinates displayed on screen show exactly where it happened. We then switch to found footage with a clearance level of 1A. The recording begins about an hour and a half after the object touches down.
I got it.
Although the audio is difficult to make out at times, we can hear some of the things that the people in the footage are saying, and it's pretty scary. Then we see our cameraman putting his hand near a strange mass. Until now, they didn't really seem to understand the magnitude of what they were discovering, but that's about to change.
Flamethrower on.
Over the radio, the discussion has become a bit panicked. We hear something about something being in motion and then an order to commence Operation Firebird.
And by the way, if you haven't watched Midwest Angelica for yourself, I would highly recommend it because there's now a new series called the Minerva Alliance. So, I mean, if you haven't seen it, these episodes are really good. I just wanted to see a breakdown.
What just happened? Well, it seems like the ground team panicked after realizing the chunk was still alive. They attempted to burn it, but unfortunately this only antagonized it. The guy holding the flamethrower seems to succumb to the anomaly, as we can see them literally melt, only to reveal the alien creature contained within the fallen helmet. It's also worth keeping in mind the disappearance of Lucas Michaels, who clearly had an important role, yet vanished without a trace. Like Call Now, this video also has a separate story to tell in its description, which will be a trend in this series. Midwest Angelica 1. It is believed that this tape was created sometime between April and July of 1999. However, the tape depicts footage originating as early back as 1985. It is thought that the tape was used internally at home and NASA for assessment of the circumstances surrounding AZ-001. The tape was discovered within the Grand Forks Technical College rubble. So this doesn't provide much the video doesn't already tell us. However, I do think it's interesting that the tape was found in the ruins of this college, which in the real world is located all the way in northern Minnesota, very far from the Nebraska landing zone near home HQ. I think it's pretty easy to see how the threat that we saw in this episode could escalate into something much greater. And combining that with the context from the description, we're clearly being pointed towards a post-apocalypse waiting to happen. The events we're seeing could be taking place decades before the recovery of the footage, but the fact that it was recovered at all means that humanity does survive. The question is, though, at what cost? Attention is yet another short episode, being a clip from a television feed. It starts with a brief ad for a pizza place in Red Oak, Iowa, and switches to an infomercial about experimental pesticide tests that may have affected people living in counties across Midwestern America. Apparently, the symptoms of the ingredients have led to insomnia, sleepwalking, strange dreams, and general sleep problems. Anyone with those issues should call for a free consultation. The phone number on screen suspiciously containing the word home. Although the episode isn't long enough to give us much, it gets really interesting when you take a look at the description. Midwest Angelica 1S. The footage is believed to have been recorded sometime in 1995. No known records of any pesticide tests were found to have taken place in the areas shown that year. So it's clear that the experimental pesticides are a ruse, conjured by Home to hide the real problem, the delta waves. The scale of this problem is widespread as well, targeting 11 counties near the southwest corner of Iowa. And these waves aren't just causing simple insomnia, but sleepwalking and strange or uncomfortable dreams. You can only imagine what the contents of those dreams might have been. Next up is Starfield. This is where things start to really pick up. We open with the words Starfield Ranch. Based on the date, the video's events seem like they occur almost simultaneously alongside the found footage events in Home. The coordinates displayed on screen are about 2.5 miles north of the landing site. The owner of the ranch, Avery Jones, wakes up to the sound of his dogs barking at 4:31 a.m. His son wakes up to join him in investigating the source of the disturbance, camcorder in hand, about 7 minutes later. Another 6 minutes passes and he convenes with his father on the edge of a wooden fence.
Colin, grab Max. I'm going to get the rifle. What happened to Rocky? I don't know. What happened?
Then the son is left alone. Until suddenly, something appears. Due to some sort of electrical interference, the footage that follows is incredibly degraded, limiting what we get to see down to a couple terrifying still frames. Just after 5 a.m., gunshots are heard. Considering what we're about to see, though, they clearly didn't do much. Avery Jones is assimilated.
Mom? Mom?
Infection. family. The video ends with the camera recording an entirely different scene, the atmosphere now a blood red. Not only that, but this is an entire month later. It's clear that the events depicted in Home and Starfield are separate but intertwined. Between the Alpha Chunk's touchdown and Mr. Jones waking up, only about 35 minutes passed. I'd wager that either a portion of the chunk landed closer to the ranch or a piece of the chunk left, infecting the local fauna as it made its way towards the ranch.
Nice.
Which eventually led to the events that we saw unfold. We also learned that the anomaly has several different methods of spreading its influence. The first we discovered was through the transmission of electromagnetic interference. Not only did this cause strange sleeping habits in humans, but it may explain why the camcorder struggled to record remnants of AZ-001 directly. The second method is direct assimilation, which seems to be by some kind of infection that affects animals and humans alike. And that infection spreads rather quickly. I want to talk about the end of the episode where we see the sun rising behind a giant life form. The use of the word family, to me, implies that although each member of the family was infected and killed one by one, they eventually reunited by assimilating into this massive entity. Now they're part of an even bigger family, the hive mind of an alien corpse from space. Moving down to the description, it reads, Midwest Angelica 2. Little is known about Starfield Ranch other than what is shown in the footage. Files containing information about the Jones family were recovered from Home HQ alongside the tape itself, which seems to have been annotated by Home. The files also state that it is unknown how the camera continued operation long after its battery should have been depleted. Based on the mere presence of this wasteland, it seems like the whole assimilation thing is going to be a big problem in the very near future. I'm left here wondering about the very particular choice of words that was used within the description. The files about the Jones family were recovered from Home HQ, not given to them, recovered. What could that mean for Home HQ? The next video is only about a minute and a half. The xenobiology research group at Home has performed organism-based testing on white-tailed deer, coyotes, and onions. The first two seemed to yield no strong results, but with the plant, the cells became utterly destroyed and reformed to look nothing like they did before within a fraction of a second. On top of that, the research has led them to believe that this infection possesses a degree of intelligence. Under the circumstances, they quickly determined that this contagion must be eliminated on site due to the threat it poses to the country. The infection has been formally dubbed Starkill. For those paying really close attention, you may have noticed that the specific organisms included in the video could all reasonably have been found on Starfield Ranch. We definitely saw a deer, this could have been a coyote or maybe one of the dogs, and the onion is a wild card, we didn't explicitly see it. Where it gets really confusing though is in what the description has to say this time around. Midwest Angelica 2S. The tape was discovered inside a barricaded examination room in the abandoned Red Oaks Veterinary Clinic. Despite its alleged nature, the contagion shown in the video has yet to be discovered in any form. What? You'd think something of this magnitude would be well known, yet somehow this isn't the case. To me, this implies that despite the repeated evidence of some kind of disaster approaching, Home manages to keep this under wraps the whole time. But now I'm wondering, if something of that magnitude occurs, if a bunch of people die, was that the right thing to do? The next video is a very unique entry because the first time I covered Midwest Angelica, and even the second time, it didn't exist. The video itself is a report from Home's Department of Press and Media regarding a broadcast hijacking that took place around midnight on January 18th, approximately 2 days after the Alpha Chunks touchdown. The origin of this hijacking was Long Pine, Nebraska. We're then shown footage of the incident.
Thank you for watching Channel 15. This is KXVO TV, serving Omaha and the greater Nebraska region. This concludes our broadcast day.
After announcing the end of the broadcast day, we're treated to just about the most goddamn patriotic thing I've ever seen. But suddenly it's cut off.
They are here. The public is unaware. Government is hiding it. Prepare now.
Flyers depicting the same image were found in Long Pine, Bassett, Stewart, and other surrounding towns. The perpetrator has yet to be identified. Okay, this has to be someone who knows about AZ-001 and actively opposes the government's decision to hide its existence from the public. Not only that, but they clearly felt the need to hide their identity. Hell, they even timed it to be ironic by cutting off the national anthem. Truth be told, I can only think of one person who fits the description: Lucas Michaels. Though making that connection doesn't exactly accomplish much. If I'm being perfectly honest, even in retrospect, I still don't really understand why this episode was added to the series. I feel like it would have been fine if it remained an unlisted video you could only access through a link, but adding it to the playlist basically cements it as canon when it doesn't really have a place, at least not that I can tell. The description doesn't even assign the episode a number like the others. However, it does still contain a single sentence. The tape was found in the Montana Northern Capillary amidst residential rubble. The choice to use the word capillary is doing a lot of heavy lifting here, especially in conjunction with residential rubble. Not only will this disaster destroy existing infrastructure, but it seems to be leaving behind entirely new geography in its wake. Just how great will the scale of this event be? Phantoms begins with a screen that specifies the need for special clearance. Unauthorized access is punishable by death. So basically, this video is going to have some deep shit. It documents an incident that began on January 28th, 12 days after the Alpha Chunk landed on Earth. Despite everything we saw happen in Starfield and home, they continued to research as if nothing even happened, with Dr. Andrew Evans returning to the landing site for further study. And we can hear the doctor coughing.
You okay? I'm fine.
He claims to be fine, but we've seen this before.
I want this area marked, just for sample collection. On it. Marking area over. That's all we're going to need.
We then get to see a field photo and the home uniform in greater detail, along with the Alpha Chunk. He then returns to Home HQ. We're then presented with a scenario recreation, with a familiar name appearing once more, Dr. O'Connor. Evans places the new samples in storage, then takes apparently a really long time to obtain a container to refill the water cooler. Then he dispenses 2 cups of water, offering one to Dr. O'Connor.
Hey, I brought you some water. Thought you might have wanted a cup. Thanks, Andrew. Were you able to get the results you wanted? Fortunately, much of the Alpha Chunk was too necrotic to really get any disease and sample from it. Likely have to find some other chunks connected to the main body of AB-001. Sorry to hear that. I think I might be able to get you the new data you want once you figure it out. So I'll have to get back to you tomorrow. That's all right. We can discuss more about it tomorrow after the meeting.
Not even 10 minutes later, Evans exhibits what the video describes as unusual behavior. I'd say that's a bit more than just fucking unusual, but okay. Immediately following this, he leaves for a storage room elsewhere in the facility for unknown reasons. But before he can leave this room, he's confronted by a third party, represented by a purple dot. Dr. Evans questions who they are, despite acting rather suspiciously himself. Just 2 minutes later, though, Home HQ is put under lockdown after gunshots are heard in the building. And then we see this. Target terminated. That night, Dr. Evans' body is brought to the morgue for an autopsy. What they find is unnerving. His x-rays are totally wrong. The structure of his body riddled with holes. And that's not even the strangest part, because his death is ruled as an assassination by a third party. Dr. O'Connor disappears and a vial of AT-001 samples goes missing. End of report. Well, this video has some wild developments. It seems that Dr. Evans was infected before we were even introduced to him. His coughing in the audio alludes to that. And considering his behavior, The Sarkill was clearly directing him to spread the infection, and his chosen method was poisoning the office water supply. I'd wager that giving the water to Dr. O'Connor directly was likely a targeted attack due to his high position as head of psychological research. However, why he disappeared following the incident is a mystery. In my opinion, the most fascinating part about the episode is the unidentified purple third party. This third party appears to execute organized military action, and the timing of their infiltration is remarkably convenient. They got there probably moments before Dr. Evans would spread the Sarkill even more. It's almost as if they knew. Per usual, the description offers some neat insight as well. Midwest Angelica 3. The footage on the tape documents an event believed to have irreparably impeded Holmes' ability to safely study AZ-001. The tape was found inside an underground bunker 12 miles west of Lincoln, Nebraska. One wall within the bunker was painted with a logo similar but not identical to the logo used by Holmes. Damn, they really know how to keep us on our toes. It is unfortunate that this message is practically confirming that Holmes never recovered from the seeds that Dr. Evans has sowed, which really makes you wonder what's going to happen to their research. But the craziest part is the mention of another Holmes logo distinctly separate from the one we're familiar with. But never mind that. In due time, these revelations will feel so obvious that you'll forget they were ever a mystery. What I really want to know right now is, where the hell is Ray O'Connor? Bulletin begins by showing off the program schedule for a public cable network on January 30th. The Long Pine Midwest Church invites you to their weekly service on Sunday, January 31st, from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. The service will also be televised on this channel for those unable to attend in person. The Long Pine Midwest Church would also like to extend their gratitude to the following individuals for volunteering to assist in this weekend's service: Diane Briggs, John Carlisle, Lindsay Chatfield, Paula Horowitz, Aaron Mathis, Ray O'Connor. Well, our missing doctor has appeared at the Long Pine Church in the same town from here, and unless he just really loves Jesus, I think he has some plans for the place. The description says Midwest Angelica 3S. The broadcast shown was believed to have aired sometime during the week of January 25th, 1999. The tape was found alongside another cassette in the collapsed remains of a house in Stewart, Nebraska. Huh. I wonder if we'll see that other cassette. Anyways, I bet you want to know what Dr. O'Connor's planning to do at the church, right? Well, let's find out. The next entry in the series is titled Azazel, and it opens with a frame telling us that the following footage is property of the Long Pine Police Department.
Okay.
Although the archive is from February 20th, the tape itself depicts the final moments of Sam Page and Andrew Webster on the night of February 11th. This is a week and a half after the January 31st Sunday service. The reason for the tape's existence is to attempt to ascertain a proper cause of death for the two officers. On February 8th at 12 a.m., a missing persons PSA airs.
Don't try that again. Why doesn't he come? I got everything all figured out. Top to bottom, smooth silk. Everything's falling apart. Can't trust nobody, nothing.
But the film is interrupted, and we see some familiar names. John Carlisle, Aaron Mathis, David Rohde, and Sarah Withrow, but notably, it does not include Dr. O'Connor. The missing persons have yet to be located.
Have yet to be missing.
At 9:35 p.m. on February 11th, the Long Pine Police Department received a 911 call from an unknown caller ID.
911, please state your emergency.
I'm at 876 Pine Lane in Long Pine, right next to the church. Now, I can't really say for certain, but there's some kind of sacrifice going on.
Okay, we'll be right there. Could you elaborate, please?
Yeah, it's a human sacrifice. I hear screams. It seems to be like a pagan ritual or something of the sort.
Okay, just hold tight. We'll be right there. Please stay on the line.
Officers arrive at the scene.
Man, it's like nostalgic. It's been so long since I watched these episodes.
We then see photographs of a note that was found on the premises. It reads, "A gift of the blood of an angel, phantom in its appearance, but insides churn with flesh and blood of the stars. The blessed walk in silence blissfully closer to his sacred realm. Ascended beyond mortals, we have become apostles of Azazel." Then we see another note. "Altar, an offering of souls to the body of the fallen, reconstruction of God's realm, infinite in its cycle of life. Death but a moment of passing time. He is infinity incarnate." Afterwards, we see the last known state in which Officer Page was alive. Page's body has yet to be recovered. Investigation is ongoing. Officer Webster, on the other hand, continues searching outside for the disturbance that was called in. He stumbles across a clearing in the tree line and sees a massive silhouette towering above him. Upon closer inspection, Webster discovers that this tower is made of countless amalgamated human bodies. The officer's body cam even captured their faces, still moving. Later on, Webster becomes increasingly paranoid, believing he's being followed.
Hello?
After quite some time spent wandering aimlessly, we cut forward to see Webster in a clearing.
Fucking impossible after that point. I just get killed in this game. Okay.
The man seen in the footage has yet to be identified. Officer Webster's body was found in a redacted state, with the cause of death still unknown to the police. This is because unmarked military personnel arrived to retrieve the body, and they confiscated much of the footage that was recorded. Among them is CIA agent Robert Spencer, who threatens the police, forcing them to keep quiet and taking command of the area. The families of the missing persons and the two officers have their closure taken from them, and just like that, the video ends. So, after fleeing Home HQ, Dr. O'Connor infiltrated the church to infect even more people with the Starkill virus. From there, the group that emerged organized sessions of pagan ritual to construct what the note referred to as an altar, a tower made of human sacrifices. They call themselves Apostles of Azazel, which conveniently matches the AZ and AZ001. What a remarkable coincidence. In biblical lore, Azazel is generally depicted as a fallen angel responsible for introducing forbidden knowledge to mankind. Funnily enough, this interpretation was popularized by the Book of Enoch, which is an offshoot that isn't widely recognized as canon. This makes it all the more ironic that the hiding location O'Connor, or perhaps Azazel, chose was a Christian church. It's as if the anomaly is openly mocking our idea of divinity. Continuing the trend of checking out the description, the passage in this video reads, Midwest Angelica 4. The tape is the second of 2 cassettes found in the collapsed remains of a house in Stewart, Nebraska. Most buildings in the Long Pine ruins were found to be destroyed, with a large crater discovered near the site of the former church building. The circumstances surrounding the crater's formation are currently under investigation. Stages is another short entry in the series, and it marks the conclusion of Act 1. In this tape, Home identifies every stage of the Starkill infestation that they know of as of February 23rd. This information requires top secret clearance, so it seems like a pretty big deal. The first stage is Sustenance Hunt, in which the Starkill attempts to absorb large quantities of biomass to sustain itself, preparing for subsequent stages. The second stage is Intelligence Accumulation, where it searches for the most intelligent immediately available host in order to assimilate it. These two stages explain the behaviors seen in both Starfield and Phantoms. Stage 3 is Self-Replication, where the Starkill grows large enough to form specialized biomass hubs, made with the intent of producing new life forms. We saw this with the Altar in Azazel. However, it's possible for these to grow far larger, which produces larger life forms. These are called temples. A fourth stage is hypothesized, but this relies on an unknown worst-case scenario where a critical mass point is reached. Based on the available data, Home predicts the Starkill network will grow to this size within a year. Well, despite how horrifying the implications are, the information we're given is actually rather cut and dry. But the description, per usual, gives us that little extra bit of insight we need. It says Midwest Angelica, or S. The tape was recovered from what is believed to have been the remains of a Home convoy on US Route 183. Based on all recovered footage, February 23, 1999 seems to be the last time any new material was created by the original Home group. So it seems that we've reached the end of the original Home group's tenure, which isn't exactly shocking considering what we've been watching unfold since the Alpha Chunk landed. Logically, this means we should be seeing the secret secondary Home group step up to the plate quite soon. We've now seen every description from Act 1, so I'd like to dedicate some time to analyzing them all with our more complete understanding. The footage we've been watching is on tapes that physically exist within the world, being found by an unknown party or parties in the far future. These tapes are spread all across the Midwest, evidently being discovered as the sole remnants of a cataclysmic disaster that we can only assume was the culmination of events depicted within the tapes themselves, which is what we've been watching. And the details of the expeditions give us further insight into these circumstances, like how the Starkill manages to remain a mystery after the dust settles, or how there's a secret secondary organization resembling the original Home, backed by the government and military. I also feel like it's appropriate to mention the naming conventions for each episode present in the descriptions. Each one starts with Midwest Angelica, followed by a 3-digit number, but there's always a shorter video following that adds an S to that number. Not only are these episodes labeled together, but they are often uploaded in batches as well, with the exception of here, since that came much later. And this pattern is indicative of a deliberate storytelling structure. For example, Home, which is 001, introduces the concept of AC-001, the brainwaves, and the psychological research. And 001S clarifies that these brainwaves could be causing unusual sleep issues in the population. Starfield 002 introduces the pathogen and the assimilation process, which 002S Starkill clarifies. The story will introduce a new concept for it to play with and further expand on it in the next entry before starting the cycle all over again. Now, you might be wondering where the first episode fits into this, since it's just called Midwest Angelica 0. Would that somehow imply that everything after Call Now is supposed to recontextualize it? No, that would be silly. Anyways, if you thought we'd be moving on to Act 2 now that we're done with Act 1, unfortunately, you'd be wrong. Because first we have to go through the interlude, which, if I may add, is probably my favorite part of the series. So without further ado, let's move on to Easter.
Oh, this is the guy's face talking. It's good.
Millennium. For many, this was exciting, but for others, it came with heavy anxiety. How would we change in this new age of humanity? What were we leaving behind? Were we about to lose something we didn't even know we had? The video begins with a quick flash of text, but it's quickly replaced by a title card for an analysis report from Holmes' Xenobiology Research Group. Specifically, it's from the Psychological Contamination Lab and requires top secret clearance. Seeing as this is dated February 19th, this is only about a week after the church incident. At this point in time, it wasn't fully understood how the larger AZ-001 would communicate with the smaller Starkill instances, but thanks to Dr. Stanley Vega, that changed. He observed them communicating through a previously unknown energy signature, which travels across a network in a separate plane parallel to ours. This mysterious energy would be named Podolsky neurons. He also alleged that these neurons originate directly from the nervous system of AZ-001. He goes on to explain that the process is similar to quantum entanglement, with the parallel space or Akashic plane acting as the medium to allow seamless communication between them over long distances. Briefly, we see a sentence with redacted text, which seems to discuss accessing the Akashic plane, but this is quickly swapped for a logo, similar but not identical to the home logo. We proceed to documented Akashic interaction tests performed about a month later on March 15th by Dr. Vega himself. He was born June 7th, 1958 in Chicago, Illinois. His home ID is 276596736. The baseline phrase to remember is present day, present time. The trial involves samples of the Podolsky neurons being directly inserted into the spinal cord through a neck incision. We can gather that this is an attempt to connect the human nervous system to the Akashic plane directly. Throughout the 3 tests, we get to see Dr. Vega's facial expressions lit by green light. After test 1 concludes, we see a scan of his brain activity, and Vega is asked to convey his thought process and re-record the information. Shockingly, though, his memory changes. He shifts his birthday back by exactly 12 years and records his home ID as a different number entirely. After this, we're told the participant continues to believe that the test is a screening for infection. That's odd. So he's not doing this willingly? In the second test, Vega is visibly agitated, breathing heavily and making grotesque noises and facial expressions. His brain scan proceeds to show elevated activity. Afterwards, the information is radically altered. He now lists his name as John Carlyle. Date of birth, April 10th, 1946. City is Long Pine, and the home ID is now an address, 21 East 4th Street. The baseline phrase is now, I pray every morning, and it trails off. If you don't recall, Carlyle is one of the missing people from the church. This implies that Vega is now somehow actively entangled with one of the human sacrifices that was used in the altar. And if you thought that was bad, the third test is even worse. He starts to react more violently, making expressions of agony, until suddenly it all bottoms out. All he can manage to say is, Dr. Vega's vocabulary has now been limited to the word Easter. The video closes with us being shown the Akashic Interface Probe prototype, a device which very well may have been developed at the cost of Dr. Vega's sanity. In the corner, we see a watermark that reads, Home Delta. All right, yeah, that was a lot. So let's start from the beginning. First of all, that quick first frame. Alongside what we saw at the end, this reveals the identity of our purple mystery organization, sporting a logo similar but not identical to the original Home Delta. Despite this, the data from the first third of the video is distinctly from Home's archives, with the Delta logo only appearing once the Akashic interaction tests begin a month later. Taking into account the strange implication that Dr. Vega is participating in the trial unwillingly, it's hard to pinpoint as of now where Home Delta lies and what their goals are relative to the original. Backtracking a bit, though, let's further define the terms introduced in this episode. The reason the name Podolsky is associated with the term Podolsky neurons is because of the physicist Boris Podolsky, who fittingly assisted Einstein with early ideas in quantum mechanics. Next, the word Akashic. This comes from the term Akashic Records, which is a theoretical pool of knowledge that consists of everything and anything there possibly is to know, only existing on a plane separate from our existence. Considering this, the choice to dub it the Akashic Plane is remarkably fitting, and with that knowledge, we can figure out exactly what happened to Dr. Vega during the experiment. Contrary to what you may have assumed, I actually think the experiment was sort of successful. Vega did connect to the Akashic Plane, as proven by his connection to Carlisle. The problem is that once he went off the deep end, his brain couldn't handle the overwhelming amount of information and his consciousness short-circuited. This turned him into a shell whose vocabulary became limited to the word Easter, which is the Christian holiday celebrating Christ's resurrection. The reason why I can say all of this with confidence is because, spoilers for Chainsaw Man, this mirrors a plot point from that pretty closely. For those that don't care about spoilers and just want a brief explanation, in Chainsaw Man, the antagonists to humanity are devils, which are physical manifestations of what humanity fears most. The more humanity fears a concept, the more powerful the associated devil is. Within the series, there's a devil named representing the fear of omniscience. Because she's utilizing a human vessel, which makes devils inherently weaker, her vocabulary is entirely limited to the word Halloween. But by using telepathy, she can pull enemies into her mind and forcibly inject them with all the knowledge of the universe, which in turn makes them unable to think about anything but the word Halloween for the rest of their lives. I don't think it's necessary to point out the similarity. Chainsaw Man isn't even the only anime or manga reference in the episode. Present Day, Present Time is borrowed from Serial Experiments Lain, and allegedly the series takes an absolutely bonkers amount of inspiration from Evangelion, but I haven't actually seen that, so I wouldn't know. Anime tangent aside, I think that what we've seen here is the first instance of humanity trying too hard to harness forces completely beyond. And trust me when I say this theme will be thoroughly explored in the episodes to come. Taking a trip down to the description, gone are the accounts of lost tapes found in rubble. Instead, we have a single term made of gibberish letters and numbers. Well, it's not random, that's a little disingenuous. If we take the term and decode it using base 64, what we get back is a single word: knowledge. I'll leave it at that for now. Babylon opens with security of a hall in Home HQ.
This episode has some dope visuals.
It cuts away the text that reads Babylon Project, along with the Home Delta logo.
Today marks the 12-year anniversary of the Babylon Project and the founding of Home Delta. The date is March 13th, 1999. As director of the Babylon Project, reporting to the General Commanding Director of Home Delta, I, Dr. Robert Spencer, am obliged to construct this full report detailing the Babylon Project's progress as of March of 1999. Since the Annunciation event on January 28th and the subsequent elimination of Dr. Evans, the contamination of Home HQ has continued to progress at an exponential rate. We estimate that around 75% of home staff have been infected and continue operation as phantoms. Further, through routine checks of Home HQ, we have determined that the star kill biomass has reached the temple classification. We believe Wraith classification entities may be birthed by the temple in as soon as 12 days. My recommendation would be to gather the final samples for research and begin Operation Homebound promptly. The Deathbringer squads are prepared for immediate action.
Next, we're introduced to a meeting occurring at the Babel site on March 13th between Dr. Spencer and a Dr. Gamma Churchill.
Dr. Churchill, we're preparing for the final descent into Home HQ now. Mission will commence in 48 hours.
Good. Spencer, I have a request.
What is it, sir?
Dr. Stanley Vega of the Xenobiology Group has been researching the Akashic Plane. I need you to retrieve him and his work, but under no circumstances should you allow him to learn the true nature of Home Delta.
Understood. What should be done if he's already infected?
He won't be. He works in the BSL-4 lab. We've determined that sector to be clean, and it's projected to be clean for at least 10 more days. If he's visibly infected, eliminate him. Otherwise, we will conduct a SIM test to determine if he has phantom blood. Retrieve his lab assistant too, Dr. Solomon Ezra. Same rules apply.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what are you planning with him?
My plans with Vega have nothing to do with your job. This is for your own good, Spencer. The most I can tell you is that it involves research into the Akashic Plane. Speaking of which, have you retrieved the new info on Lucas Michaels?
Yes, I have. It's in the data room. I think you'll be interested in our findings. We're not sure what to make of it yet.
Good. I'm looking forward to it. When you return, we'll run the SIN test at Nazareth site and continue operations as planned. We're on schedule.
Understood. And for Operation Helmbound?
It will commence April 4th.
We cut forward to Home Delta's infiltration of Home HQ.
Churchill, do you read? On the line, over. Bravo team, follow Officer Ringo to the temple for final sample collection. Charlie team, follow me to BSL lab for hostage retrieval.
We see the temple entrance for a brief moment, and then 3 of Home Delta's men confront Vega in his lab.
Dr. Vega, we've identified a potential risk in the BSL labs, required to be taken to the quarantine zone for a mandatory screening for infection.
I understand that it's protocol, but this is the highest safety level lab at home, and there shouldn't be any risk of cross-contamination in the last 2 months.
Regardless, we still have to take you to quarantine. Where's your lab partner, Dr. Ezra?
He was transferred back to the main facility.
That's okay. We'll pick him up along the way. Bring your research materials and maybe place in quarantine for a few weeks.
We jump once again to their SIN test being performed, starting with Dr. Vega. The way the test works is actually quite simple. The proctors ask questions and gauge the way the subject responds.
That being said, here's the first question. It's Christmas morning and you're with your...
All right. Something to 2 hours of that one. Let's go ahead and put this on real quickly before I get back to that, because I got to go get some stuff done. And then I will be back to maybe watch the rest of that. Dope.
For a while with Cabela's Dangerous Hunts. The first was an action FPS with a few survival elements. The environment was a danger, you'd fail if you killed non-game animals. It was still in the spirit of a hunting sim, pushed a little more into action. But each new game dropped more and more of the simulation stuff. Conditions had created the perfect storm for Cabela's Dangerous Hunts 2013. It is the last of the Dangerous Hunts lineage. It is a final, desperate bet, and it is horrifying and glorious. And sure, other developers have since made games that integrate horror and hunting perfectly, and this one also has intended horror sections, along with some of the most insane things I've seen in a video game. It has since been delisted from all online stores, so strap in for the hunt of hunts. From the moment you launch, this game sets a tone. Jesus Christ. It reminds me a bit of the Killing Floor menu theme, which is incredibly appropriate for what's going to be happening. But unlike Killing Floor, this game does have a campaign. So let's begin.
Yeah, in-depth campaign of that game.
Be patient.
The story is
You
so
want the
absurd.
buck, but you don't have a shot yet. Start with that darker doe on the left. Just aim. There aren't any bullets in the gun yet.
This is the perfect example of normal deer hunting games. You sit in a spot and use Batman Detective Vision to shoot at a deer's organs. Which does fit because you look like Christian Bale, just Reign of Fire Christian Bale. But the game claims that he's named Jacob, and his father has taken him for an outing to learn the art of vaporizing a deer. The game's controls are shockingly finicky. Even with aim assist off, if you scope in, you automatically get pulled towards the animal's organs. And this isn't a tutorial only thing, it's like this the whole game. You have to let the game's aim sway you in, because if you try to do it manually like here, you're fighting it. The buck is hunted, the Cabela special is complete. and then the music and slow pan up kind of frame it like it's the birth of a serial killer. Taking down this buck was like the cold open for a Brian Fuller Hannibal episode, which does seem strange when you're here for the hunting game. It holds on this a while, and then some months go by. Dad has taken his sons to hunt a grizzly bear, which is a bit deep end after your son has just learned how to shoot a deer. It could be for the honor of his house or something, but it's not yet explained.
Jacob, behind you! Take the shot, Luke! Take the shot!
Thank God he took the shot.
You hurt. It's also a scarred, fucked up Resident Evil bear.
Guys, that bear is dangerous. We've got to pull together and stay focused. Someone's gonna get killed, okay?
Yeah, he didn't say or. I would look panicked too. Dad just declared that one must die this day. So you and your bowl-cut brother are off to hunt the BOW bear. They then split up, and Jacob didn't tell anybody he had no ammo on him, which is a huge problem because the bear appears to have a cult of Timberwolf disciples. But you do make it back to your family. Wolves wouldn't just swarm all over you. They're more skittish animals than you might think.
I'm gonna draw it out. Hang back until I give the word.
And now Luke is running off on his own. Why is everyone trying to solo the bear? If you've never seen a grizzly in person, they're huge. It's not the polar bear or hippo end boss, but monsters are real. They're smart and way, way faster than you would think.
They're terrifying.
Anyone who brings up the gorilla versus grizzly bear fight simply does not know what a grizzly bear is. Luke's rifle could do the job if he has great aim and isn't shitting himself. I don't think Luke has the will saves for that. I'm sorry.
Luke, what is wrong with you? This isn't a game.
Ah.
Not missing another shot. Get back there and stay with your brother. He's just gonna get in the way again. Jacob, make sure your rifle is sighted in.
On it, Dad.
Luckily, Jacob finds plenty of ammo, so you're all set. The bear is summoning wolves.
What is it?
Wolves.
Keep calm, Jacob. And don't run. The only way to survive the hunt is to
stand your ground.
That's exactly right. Make your stand and shoot.
It's hard to figure out the exact hierarchy of the bear's forces, but the black wolves appear to be officers inside of it. So if you take down the black wolves, the others will scatter immediately.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Great. Time to find your dumbass brother.
Watch out! No! Dad!
I'll admit, I didn't expect death by bear to be similar to death by freight train. You know, dying is no fun, but that is the most pleasant way you could go via bear. And now the real story begins. 10 years have gone by and Jacob is taking a trip to Uganda. He does it annually to honor his dad's birthday.
It was his favorite place to hunt when he was younger. He died before they opened it up again. I've been out several times. First time with my brother, though.
Yes, he has arrived yesterday, already at the camp. I understand it has been many years since you have seen one another.
Yeah, that's right.
Ah, well, he has quite the impressive reputation, you know.
Yeah, I know. Hunting runs in our blood.
But you are a conservationist, yes?
Park ranger, back in Alaska.
Excellent.
Make sure to keep that in mind. Jacob is a conservationist, a park ranger who loves the environment and animals, which does make you wonder why they keep setting this up like a horror movie. Some of the lines sound straight out of Blumhouse.
Well, I appreciate you taking care of us, Ed.
I have a good feeling, Jacob. I think this will be a very special hunt for you and your brother. Very special.
Yeah, but Luke didn't leave a great impression last round. Though unlike Jacob, who mainly works to preserve animals, Luke has apparently become a master big game hunter. So there could be some drama in Jacob not measuring up to him, and then all hell breaks loose.
Hold on. Whoa! This could get bumpy, friend. Get ready.
Ed? What is that?
Sandstorm! Sand is coming in the back. I need to close the window. I fear we could get caught in a stampede. I ask you to help defend the vehicle, or we may be crushed.
Defend the vehicle. Okay.
I got one.
Jesus Christ, do I have to kill every water buffalo? There's like 400 of them. Do sandstorms actually cause instant madness? It just keeps going. You can switch out weapons too. This is all self-defense. It's Howl's Moving Castle doctrine, aka get the fuck away from my Jeep. Oh, they're leaving. Leopards! Holy shit! Leopards looking confused around a dead bison? They're trying to steal our fucking decals! Oh my god, get the fuck out of here. Is this a roadblock? The leopards set up an ambush? I have so many questions about Africa and sandstorms, but I'm not an expert. I'm not a conservationist like Jacob. I know jaguars are ambush predators, but that was... Oh, the bison are back. The game has you back to shooting bison for a while, but the mix-up comes when the birds are in on it too. It's hard to tell, but they sure look like they could be Canadian geese, which would be why they want to kill us. Everything wants to kill us. Let's merge into the buffalo lane. The animals don't get it. Jacob will blast all of Africa to defend this vehicle, and it just keeps going. Constant new threats. I saw the Impala reaching. And every time you think there might be a break and you're out of the storm, you look over the ridge and look at that, the bison are back. Jacob's vacation is turning into a scientific incident. He may have hammered deep enough into the buffalo gene pool to change their fate as a fucking species.
Keep an eye for leopards hiding in the trees!
And the leopards are not far behind.
Kabbalah is
Did the bears survive and orchestrate all this? Look at this. What is there to talk about? Is this what Dad wanted? All animals bigger than my phone must die? There are plenty of animals here to the point that they might literally grow on trees. Because at one point, Ed accidentally hits a tree and it's like a pipe ruptured. He turned on the leopard faucet. It's pure leopards. I haven't seen big cats behaving as a liquid like this since Roar. And the bison never stop coming. It's unbelievable. 2 missions in, and it's the greatest hunting game of all time. And look, it even sets up a rhino to be your rival. I'm not sure the WWF is going to buy self-defense anymore. And I mean the panda one, not the one Mr. House used to run. And get this, the lions want you dead too. At least these are pack hunters until a giant pillar falls down that pulverizes a good half of the pride. Who would have thought an African safari was more like Time Crisis? This game does not make you a conservationist. It makes you think maybe people were too hard on that dentist. Maybe Cecil the lion had AoE attacks in multiple phases. I wasn't there. Is that why Cabela's stopped making these? I mean, technically it was a Czech developer, but Cabela's approved it. When you see lions running past water buffalo and impala to specifically get you, it opens a lot of questions. Is this another iteration of Blue Gender? I'm talking about Blue Gender twice in 1 year? Who cares? Blood for the blood god.
We will salvage what we can. But right now, I have to make repairs. Maybe you should start your hunt for the day.
I'm sorry. Start my hunt for the day? I'm amazed Denny survived the commute.
I will be here a very long time. Maybe you can find that bull elephant that has given us so much trouble.
I can do that.
Wait, that voice.
You can switch with the triangle button.
Your Shadow with his beloved and iconic handgun, and Christian Bale, which is perfect design and casting. Well, off we go on foot. It actually is kind of tense moving through this bush. You have to scavenge for health and ammo, but at least you are leveling up your skills. You're pretty much guaranteed to max out Marksman, which gives you extra ammo. The others can be trickier, and of course. Now, what you may not have known is this game is actually a Souls-like because you have a stamina meter and can dodge roll. And the bison has some moves too, but you've seen plenty of them die already, so let's find something more exotic. Ah, hyenas. This is where you learn about the turnaround button, which is instantaneous. And look, while it is fun to forever change the biodiversity of these animals, the aim assist and drag and how you move the weapon is just so clumsy and awful. A lot of it is due to something many FPS games do that you might not notice. In many other shooters, the gun follows your crosshairs, or the screen is more fixed on it to where the gun always follows it. Most of the series was light gun compatible, and this is no exception, which would work better if the whole game was on rails like the car, but it still felt and looked awkward there too. You can still use your sights, and most of the game is going to be on foot. So rather than trying to be a good on-rails shooter or a good FPS, it's in this weird hybrid zone. The game is trying to have set pieces, but my heart and soul want to call them incidents. We got past the car incident. Now we're entering the hyena zone.
That's strange. The ranger station is always manned this time of the year. No matter. Get inside. You will be safe in the basement.
Go into the basement of the abandoned ranger station. Oh god, this reminds me of the bear house in Condemned 2.
There's hyenas everywhere.
Jacob, you knew that on the way in. It doesn't stay dark for long as hyenas absolutely swarm the area. I think they're supposed to break in from outside the station, but I swear they sometimes spawn inside the building. It is endless snarling and growling and chittering, and they follow you through every inch of the building, including outside. These are the most obnoxious hyenas in video games. Well, released video games.
Since 80s!
Why are they so desperate? And then wham, a hyena officer has arrived. Again, like the wolves, demolishing 3 battalions of them won't discourage them, but taking out the leader will. When they're dealt with, you know what it is. Now, going back to your rival from earlier, the game tries to establish villain animals. This is hard to pull off for a number of reasons, with one being every animal is already trying to kill me, so they're all villains. But just to make the rhino from earlier a little bit more irredeemable, they show it fucking up an impala. But that wasn't the animal Ed said was a problem earlier.
Maybe you can find that bull elephant that has given us so much trouble.
Earlier, you did encounter elephants on the road too, but couldn't kill any. I just assumed this was because you weren't carrying an anti-tank rifle or something and just didn't have the caliber yet. And check out the dialogue here.
This guy's massive.
It sounds like now is your chance. Take him down.
They never say rhino, and the rhino boss fight is kind of blunt and easy. And it moves a lot like how the bison already do. I have a theory about this. I am convinced that at one point you 1v1'd a bull elephant. They already had the model, and the pre-rendered cutscene had Ed wanting you to take care of it, but someone somewhere thought that would be in such bad taste or cause controversy to the point it got scrapped. The follow-up is also vague. Really?
You must be eager to tell your brother you have taken such a trophy.
Not that a rhino is much better, but I feel there's a story here. And now flashback time.
Yeah, maybe you should get a kill under your belt before you start planning where to put all your trophies.
That's why we're here. Try to keep up.
It's a good day to hunt.
It's always a good day to hunt.
True, but I can't think of a better way to spend my birthday. 2 guys I'd rather spend it with.
So we're taken back to pre-bear collision, and this is a strange choice. We've already seen how Dad and the bear allegedly died. So now we're taken back to the beginning of that story where the brothers are inexperienced hunters. But at least Alaska is beautiful.
Go for it. Look after your brother.
Awesome.
Wait, we're back to hunting elk? Cabela's, I don't think we can go back to this. Not after that. But hang on, Desert War in a car followed by a sneaky climb through the mountains. Are they actually using Modern Warfare 2 as the blueprint? This is not the same atmosphere.
All right, I'll take the one on the left. You take the one on the right.
You take the one on the left.
3, 2, 1. Now! Great shot!
Nice work.
Oh god, are we going to get Cabela's version of no Russian? But for now, Dad is pleased that Jacob is killed, and this fills his eyes with light. So this chapter is more to explain why Jacob is the way he is. And to be fair, an elk hunt is a nice break from the horrors of Africa, which were... Oh shit, what the... Okay, never mind. Pursue the moose.
What is it?
I think some wolves may have picked up the smell of blood.
Man, who cares about the wolves? I'm way more scared of a moose. The tier list for these animals is just completely wrong. They treat the moose like it's an oversized gazelle, and the wolves are the wolves from The Grey. That did come out while the game was in development. Liam Neeson says that wolves will kill all life within 30 miles of their den, and that appears to be the rule here too.
There's a lot of them.
Hang on, we're coming.
And remember, this all happened before the bear hunt, complete with a different black wolf. Now, the scene could be how Jacob's fractured mind remembers things, but who knows? Oh, yeah, 100% crazy.
Luke.
Jacob?
That Canderous?
It's been a minute.
Huh. Maybe more than a minute, but happy to see you. Glad you agreed to meet up.
We always talked about coming out here together.
We did. You remember what this weekend is?
I guess you didn't want me to forget it. He may have followed in his footsteps and took over his job, but
I'm not sure if he means park ranger or if Dad was the Ketchikan Doomslayer. Basically, I'm doubting him as a force of good. The Klingit people might have carved a 12-story tall shameful of the man.
I couldn't stay connected to that past.
Come on. Trotting the globe, taking on dangerous game. Don't you think that's all about Dad?
If you came here looking for answers, maybe you should just go home.
I'm not going anywhere. I came to hunt.
I need to get your brother to his own hunt as well.
It's fine. I appreciate the lift.
There are reports of an impala herd just inside the gorge. Should provide for an exhilarating hunt.
Sounds perfect.
An impala hunt also doesn't sound too exciting in comparison, but it sounds like Jacob's getting off a little at the idea.
This is the fun part. Spectacular creatures.
Oh, come on. That didn't count. It is possible it was only wounded like the moose, but moose have way higher AC. Oh, it's because a jaguar had to steal it. Actually, it's because I didn't shoot the male impala. So every so often it pretends to act like a real hunting game again. The entire impala hunt lasted maybe 30 seconds before it went off the rails. Though I really do dig the Predator jungle drums in the soundtrack.
Gotta get out of here. These cats are everywhere.
Yeah, impalas are over. It's jaguar time. You can use detective vision to see them perfectly, but that's not very sporty. I always thought jaguars were solitary hunters, but judging off the sounds, there are maybe 300 of them out here. This is Jaguar Thermopylae, and I have to be the Sword of Xerxes. But they're not formation fighters and are crafty ambushers. They spend the first while jumping around trees, screeching and trying to demoralize you. And you're always coming across ruins or ammo stashes from the unworthy warriors who died before you. I'm not yet sure what Cabela's means by these greater lore implications. It is very narrow, and I don't like that. Jesus! Jaguar Alley actually wasn't so bad. Impalas could be back on the menu.
Good, not good. I got lions here. Repeat, lions.
Jesus Christ, they're eating the jaguar? Do lions hunt jaguar? I'm positive they could, I just don't know if they do or even live near each other. At least it is just another take out the alpha section, which saves a lot of headache. It seems like them being perched on the jaguar is a warning that you're in for way more danger. And you know, that's fine. I've been shooting so many cats already, god damn it. What happened to killing the scary one makes them go away? Lionesses actually do perform most of the hunting, but damn. There are so many lions, I'm just gonna leave. It turns out lions are like Nazgul or vampires, where they don't want to come near running water. This may confirm the threat is somewhat demonic in nature. It's too bad Jacob is clumsy and slides directly into the geese lair.
I'm fine. Just give me a sec to climb out of here.
I can only be thankful they're not Canadian geese, who absolutely deserve Remington flash photography on site. But hang on, they are. Not one goose. They're always hissing and biting like that. Wait. Oh god, crocodiles? Nile crocodiles are in on this? I guess that makes sense, they are ferocious. Though it looks like there was just the one for now, which is kind of odd. Usually there are... Where'd the music go? Defeat the hippo? What fucking... Ah! Why is there a hippo in the reeds? How did we survive as a species before guns? Where are the fucking impalas? This one's more of a real boss fight, but I finally defeat the hippo. It has phases? Of course it does. A hippo is an animal that I accept has phases in real life.
Why do I have a bad feeling about this?
Oh right, this is where it summons vampire bats. There you are. And then it just sends us to the next level. I know Ed said we did, but are we actually taking trophies? Getting meat or anything? We killed roughly 200 animals at high speed in a car, and I don't think we recovered any of those. And these sounds are not promising. I see. Is there a way around the baboon hive? I did check around, but no dice. This takes a strange turn.
All right. I'm inside.
Jacob, it is very You must keep moving forward along the path, but just don't left.
Is the game implying that the baboons are jamming me? This has disturbing implications. And man, Jacob cannot stop losing his footing. For how good he is at obliterating nature, he's a clumsy dude. And now the baboons have me where they want me. Maybe the jungle is driving me crazy, but the game is starting to remind me of Spec Ops The Line. Like, if Spec Ops was an endorsement of all the events in its story. I saw a Let's Play of Homefront like that once.
Copy that. Launching white phosphorus.
Whoa. Cool. I know I'm stuck on this, but the Impala Hunt itinerary didn't mention quick-scoping baboons. I'm going to abridge this because it rains baboons the entire Riverwalk. There's a lot to think about platforming out of Baboon Alley. Dad loved hunting, and this whole ordeal is to honor him, but this feels more and more like a ritual. Why is all of nature out to kill Jacob? The sandstorm feels more and more like some kind of divine event, and the game is leaning into a surprising amount of horror. Why bother with the flashbacks of the beginning of the bear hunt when we know how that ends? Is it to show our villain origin story in full detail? I don't know, but Ed temporarily makes it past the monkey jamming to warn of more leopards. Their alliance with the baboons is strong, and even with music off, they still get violent horror stings. And I know it's an alliance because across the valley, the Baboon King is encouraging it, and he's immune to the hunting rifle. What protects him? The forest is so dense with leopards, you can fire into any tree and one is guaranteed to fall out. What's wrong with this place? Well, there could be an answer because you catch sight of a structure. It's hard to get a good look due to all the big cat attacks, but it appears to be a crumbling stone one, which is unusual for a jungled mountain pass in Uganda. So that's weird on its own, but it gets stranger. It's still functioning. What civilization built this? For now, I'm going to call the builders of this the Ancient Ones. The Ancient Ones need the door to close nearly immediately, and its purpose is obvious because the baboons still use it as intended. It's a gladiator arena. And it comes complete with death traps. Is this what it means to respect your prey? Why are baboons the overseer of the arena? And the whole time, the Baboon King sits up in the rafters throwing down insults. What's happening?
All right, punk. It's you and me.
You are a conservationist, yes?
You know, when you shoot a deer in the tutorial, this isn't where you see things ending up. The trapdoors barely slow him down, too. He knows this arena well. It's a frantic but doable fight. It's the ending I find disturbing. You don't push a button. The death of the Baboon King wills the door open. Is there lore I'm missing from a different Cabela's game? Please let me know. And you immediately fall again.
Luke?
Man. Worse than I thought.
What are you talking about? He has a journal of... Yeah? I can only assume he's seeing things we don't. Oh, here we go again.
One for the history books.
Ned, you there?
I'm here.
Hey, sorry to bother you on your day off, but it looks like we got a possible grizzly attack up on the mountain.
Okay, Dad is off with the bear, and Luke is being trouble again.
Where are you going? Relax. Jeez. Just gonna take a look.
He's moved about 3 miles after this cut.
Where'd you go?
Come on, there's an old sawmill down here.
At least Jacob means to fall here.
Where are you, Luke?
In the old sawmill.
There's mountain lions all over.
I see him. I'm getting out of here.
It looks like Resident Evil Village. Why is this happening? The way shadows are cast in the atmosphere, this is a straight-up horror section. When you start playing, right, You think the car massacre has to be the height of how ridiculous the game is, which is still kind of true, but it doesn't stop surprising me with what it keeps pulling out. It looks safe to reload. Oh my god! They wait until they hear you reloading? I can't get over it. 10 years on, and I still cannot believe this is what the game is. It's like something from an AVP game, but pumas. It is funny they use the big cat stock sound effect. But really, what makes the game so silly and great is that these are just animals. They aren't crazy mutated creatures or some kind of bioweapon. They're just normal mountain lions, which makes the plot fucking insane.
Hey, this gate is locked. How'd you get out of here?
I just ran.
The security gate is shut because the mountain lions have cut the power. How can they cut the power, man? They're animals. Jacob does restore it, and I promise you, many mountain lions died to get back here. Then while following Luke, you notice a buck, so just snipe that down and keep walking. We're also losing his signal because the wolves or pumas are jamming us too. I'm going to guess wolves because without exaggeration, you kill about 80 wolves here. They emerge from random rocks and holes and coordinated bonsai charges and are relentless. The amount of wolves you gun down is a thing of legends. That's the scouting party down. It's a wolf river.
You are a conservationist, yes?
I can only wonder, how has Jacob not murdered Luke yet? In fact, when I catch up to him, I try. The game doesn't let you, but Jacob's heart is beating so quickly. And he dares to ask what took me so long.
Gotta go after him. Make sure you pay.
No way, man. He said stay put, we stay put.
That doesn't matter now. Someone you care about could be in big trouble. You go after him.
You didn't put down a horde of apex predators, Luke.
Jacob! Mr. Marshall, do you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here, Ed. What's happened?
Something very bad. There's been an animal attack. A man was killed.
An animal attack? Out here? Unthinkable.
And your brother?
Luke?
Yes. He is very angry. He has gone to the animal alone without help.
Impossible. Truly insane.
I fear he could be in big trouble.
I'm on my way.
So the flashback mirrors chasing Luke again, I guess.
Tonight, something attacked and dragged a man away while his family watched.
What do you mean, something?
The family is hysterical, but insist it was a black lion.
No such thing as a black lion.
Your brother, he said the same. But then he found out that it was a father with children who was killed, and suddenly he got very agitated. His face became very red, his breathing was upset.
Okay, we're vicariously avenging Dad now. Except that Ed says this forest is the extremely dangerous one. You know, compared to our stroll through the 100-acre wood we've been having.
It is not wise to follow.
Doesn't matter. Someone you care about might be in trouble. Go after him.
Oh, that's what the flashback was for?
What do you know about this black lion?
The children, they just kept saying, Black Lion, Black Lion. It was very dark, but...
Exactly. Could have been just a normal lion.
Yeah, there could be no such thing as a pitch black hedgehog either. Also, is this one of the Alaska cabin assets out in the jungle? Surely this represents Jacob's fractured mind and warped sense of reality. And then they arrive. Completely normal lions. Normal for Cabela's dangerous hunts anyways.
Any sign of your brother?
Nothing yet.
Ow, Jesus.
Our father was killed by a grizzly bear when we were young. Right in front of us.
Could we have the heart-to-heart away from the lions?
So, this explains why he hunts man-eaters.
World-class reputation.
And now he thinks it is his duty to try and save these children's father from his same fate.
Wait, you said killed and then dragged away.
Come on, Luke. I know you're out here. I found your pictures back at the camp. All the trophies you killed over the years. I know why you do it. And why you're doing this now.
This is also disjointed, but was also obvious. Does Jacob think Luke would only kill bears specifically to get over what happened? Also, are we in an Ancient One city? So much is happening so suddenly.
Whoa, what was that? Okay, that is not a lion. Or a panther.
Oh my god. The animals are setting traps now. The jaguars set up an ambush. And wow, it feels bad to control. This is no Dead Space 2, Tram. So you escape the trap incident, and for the first time all game, you get a new weapon. This was during the height of FPS games having a bow or crossbow that was supremely overpowered, but this one sucks. Sure, it can one-shot a leopard, but you're facing down battalions of leopards, and it's just too slow. And it looks like the lions are not aligned with the baboons. Jacob foolishly stands near a ledge, and we all know what happens when he does that, and cue the entire pride launching a full frontal assault. The scenery changes back to leopards, while Luke continues to ignore your radio calls. Even though I just got the crossbow, it sure feels like the final gauntlet of the game. Endless big cat attacks with more and more Alaskan cabins in the scenery, along with the strange stone structures left behind by the Ancient Ones. It is incredible that they tried to attach any real story to what you're witnessing here. I mean, to break it down, Luke pulled Jacob up to safety instead of taking a shot on the bear, and this is why he travels the world hunting big game, and especially man-eaters. Got it. But Jacob seems about 1,000,000 times more lethal, and you get very little about him. And then you get a development that's straight out of War of the Worlds. After slaughtering hundreds of apex predators, he's brought down by a lowly snake. He had an actual Achilles heel. The news of imminent venom death finally makes your brother break silence and head towards you. Ironically, the venom snake gave you Snake Eater color grading. Your health is always dropping, but there are about 5,000 health packs in the ground, along with more leopard traps. But at least it is an endurance round that doesn't involve pure shooting. There is still a lot. But finally, after soaking up every health kit you can find and passing out, your brother arrives with a health kit. Though now that I see him in this lighting, he looks more like a roided up revolver ocelot.
Survive. Look, Dad's waiting for us up ahead.
Oh, you can't be real. Another flashback? What else is there to tell? I guess the bear is here, and maybe these will eventually go past when Dad died. Like, maybe the bear faked his death and we have to hunt him ourselves. There are wolves left here? Not for long, I guess. It does turn out the wolves are weak to platforming. What is going on up there?
Hold on, Luke! I'm coming! Luke, run!
That was like an actual Looney Tunes bit. I'm getting close to my breaking point with the game. Every time I play this, at some point, I just sink into an incoherent puddle because it just hits me when I'm playing. What is it with this family and ledges? So he's stuck out there on the ice, and he provides sniper cover and kill maybe 100 more wolves. And if you're lucky, you can shoot the ice they're on and send them to the bottom of the lake. I guess we never bothered to tell Dad this story when we linked up with him. Or you know what? Maybe it was a pure snake venom dream. Jacob might have shooed a wolf away from Luke, who has left me half comatose in the Eldritch Baboon and Lion Jungle.
I know you're out there. I love you, bro. I really do. You just saved my life. Again.
Did he get trashed off anti-venom? Oh my god, a pig. And there's a cliff where you can take down some wildebeest in self-defense. I was convinced that at this point the game only had big cats to throw at you, but there's more somehow. But there were still dozens of leopards in the ancient city, and you get the idea. Jacob still wants Luke to stop the hunt, but Luke's going on the hunt.
Keep running. I'm not turning back. Lions.
The mythical black lions are real, likely bred by the Ancient Ones to defend their holy sites. It's an incredible new species, so 5 seconds later, you find a shed full of explosives. Can we finally abandon all pretense and just start carpet bombing the jungle? I'm starting to wonder if the Black Lions are the Ancient Ones, but at bare minimum, they are collaborators, so all this shit has to come down. I don't know what's more baffling, the giant ruined city or the fact there are large prey animals comfortable hanging out up here. Also, my Black Lions are the Ancient Ones theory feels more and more sound as the skate opens up for them as they're chasing Luke. He has somehow run out of ammo in a jungle where there are more bullets than berries. So it's very similar to the wolf defense mission, except Luke seems even more pathetic here. Black Lions just stack up on him like an Assassin's Creed fight and take turns barreling him over. It's almost like they're trying to tire him out so they could properly arrest him or something.
I am a jerk. Yeah, I know. Maybe now you'll listen to me. We're in this together. Just hang tight. I'll follow your tracks.
Look for a nearby cave. It leads down a gate.
For being so elusive, there are hundreds of black lions out here, and you get into this pattern of slaughter black lions, enter a new ruin, save your brother, then kill more lions. The story said he was, but Luke does not strike me as the master man-eater slayer. Then, finally, you drive off the lions, and you're back with your brother. Good God.
Keep up. That monster's so close, I can feel it.
That monster's so close.
Getting close. I can feel it.
Okay, so the game is saying the black lion hunt is a direct parallel to the grizzly bear hunt. Luke helped someone instead of shooting an animal, which I guess was the wrong choice because Dad died from it. So the new lesson should be to shoot the animal with no hesitation, which the game has been training you for, but all these flashbacks mainly involve shooting wolves and then falling down. Though this final flashback does have a conclusion to the wolf arc. It looks like the wolf commander tells the grizzly that the entire wolf horde has been obliterated. The bear roars something that roughly translates to "give me back my legions" and then slaps the shit out of him.
Wolves are attacking, my lord.
Or maybe some survived. They could be the bear's honor guard. What's bizarre is you go through all these wolves and then have a boss fight with the bear, which you know is going to make it, even when he fakes his assassination by your hands. I don't know if these flashbacks are supposed to be taken as fact. When you first play the game, it seems like bringing the brothers in the bear hunt is a terrible idea because of their inexperience. These flashbacks only showed that Jacob was a master of life and death practically the whole time. Because he doesn't kill the bear here, that means you're not playing through a delusional wish fulfillment. The game is extremely repetitive, but if the theme is always shoot first, then at least that is appropriate. That is completely in line with the entire campaign.
If I hadn't been afraid to finish the job, Dad would still be here.
That's worth this death wish. We were kids. It's nobody's fault. Anyway, all that matters now is taking out this man-eater, right?
Absolutely.
Oh my god, it's taking a hostage! That confirms that the bear was dead for sure, and the Ancient Ones are the Black Lions, or have chosen them as their successors. The Emperor Black Lion is the force behind everything, and he's taken your brother to directly challenge you on his mountaintop fortress. And he sends down henchmen animals and dangles your brother around just to taunt you.
Luke, I'm coming!
Stay away! He's hunting you!
Luke! Talk to me, man!
Note that his roar is shaking the ground. How is this from Cabela's?
Hold on, I'm coming!
At last, the final boss of nature. And he makes it hard to get shots off because his roars completely throw off your aim. And when you do get a hit, he teleports away.
Coward! Luke, I'm coming!
Jacob can go to pull up his brother, but with what happened last time...
Forgive me! Take the shot! No!
You don't have a choice. Climb.
Oh no. I didn't think this was what the game was going for, and this isn't looking great for Luke. Jacob did decide not to immediately shoot the animal, so this was inevitable. Wait. Oh my god, it's over. The hunt is done.
You
made the right choice. Just like you did when you pulled me away from that bear.
Really?
All right?
Yeah.
I did not expect that turn.
All right.
We came out here for a reason. Let's get on with the safari. Together.
Get on with the safari? Are there any left? You want to keep going? And what happened to the original guy who got dragged off? No follow-up? Cat dead, details later? And the lesson was to always help before hurting? Utterly deranged ending. Fitting for an utterly deranged game. Oh my god. And the series ended here. Now you just have the single and multiplayer special ops. These modes are more the kind of thing you'd expect from this game.
Hunter by nature.
And then Maneater's more like the campaign.
Hunt all animals.
What is there left to say? This is supposed to be a hunting power fantasy. It does succeed in that. No game has succeeded more than that. But its bizarre tone, delivery, and how it frames the story makes it come across like glimpsing into the mind of a serial killer. It's an absolute Frankenstein born from a perfect storm of conditions. The pile of bodies you leave is truly staggering. Hundreds of animals will die by your hand, and the game ends with the protagonist smiling as Hallmark music plays, declaring how excited he is to keep going. The fates of other characters or the bizarre things in the world are never elaborated on. I can only say it's a shame the game is currently delisted, because even in the Cabela's catalog, there's no game that gives you a campaign quite like this. To have this kind of premise with realistic animals and it's completely sincere, it's just nuts. And that makes it a game worth talking about. So, have a happy Halloween, and for God's sake, don't leave candy out in the yard, because God knows what it might attract. What is the best Halloween candy I've received trick-or-treating? The sad part is I don't know because it was homemade. There was a lady giving out candy she made that was like a combination of 3 Musketeers and a Buckeye. It is hard to describe, but tasted incredible, so I'm stuck with that. What game as a kid scared me from finishing it? I know Resident Evil was one, and I didn't have that, my friend had that. Like, I remember that one actively giving me nightmares, but there was also an N64 game called Body Harvest where you fought giant bugs, which wasn't too scary, really. But for some reason, which the details I've completely lost, I just could not pick up the game again because I felt nervous. I might have to go back and see if I was just being weird. Is Gremlins a Halloween or Christmas movie? I've usually watched it in November or early December because it's a good transitional movie. There's so much Christmas it feels weird to watch on Halloween, and so many Gremlins that it feels weird to watch around Christmas. But Gremlins 2 is an anytime movie. There's never a bad time to watch Gremlins 2.
Kill them all, kill them all, kill them all, kill them
Fuck. Okay, we gotta get back to the other thing. I just saw the fucking most insane shit. Oh. That was bad. Oh, fuck. Where do we have the actual videos? Oh, here it is. Let me hit stop sharing and open up a new tab and then like get it ready again. You know what I mean? You dig? I'm sure my system can't do this. Where is that? Okay, the Midwest Angelica video is getting... Oh, shit, son! Sky Garden Hotel? Oh, I want to do Sky Garden Hotel so bad. Okay, but no. We'll wind this. 5 minutes. Okay. And here we go.
And the subsequent elimination of Dr. Evans, the contamination of Home HQ has continued to progress at an exponential rate. We estimate that around 75% of home staff have been infected and continue operation as phantoms. Further, through routine checks of Home HQ, we have determined that the star kill biomass has reached the temple classification. We believe that Wraith classification entities may be birthed by the temple in as soon as 12 days. My recommendation would be to gather the final samples for research and begin Operation Homebound promptly. The Deathbringer squads are prepared for immediate action.
Next, we're introduced to a meeting occurring at the Babel site on March 13th between Dr. Spencer and a Dr. Gamma Churchill.
Dr. Churchill, we're preparing for the final descent into Home HQ now. Mission will commence in 48 hours.
Good. Spencer, I have a request.
What is it, sir?
Dr. Stanley Vega of the Xenobiology Group has been researching the Akashic Plane. I need you to retrieve him and his work, but under no circumstances should you allow him to learn the true nature of Home Delta.
Understood. What should be done if he's already infected?
He won't be. He works in the BSL-4 lab. We've determined that sector to be clean, and it's projected to be clean for at least 10 more days. If he's visibly infected, eliminate him. Otherwise, we will conduct a SIN test to determine if he has phantom blood. Retrieve his lab assistant too, Dr. Solomon Ezra. Same rules apply.
If you don't mind me asking, sir, what are you planning with him?
My plans of Vega have nothing to do with your job. This is for your own good, Spencer. The most I can tell you is that it involves research into the Akashic Plane. Speaking of which, have you retrieved the new info on Lucas Michaels?
Yes, I have. It's in the data room. I think you'll be interested in our findings. We're not sure what to make of it yet.
Good. I'm looking forward to it. When you return, we'll run the SIN test at Nazareth site and continue operations as planned. We're on schedule.
Understood. And for Operation Homebound?
It will commence April 4th.
We cut forward to Home Delta's infiltration of Home HQ.
Churchill, do you read? On the line, over. Bravo team, follow Officer Ringo to the temple for final sample collection. Charlie team, follow me to BSL lab for hostage retrieval.
We see the temple entrance for a brief moment, and then 3 of Home Delta's men confront Vega in his lab.
Dr. Vega, we've identified a potential risk in the BSL labs, required to be taken to the quarantine zone for a mandatory screening for infection. I understand that it's protocol, but this is the highest safety level lab at home, and there shouldn't be any risk of cross-contamination in the last 2 months. Regardless, we still have to take you to quarantine. Where's your lab partner, Dr. Ezra? He was transferred back to the main facility. That's okay. We'll pick him up along the way. Bring your research materials and maybe place the quarantine for a few weeks.
We jump once again to their SIN tests being performed, starting with Dr. Vega. The way the test works is actually quite simple. The proctors ask questions and gauge the way the subject responds.
That being said, here's the first question. It's Christmas morning and you're with your family. Your wife hands you a wrapped gift. What do you do next?
Well, of course, I'd thank my wife and open the present, carefully unraveling the ribbons, and then I'd probably give her a hug.
Next question. It's early in the morning and you see a UFO in the sky, illuminated by the light of dawn. What are you thinking?
I'd probably be a bit confused, but I'd probably think of it rationally. Could it potentially be a balloon, a plane, a helicopter? A UFO implies that it's merely unidentified. It could be entirely prosaic.
They're clearly searching for intuitive human responses, making sure they don't feel unnatural or off in any way. Every response given by Vega is to be expected, based on human logic and empathy. He's clean. Now, on to Ezra.
Dr. Ezra, are you familiar with the SIN test?
Yes, I am.
All right. As you know, I'm going to be asking you a series of questions. Answer them truthfully. At the end, we will be able to determine if you are infected or not. Let's begin. First question. You work at a competitive company. The promotion comes down to either you or your coworker. What do you do?
I would work hard and try to beat him. I would think, why should he be the one to get a promotion? I, of course, would be the one doing the work. He was just lucky.
Next question. You see a man and woman embracing each other in a field. There are white clouds dotted against a blue sky. What are you thinking in this moment?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Why would I be in the field? But what purpose does it serve? What is the purpose of the sky?
Do you go to church, Dr. Ezra?
Is this part of the test?
Answer the question, Ezra.
I do.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Do you believe in God?
I do. I said I go to church.
Very well. Let's say you're poor and don't have any food. You receive bread from a stranger, but it's only enough for one person, and your son is on the brink of complete starvation. What do you do next?
I would eat the bread, of course. I would be hungry. Any sane person would do the same.
Would you say your knowledge of the world is greater than anybody you've met?
Yes, I would say that applies to me. Actually, I know it does.
And what about your concept of infinity? Can you see it clearly?
Yes, I can.
Code 66, calling. Administer asphyxiation agent.
Code 66. Error. Task cannot be completed. Error. 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 Error.
Although they were able to identify Ezra as a phantom, something clearly went terribly wrong. The medical report that follows belongs to Spencer. Text shows up that reads, "Patient in critical condition. Enact preservation protocol immediately. MX-T750 cryopod recommended."
Cryopod.
Spencer, I know you can hear me.
Well, that must be
I'm afraid you won't be able to respond now. This wasn't according to the scenario, and I shouldn't have let Ezra into the Nazareth site. Fortunately, Ezra has been eliminated, and the Nazareth site is under strict lockdown. Unfortunately, because you were infected, the best we can do is slow the infection as much as possible. Which means we had to put you into cryosleep. Your knowledge is too valuable. Listen, Spencer, I'm researching something important with the Starkiller. A way to perhaps reverse the infection using Starkill samples. It could even grant immortality. It will be done by April 4th, and on that day, humanity will prevail and defeat the Starkill threat. Project Babylon will be complete, and we will then be able to initiate Operation Homebound. In my effort to understand the cosmos, I made a grave mistake, and I'm only now seeing the weight of my sins unfold before my eyes. God, please forgive me.
Wow. This is probably the most information-dense episode of the series so far, so let's break down the individual biblical terms presented to us first. Babylon was a city where the Tower of Babel was being built. This tower was planned to be so massive that its highest point would reach into the heavens. In response to humanity's display of arrogance, God introduced new languages among the people, indefinitely halting the project. It's a classic Bible story. Taking the parallels into account, we can say for certain that Project Babylon is destined to fail catastrophically. Once again, we're witnessing the recurring theme of human ambition flying far too close to the sun. The Nazareth site is a reference to the home village of Mary, which is also the site of the Annunciation. This refers to the event in which the angel Gabriel told Mary she would be giving birth to Jesus. Funnily enough, the term Annunciation was also used to refer to the invasion of Home HQ by Home Delta. Now let's move on to the characters. Lucas Michaels was mentioned again, very briefly, basically just a passing remark. But the fact that these two know about him at all honestly tells us a lot on its own, but that's all we've got. Robert Spencer is another name that we'd heard before, leading the Home Delta team that appeared in Azazel to clean up the mess at the church. Dr. Gamma Churchill, on the other hand, is not a name that we're familiar with, but I think we can get some clues as to what his position is simply by paying attention to his alias. Obviously, he shares a name with the famous Prime Minister who led Britain through World War II. His resolve to continue fighting even when faced with grim circumstances is something he's famous for, and I think we'll come to find that this lines up with his character quite well.
Hi, editing Manaxa. I went on Wikipedia to pull that image of Churchill to put in the video, and I made a connection that I thought was genuinely hilarious that I had not noticed until now. Churchill has two last names, and the first one is Spencer. Just thought that was funny.
The choice to use the word Gamma in his alias is a bit less obvious, but it seems like it's meant to parallel the Alpha chunk. Churchill's goals are extremely hard to parse at this moment. Based on the meeting, we know that Spencer and his team were already planning to visit Home HQ one last time, but it's only at the last minute that he requests the retrieval of Vega and his research. Though the research clearly isn't a secret, as he references it by name, which doesn't confuse Spencer at all. Churchill also specifically notes that under no circumstance
should Vega learn about Home Delta, which explains why Vega continued to be under the impression that the later experiments were screenings for infection, because that's the premise he was brought in on. This further solidifies that the two organizations have always operated completely independently of each other. The final character we're introduced to is Vega's assistant, Solomon Ezra. Both his first and last name are of biblical origin, with Solomon being the last great king of Israel, and Ezra being a descendant of the last high priest to serve in Solomon's temple. Considering Home HQ has literally become a temple, I'd say this choice of name conveys that Vega and Ezra's work was the last critical research to come from the original home. The questions Ezra is asked during the Sin test are very revealing, particularly the final two questions. Would you say your knowledge of the world is greater than anyone you've met? And can you see the concept of infinity clearly? These types of questions being used for an established screening test proves that Churchill already had sufficient knowledge of the Akashic plane. With all of these factors in mind, it ultimately begs the question, what was the point in Churchill requesting the retrieval of Vega, Ezra, and their research? It really seems like he just used Vega as a lab rat the same day he found him. And he admits that retrieving Ezra was a bad idea. He even thinks he can grant immortality using the very thing that's threatening to end civilization. In the same breath that he claims to acknowledge his mistakes, he displays a fundamentally misplaced confidence, all while standing right in front of the person who suffered the consequences of that very bravado. Churchill isn't the one in the pod, but he deserves to be. To be fair to him, though, what else can he be expected to do? Just give up? It doesn't seem like he really has a choice. This time around, the description has another word in base 64. When deciphered, it reads, betrays. Our next episode is titled Colosseum. We open with a confidential Home Delta document, Archive 001 from May 23rd, 1986. An image reconstruction is shown to us. Then we see a transcribed conversation between three people we know very well. What am I looking at here? A reconstruction of a brain image obtained while you were sleeping. Does it look familiar to you? I occasionally see things like that when I dream, yes. And you said this started on April 5th, 1985, correct? Yes, the day we found AC001, the anomaly orbiting Jupiter. About that, do you believe it has any correlation to these dreams? I'm really not sure. The rational answer is no, it does not. But something about it disturbs me, almost like it's speaking to me. And sometimes I feel like I'm somebody else entirely. Elaborate. I can't really describe it concretely. It's like I've been here before, but a really long time ago, before the beginning of the universe, even. I can almost see my life from back then, but it's not me at all. Dr. Spencer has worked in occult research in the United States intelligence community for nearly a decade. My background is in psychoactive drugs and psychological research. We are highly involved in this field of research, and we take reports like this very seriously. So you two know what's going on, then? We don't have quite enough data to give you a clear answer just yet. We need more reconstruction scans to form a better understanding of your situation first. This could be entirely prosaic still. In the meantime, we are appointing you as the head of a new organization to study this anomaly. This organization will operate in coordination with NASA and will be funded by the United States government. Your team will be assigned in the coming weeks, with operations starting by the end of the year. We look forward to working with you. Likewise, Dr. Churchill. From there, Home begins its operation in March 1987, led by Dr. Michaels. And around the same time, Home Delta kickstarts its operation, led by Spencer and Churchill. Lucas Michaels is never made aware of the existence of Home Delta. We move on to Archive 002, this time from February 7th. In it, we see a presentation given by Churchill about Project Babylon.
AZ-001, or Starkill, whatever you would call it, is a collective hive mind. It's one singular organism. It's all connected and it speaks to itself telepathically.
What might have appeared as the rotting organs of a once forgotten deity has now shown its true colors in the form of a highly advanced singular organism comparable to a supercomputer. Through this network we're calling the Akashic Plane, which we've derived from the anthroposophic theory of the Akashic Records, AZ-001, the evolved god, can contain and process memories of everything that it has ever assimilated. As such, its intelligence and wisdom is beyond comprehension. It is an evolved life form, to put it simply. Humanity in its current state has no way of even entertaining the possibility of a fair fight. AZ-001 is simply better than us on all fronts. That's why we began Project Babylon here at Home Delta. That's why we're prepared to level the playing field by bringing humanity to its next stage of evolution, using the Starkill's own biological framework. Evolution has been the mission of Project Babylon since the very beginning. But now, thanks to the results of the home experiment, we've gathered enough data to begin the first tangible steps of this artificial evolution of humanity.
Archive 003 is from February 26th, and it's labeled as the Deathbringer Training Overview. We see schematics for a Deathbringer suit, a cyber-enhanced Starkill reanimate, and the Coliseum site, Home Delta's advanced training facility in Columbia, Missouri. Then we get to see footage from this training. Soldier 338 terminated. Archive 004 is from March 4th, 9 days before the anniversary of the project. Here we get to see Home Delta's Starkill stem cell research, which shows that these stem cells can actually fortify natural resistances and promote rapid regeneration if properly introduced to a host. It may even go as far as increasing human endurance to damage, aging, disease, and provide immunity to Starkill infections. If they could get this to work, then maybe Churchill's claims of immortality weren't so far-fetched after all. But unfortunately, most subjects died attempting to apply the theory. Test 1, infected and amalgamated. Test 4, organs liquefied. Test 13, cellular breakdown. Test 27, skin melted. However, with the aid of cybernetic life support, recent tests have yielded survivors. And it's from this limited success that we get the biomechanical soldiers known as Deathbringers. Archive 5 from March 21st is a simple recording. We see Spencer in his pod, and he gets a transmission from Churchill.
Spencer, it's me. I've given up my rank as Admiral of Home Delta. That title is going to you in preparation of Operation Homebound. You will have control over the Tower of Babel, and you'll be able to control the Deathbringer squads entirely with your mind. The pieces have been in place since the beginning. It's unfortunate that you ended up in this state, but this is the only way. Once I finalize Project Babylon, it's all up to you. This battle is yours to decide.
We arrive at 006 from March 28th. We're told about Protocol 17B from the day Vega was retrieved, and then we get to see his research documents. But mysteriously, they're deleted. We then see a computer simulation of an Akashic probe extracting information from a cluster of Podolsky neurons. A completed version of the device is expected soon. Advancements have been made thanks to the tests conducted on March 13th. So, as it turns out, the Deathbringers we previously knew only by name were in fact cybernetically enhanced super soldiers whose strength and endurance have been boosted by Starkill stem cells. Unfortunately, their existence seems to ride on the blood of countless failed iterations. We learned that the purpose of the Tower of Babel is to act as the communication point for the entire army to be piloted by a single individual, a role reserved for the cryogenically frozen Dr. Spencer. In Archive 002, we saw a schematic of the tower, which contained some easy-to-miss but crucial information. It describes the tower as a mass communication network linked with the Akashic plane, which is accomplished by being partially biological, utilizing a mixture of Starkill and human brain cells. I don't even want to know how they managed to do that.
Another revelation we received is that Dr. Michaels never had any idea that Home Delta existed, which isn't surprising, but it does explain a lot of questions we had from earlier in the series. The fact that he was approached by Spencer and Churchill makes me think that they had reason to believe his dreams were indeed deeper than Michaels initially thought. To me, his descriptions sound like the anomaly's omnipotence, which verifies that he must have developed some kind of link or connection with AZ-0.
I gotta rewind this few. Because I am fucking confused.
Bringing humanity to its next stage of evolution using the Starkill's own biological framework. Evolution has been the mission of Project Babylon since the very beginning. But now, thanks to the results of the home experiment, we've gathered enough data to begin the first tangible steps of this artificial evolution of humanity.
Archive 003 is from February 26th, and it's labeled as the Deathbringer Training Overview. We see schematics for a Deathbringer suit, a cyber-enhanced Starkill reanimate, and the Coliseum site, Home Delta's advanced training facility in Columbia, Missouri. Then we get to see footage from this training.
Is that a Starkill? Oh.
Soldier 338 terminated. Archive 004 is from March 4th, 9 days before the anniversary of the project. Here we get to see Home Delta's Starkill stem cell research, which shows that these stem cells can actually fortify natural resistances and promote rapid regeneration, if properly produced to a host. It may even go as far as increasing human endurance to damage, aging, disease, and provide immunity to Starkill infections. If they could get this to work, then maybe Churchill's claims of immortality weren't so far-fetched after all. But unfortunately, most subjects died attempting to apply the theory. Test 1, infected and amalgamated. Test 4, organs liquefied. Test 13, cellular breakdown. Test 27, skin melted. However, with the aid of cybernetic life support, recent tests have yielded survivors. And it's from this limited success that we get the biomechanical soldiers known as Deathbringers. Archive 5 from March 21st is a simple recording. We see Spencer in his pod, and he gets a transmission from Churchill.
Spencer, it's me. I've given up my rank as Admiral of Home Delta. That title is going to you in preparation of Operation Homebound. You will have control over the Tower of Babel, and you'll be able to control the Deathbringer squads entirely with your mind. The pieces have been in place since the beginning. It's unfortunate that you ended up in this state, but this is the only way. Once I finalize Project Babylon, it's all up to you. This battle is yours to decide.
We arrive at 006 from March 28th. We're told about Protocol 17B from the day Vega was retrieved, and then we get to see his research documents. But mysteriously, they're deleted. We then see a computer simulation of an Akashic probe extracting information from a cluster of Podolsky neurons. A completed version of the device is expected soon. Advancements have been made thanks to the tests conducted on March 13th. So, as it turns out, the Deathbringers we previously knew only by name were in fact cybernetically enhanced super soldiers whose strength and endurance have been boosted by Starkill stem cells. Unfortunately, their existence seems to ride on the blood of countless failed iterations. We learned that the purpose of the Tower of Babel is to act as the communication point for the entire army to be piloted by a single individual, a role reserved for the cryogenically frozen Dr. Spencer. In Archive 002, we saw a schematic of the tower, which contained some easy-to-miss but crucial information. It describes the tower as a mass communication network linked with the Akashic plane, which is accomplished by being partially biological, utilizing a mixture of Starkill and human brain cells. I don't even want to know how they managed to do that. Another revelation we received is that Dr. Michaels never had any idea that Home Delta existed, which isn't surprising, but it does explain a lot of questions we had from earlier in the series. The fact that he was approached by Spencer and Churchill makes me think that they had reason to believe his dreams were indeed deeper than Michaels initially thought. To me, his descriptions sound like the anomaly's omnipotence, which verifies that he must have developed some kind of link or connection with AZ-001 from the very moment that he discovered it. On another note, now that we fully understand exactly what Home Delta has been doing all this time, Churchill's seemingly misguided faith in humanity makes a little more sense. After all, he's been personally leading this research effort for 12 years, and it's just now all starting to come together. The statements made throughout the video still put his morality into question, as he appears rather comfortable being in charge of a project that has sacrificed many lives. In reality, though, we are projecting assumptions onto him. We don't actually know how he feels, and he doesn't really have a choice. And now that we know what the Deathbringers are, it makes you wonder what the previously mentioned
Let me go ahead and switch it up for a moment. All right, you know what? Nice. Okay. I'll play a little bit of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth before I get frustrated and get stuck in a part of the game because I'm too underleveled. Or rather, I'm at the exact level that it's recommended, which means I'm underleveled. That Scarlet boss, when it switches over to Tifa, Aerith, and Yuffie, I just got my ass kicked. And I was a level, I think the recommended level was 34, and I was 35, and I was just like, I guess I just don't have a good understanding of the game's combat. I couldn't get off lightning spells fast enough to kill that character. It was just bad. It was all bad. Okay. Dope. We'll go back in a minute to. I go back to Arcadia. Let's get it. When the sun falls, in the moonlight, might be a hell of a night. Go, 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 go. Get up out your seat, you can have my drink. Let me see you dance, dance, dance. Get up off your feet, you can be my freak. Let me see you dance. Get up out your seat, you can have my drink, let me see you dance. Get up off your feet, you can be my freak, let me see you jam. When the sun falls, in the moonlight, might be a hell of a night. Go, 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 go. Get up out your seat, you can have my drink, let me see you dance. Get up off your feet, you can be my freak, let me see you jam. When the sun falls, in the moonlight, might be a hell of a night. Yeah, shit's real and I just begun. So many ladies wanna share my tongue. Man, this life of mine. Me and the lady, we ain't pressed for time. So that bottom gon' pop. And my rocket gon' spin. And the moles gon' jive. Ain't no telling how my night might end. Nightlife and the bright lights. Swinging hard in my Concord. You at the bottom, we the top dogs. We get high as them elevators. Take a sip with me, now will you hit with me? Now make a dip for me, now will you ride for me? Will you die for me? Will you jump off a cliff and hit the sky with me? Menage a trois, full titties, no bras and no flaws. You, me, and her ball with no draws. Get high with a god, I'm a no star. Feeling good on this money in my bank card. 10 grand in my pocket, nigga, all Lord. Porsche panorama, yeah, 4 doors. Pedal to the floor, and that's what it's made for. I ain't minding if the world stops, and I ain't minding if the world stops. We been living up in hell shop, we been living up in hell shop, so I'ma live it to the top notch, and I'ma take it to the top. I ain't minding if the world stops, and I ain't minding if the world stops. We been living up in hell shop, we been living up in hell shop, so I'ma live it to the top notch. Fuck with you, yeah. Get up out your seat, you can have my drink. Let me see you dance. Get up off your feet, you can be my freak. Let me see you jam. When the sun falls, in the moonlight, might be a hell of a night. Go, 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 go. Get up out your seat, you can have my drink. All right. Ooh.
But that's just silly. I'm obviously overthinking this, right? Right? The fifth video is titled The Signal, and is where the series decides to reveal the full scope of what's really going on. Immediately upon hitting play, we are greeted by an important notice. It states that the following video is a reconstruction of events that transpired at Research Station Bravo in the Arctic from 1980 to 1983. The description supports this notice, explaining that the majority of the footage was either lost or severely damaged, and what little remains has been used to reconstruct the events leading up to what's referred to as the fateful day. Immediately, it is made clear to us that something went horribly wrong. We don't know what, but with the info we've been given, we can assume that it led to the complete destruction of Station Bravo, and by extension, the depths of its staff. After the notice, the video continues by giving us more context, introducing us to Dr. John Walker, the developer of a machine constructed with the capability of sending and receiving signals from outside our universe. His theory being that if a signal is sent out by us, a similar parallel universe would send one out at the same time, essentially opening a channel of communication between the two universes. An incredible scientific breakthrough that would finally answer if we're alone in the universe. Although, John Walker probably should have asked another question. Is it worth the risk to know? February 3rd, 1980. Through an interface, we watch as the device activates. This is also where we get our first mention of the company conducting this trial, Atom Laboratories. A name that would soon go down in history, but not for any of the right reasons. The device sends the first signal out into the void, and it seems strangely quiet. Until... a second dot appears on the display. They've done it. Communication is established almost immediately, and after 3 days of conversing with this parallel universe, Atom Laboratories decides to conduct what is known as the 3-image test. In this test, those living in the parallel universe are asked to provide 3 images for visual confirmation. 1 photo of nature, 1 photo of a dog.
Excellent. It's all here. Thanks. If you're not in a rush, wait here while I finish up.
It's a confession, but do you actually enjoy this?
Of course I enjoy it. I chose this job. Besides, it's a wielder that gives the true value of tools. Weapons, too. That's especially true for weapons. Yes, yes. You've done it. Feast your eyes on my masterpiece. I insist.
I may not be the gentlest owner, you know.
Use her as you like. The wielder dictates the making of the tool, remember? And by association, the value of the maker. Therefore, what good I put out into the world depends on who I entrust with my weapon. That's how I choose to see my part in it all.
Hell of a lot of pressure to put on some guy you just met, don't you think?
The adapter is your friend. It's a gift in more ways than you know. He was thinking of your future, of what you might do after the dust settles. Today, you may have no choice but to run away. But tomorrow, years from now, think about it if you haven't. The man who fashioned your adapter is an inspiration in his own right. And that's no lie. Maybe one day you'll ask me to turn your arm into a giant egg beater. I'll make it so you can whip up a cake and serve a hunter.
Great time to be joking around, man.
Not joking in the least. That's my masterpiece. You owe me a cake for it. So don't you go dying on me. Here?
Yeah. Talk about a weirdo.
Friendly, though.
A weirdo with a heart of gold.
Okay.
And 1 photo of themselves.
A lot of cutscenes.
Everything seems to be normal here. With this confirmation, they begin to try and establish not just communication between the universes, but traversal as well. By all accounts, everything is moving ahead as it should. But on November 26, 1981, something unexpected happens. Another signal is received from something farther away. Connection is established, and communication ensues. Hello? Are you receiving me? Yes. Are you human? After some increasingly bizarre exchanges, Atom Laboratories decides to conduct the 3-image test with this more distant parallel universe. The first image isn't too out of the ordinary. It shows recognizable nature, although it looks noticeably dead. The trees devoid of their leaves, looking more like spines nestled in a blurry fog. The image of the dog is, well, it's just wrong. Lying on the forest floor, the shape vaguely resembles a dog, but it's difficult to properly make out. It looks as if their first instinct when asked to send a picture of a dog was to send the image of a carcass. The third photo we only catch a short glimpse of. If we pause, though, we can see that the communicators themselves are also made of abstract features, vaguely human but unmistakably different. Rationally, Atom Laboratories cuts connection with this universe entirely after the 3-image test. However, they continue forward with the other universe, now designated PW1, or Parallel World 1. Try saying that 5 times fast. 3 years of hard work go by, and both worlds have completed the machine that would connect them. December 23rd, 1983. The day arrives. Both universes are ready to reach out, and they begin to establish connection. On the interface, a white line moves between the 2 dots on screen as the connection is slowly established between the 2 universes. At 90%, the connection starts to slow. Another line appears on the screen, reaching out not towards any specific universe, but rather towards the center of the first connection. The dead world is reaching out.
Oh shit.
What is that? It's trying to intercept. Stop the connection. We can't stop now.
Nigga, what?
I will stop it. A ripple is sent out across the display. Multiple white dots appear. Parallel universes far and near, alerted to our presence. We see you. We see you. We see you. The doors to your world are open. Who knows what may enter? This might be one of the best analog horror videos I've ever seen.
It is a really good video.
I know I say that a lot, but I really mean it with this one. The tension they managed to invoke with simple shapes and pacing is really impressive and worthy of note. Already an awesome video on its own, it's also a great entry in this series. What we just witnessed was the inciting incident of this entire story, the catalyst. That night on December 23rd, 1983, multiple parallel worlds turned their hungry eyes towards us, and our death was all but ensured. It's now confirmed to us that the story of Arcadia is not just one of sea monsters, mythical creatures, or a strange cave. It's a story of realities colliding, parallel universes bleeding into one another. Everything we've seen, and everything we're about to see, exists as a consequence of that single event at Site Bravo. And suddenly, the disconnect between the first 4 episodes feels retroactively intentional. Entire universes overlapping in violent and unpredictable ways, documented for all of us to witness and connect together for ourselves. And that creates a really terrifying concept for an analog horror series. Most analog horror stories, even the most effective ones, like to establish rules, a kind of pattern that, if learned, can lead to survival. But what happens when there are an infinite number of threats to understand? When there's too many rules to keep track of, how do you gain the knowledge you need in order to stay alive? Well, one thing is for sure. If humanity is going to learn how to survive these threats, a lot of people are going to have to die in the pursuit of that knowledge. The intentions of the dead world, the one that severed the connection, are unclear at this time. What is clear is that they want something we have. Either that, or they simply want us gone.
Well, what do they want?
The next tape, titled Interference, takes place just a few hours after the previous.
Ah, shit, motherfucker!
In it, we witness an early morning broadcast brought to us by KTNA-7, a North Alaskan news outlet. It's set to be a festive day of programs, complete with a holiday movie marathon and a 2 p.m. holiday special.
Oh, hell
I
yeah.
think you can already see where this is going.
We got
The
the
broadcast
special.
is briefly interrupted with a production from Adam Laboratories titled The Fear of the Unknown, The Forest. We only catch a glimpse of this program, however, as the broadcast cuts again, displaying the image of a warm fire. Something that should feel comforting on an early Christmas Eve morning, but somehow feels off. The KTNA broadcast comes back on screen with a haunting headline: an explosion in the Arctic. Reports have had time to trickle in, coming from hundreds of residents within the region, who all reported feeling the blast. Unbeknownst to these residents, this explosion is the result of the event we witnessed in the signal. It seems that when the dead world severed the connection, Station Bravo disappeared in an incredibly powerful explosion, explaining why very little footage could be recovered from the site afterwards. A more strange effect beyond the hundreds of shattering windows and ruptured foundations was that this explosion also caused a widespread television interference, with some witnesses reportedly seeing a face in the static of their TV screens. Per the description, one person even claimed to hear God's voice speaking to them through their television. Hello, world. You do not realize the consequences of your actions. We will not interfere with what is coming. We will not help. This is not a warning. This is your death sentence. We will watch you suffer. We witness this phenomenon for ourselves. Nothing more than a circular, smiling face. Friendly, yet apathetic. The broadcast ends with the confirmation that the explosion originated from a research station owned and operated by Adam Laboratories. As a follow-up to The Signal, which is one of the best analog horror videos I've ever seen, this is also one of the best I think I've ever seen. A realistic and, honest-to-God, terrifying glimpse into a TV broadcast proclaiming that the end is coming, and that those watching from afar are going to do nothing to help. I have a couple of theories about who hijacked the broadcast. The first is that the hijacking came from the first parallel world Adam Laboratories made contact with. The first line they display, "Hello World," is the same first line PW1 used when reaching out to Adam Labs. The smiling face could represent PW1's friendly interactions and overall demeanor, while now adding a layer of deceit hidden underneath their interactions. But I'm not fully satisfied with this theory. With the context given about how John Walker's device actually works, PW1, while different, is essentially a mere reflection of our own world. The only reason we have managed to make contact with them was due to the fact that they reached out to us at the exact same time. John Walker's theory is built around the foundation of finding a world similar to our own. If we aren't hostile towards them, then, in theory, they wouldn't be hostile towards us. And if anything, they're just as naive. So, then who's the face in the static? We can't be completely sure at this time, but the most likely candidate is probably the dead world that severed the connection, causing the explosion at Site Bravo. But at that point, we have to ask, why? Why are they so content to sit back and just watch us suffer? Why do they detest us so much? Seriously, like, who hurt you, bro? At this time, all we can do is focus on the immediate situation and keep moving forward to find more details.
Emergency broadcast system.
The initial report of a reactor explosion at Atom Laboratories was a grave understatement of the true catastrophe that had unfolded. The next tape shows us an emergency broadcast that took place after the explosion. Backlit by a violent red, it states that a mandatory evacuation has been put in place for all the residents of North Alaska. These residents are advised to avoid all odd personnel or objects they come across, and if they do not evacuate, they will be considered hostile and possibly shot. The broadcast displays a 72-hour countdown, and the video ends, leaving us in an unmeasurable sense of dread. While this entry is shorter and pretty much self-explanatory, I think it's a good opportunity to highlight the incredible sound design this series has had up until this point. There's no blaring sirens or alarms, just ambient music and TV static, making it feel like you're watching the emergency broadcast from the internal perspective of a resident. Witnessing their life collapse around them in the most terrifying of circumstances. Having enough knowledge to know that everything is about to change, but still being kept in the dark on the full scope of the situation. It's really well done, and it only continues to get better from here. So, it looks like the residents of North Alaska have been given all the motivation they need to evacuate as soon as possible, allowing authorities to move in and deal with the situation. The broadcast lingering on the image of a 72-hour evacuation countdown, leaving the residents of North Alaska with a choice: move or die. Our next entry, per the description, was an unreleased VHS tape from Arcadia Home Entertainment titled The Great North Alaskan Disaster. In the copyright, we can see that the date listed is 1990, meaning that at the time of this tape's production, 7 years had passed since the explosion. A collaborative effort between Arcadia and the United States federal government, the VHS tape functions as a documentary that seeks to educate viewers on the Atom Laboratories explosion. The documentary proclaims to contain footage that has never been witnessed by the public. Until now. The first part of the documentary, titled The Catalyst, starts the VHS off with a cryptic note. December 23rd, 1983. We witness footage taken of the explosion. Either reenacted or recovered is unclear, but it's disturbing all the same. Presumably taken from inside someone's home, we see the explosion out the window as they play an arcade game. We are told that the explosion happened at exactly 10:28 p.m., and directly after the explosion, a distress call was made. I'll go ahead and play this distress call for you now.
This is Research Station Bravo. Can anyone hear me? This is... Can anyone fucking hear me? Hello? Is anyone out there? Wow! It's fucking time! What the fuck do I do?
Calm down, bro.
No, it can't be. You actually did it.
In an incredible display of voice acting talent, we hear Ian Parker. The sheer distress displayed in the voice acting is truly impressive, and you have to remember that while seeing your place of work along with your fellow employees go up in flames is pretty terrifying, this was no simple explosion. It was the ripping of our reality as we once knew, the fabric of existence splitting open like a door being blown off its hinges by a hand grenade. It's likely Ian Parker saw more than just an explosion. And something tells me this won't be the last time we hear his name. The second segment of the video, titled Evacuation, begins by showing us footage taken directly from Christmas Day that year. In the footage, we see the same EBS broadcast.
True warrior, please, guide me to greatness.
No.
I'm so Tetsu, by the way, with the GYC. Captain's been singing your praises, you know, telling everyone how you turned some state-of-the-art general weaponry into scrap metal.
Oh, so you heard about all that? Well, I don't want to brag or anything, but we crushed him.
Really? You have to teach me how you did that. You gotta make Zach proud, you know? He's a friend of mine. We grew up together, hung out and stuff. Haven't heard from him since he left the village, though. But I'm sure a soldier like him's pretty busy. He may not be at war, but I bet they've got him traveling all over. To protect the village, of course. We're seeing more monsters these days, and I want to do my part. And, you know, it might also be kind of cool if everyone in the coalition called me a hero and the captain gave me a promotion. Or something like that.
No.
Sorry, no can do. We're just passing through. Please, I'm begging you.
Wait. Me?
I knew as soon as I saw your throwing star. From the moment I laid eyes on you and your weapon, I just had to make you my teacher. Please, treat me in your warrior ways.
Oh, I don't know. Well, since you're such a huge fan, 1 or 2 orbs might be enough compensation for my time. You sure you're up for the challenge?
Of course. I'll do anything.
Sweet music to my ears. Okay, new disciple, meet me over there when you're ready. For hey.
Don't worry. I am more than ready to receive your wisdom.
Oh, this is going to be boring, isn't it?
Hey.
Come along. See what you can learn, my second disciple.
Yuffie's role did not need to be expanded. She's so annoying.
From the previous video, this time taken from the perspective of someone seeing it actually roll across their TV. illuminating their pitch black room with an ominous red glow, the promise of danger. We learned the EBS system was activated specifically at 5:28 a.m. on Christmas Day, and that while radios and television programs broadcasted the message, it couldn't reach everybody. In Alaska, many people live in heavily isolated areas unable to be reached by television or radio. In an attempt to reach these individuals, the government used planes to drop thousands of flyers over the region. But it didn't go according to plan. 2 of these planes mysteriously disappeared from their routes. They didn't crash, they simply vanished. As a side effect, this left many people in the region unnotified. While many were able to evacuate, others were not so lucky. I find it interesting how the documentary describes the incident with the planes. No mention of a crash, they just simply vanished. So what exactly happened to them? Did something take them? That seems to be the case, as after the evacuation had completed, the government released a formal statement explaining that due to the significant environmental hazards arising in the region, North Alaska has been completely sealed off from the public. These environmental hazards being either entities that have crossed over and are causing havoc, or possibly something we haven't even seen yet. Which transitions us perfectly into the third and final segment of the documentary, The Wall.
Sleepy Joe keeps letting these entities slip through our borders. We need a wall. I've been saying for a long time, we need a wall. They got a lot of entities, a lot.
Before we properly move into this final segment, however, the tape is interrupted by a nature documentary on Alaskan wildlife,
All right.
where it informs us about an event known as the Great Animal Migration.
It's been fun, folks. I'll talk to you later. Time to end this stream. Ooh, it's all dark. Where's the end stream? But oh, right there.